Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Chapter 101 Cruel Norman Osborn. Osborn Industries. Jack and the others came to Norman's laboratory again. Looking at the traffic man in the glass cabinet whose temperament has changed drastically, Jack frowned. Norman, is this the side effect you're talking about? Jack originally thought that the strengthening potion was successful and could completely improve a person's physical fitness, build the Superman physique. But the side effects in front of him made him a little discouraged. The homeless man in front of him, at the moment, is less like a person, more like a grumpy lunatic. Inside the glass cabinet, the homeless man's eyes were congested with blood, and his whole body was full of blue veins, squirming on the surface of his body like earthworms. Both hands slammed hard against the glass. Make a loud noise. Norman was preparing some kind of medicine on the test bench, and said without raising his head, yes, from the current point of view, the experimental subject has some symptoms of split personality. Split personality. Jack narrowed his eyes and gained a new understanding of the side effects of the strengthening agent. Looking at the homeless man in the glass case again, Jack understood that the original homeless man was most likely dead, killed by a new personality. At this time, Jack can be considered to have completely dispelled the delusion of strengthening medicine. At least he won't use the current strengthening potion. C06 in it to use this thing to strengthen oneself, and suicide is no different. The other little brothers also looked at the homeless man in the glass cabinet with great interest. It's like watching monkeys in a zoo and commenting every now and then. After a while, Norman prepared a tube of white medicine. Okay, you guys go away first. Norman spoke. Although Jack's younger brother was dissatisfied, he got up and left in front of the glass cabinet. As Norman walked over, he said, if it is really a split personality, there is still a cure. 99. Jack's eyes lit up again. Is there any cure? Norman nodded and stuffed the new potion he had just prepared into a pipe. Whether it can be cured, we have to get him out first. With the strength of this guy now, we can't deal with him. 39. Jack said frankly. Just kidding, that muscle. You know it's not a good feeling to be punched casually. You don't need to take action, just take him out later. You go over there and put on the protective clothing and masks first. Jack brought a few younger brothers and came over after changing his clothes. Then I'll start. Norman glanced at a few people, and then pressed a button in front of him. The next moment, white steam began to emerge from the top of the glass case. In just 10 seconds, white steam filled the entire glass case. The sound of smashing glass cabinets all the time has gradually diminished. Jack asked curiously, what is this? I've formulated a drug that can instantly stun an elephant. He should be in a coma by now, and you can take him out later. Norman pressed another button, and the steam inside quickly receded. The figure of the homeless man lay on the ground, without the vitality just now. Jack frowned. How can you be sure that he is really in a coma now? Ruuman glanced at Jack with a half-smile. This kind of look made Jack very unhappy. But then he saw that a robotic arm appeared in the glass case. The mechanical arm moved the homeless man a few times, and the homeless man was like a corpse, letting the mechanical arm play with it indifferently. Ruuman asked, don't worry now. Jack smiled. Well, but I have one more question for you. 95. You said. 39. You can make something like that? Can you make a suit like Tony Stark? Norman said calmly, we are studying in different directions. Tony Stark took off that steel suit. He was nothing. 95. And what I study is what makes a person really powerful. He definitely wouldn't admit that he couldn't study Tony's stuff. Jack nodded vaguely and asked Roar's brothers to go in and move the homeless people out. Several people tried their best to get the tramp out and tied it to the hospital bed. Looking at the small hospital bed, Jack asked uncertainly, if he wakes up, are you sure this bed can trap him? 99. Don't worry, I added muscle weakness medicine to the medicine just now. Even if he wakes up, it will take 24 hours to fully recover his strength. Jack nodded reassuringly. He's pretty sure, if this guy suddenly wakes up and goes berserk. There was no one present. No, it should be said that there is no one in the entire Osborn industry who can stop him. Such a monster, someone who can defeat him. Jack can only think of superheroes like Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Iron Man. Okay, I'm going to continue my experiment. If you like to watch by the side, I won't stop you either. Jack smiled. All right, we are a bunch of gangsters and haven't seen any scientific experiments. 99. Norman also smiled. Then watch it, but I can't guarantee that you can watch it. These words with a sarcastic tone instantly made the little gangsters even more unhappy. When it is about to strike, Jack's eyes stared directly at him, and only a few people suppressed the heart attack. Quietly watched what Norman was preparing to test. But after reading it, Jack said, are you doing an experiment or an operation? Norman fiddled with the commonly used craniotomy instruments, and said without raising his head, the principles of dissection of the human body are similar. I'm going to cut off some of his brain tissue to see if it will have any effect on his personality changes. 95. Ruuman lowered the curtain, and the others could only see vague figures. Hearing that Norman could say such cruel words so calmly, Jack frowned and stopped speaking. Watch quietly. Norman held the craniotomy equipment. When he was about to open the head of the homeless man, the homeless man's closed eyes suddenly opened. 707. Norman was also frightened by this sudden scene. His eyes were full of bloodshots, and he said coldly, "I said, I will kill you when I come out." 35. Jack, who was watching from a distance, did not hear the homeless voice. But when he saw Norman stop, he directly mocked, "What's the matter, Norman? It's not like you can't continue." Just when Norman wanted to say something, one of the tramp's hands directly broke free from the restraints of the hospital bed and grabbed Norman's arm. With a violent flick, Norman was thrown out. Jack saw Norman knocking open the curtain and flying straight out. Osborn Industrial Gate. Peter got out of the car and threw the money into the taxi, but without looking for money, he rushed straight into Osborn Industries. He ran quickly in the direction of Norman's laboratory. Along the way, all the people who approached Roar with him were ignored by him one by one. He just wanted to find Norman first and figure everything out. Suddenly, in the direction of the Norman laboratory, there was a sound of huge amounts of money. Then came a terrified Roar shout, "Flee!" I wish everyone Happy New Year. Book friends who read this chapter will be rich next year. Chapter 102. A gathering of trash. A loud bang came from Norman's office. The loud noise was heard by almost all the employees who were close by. Everyone was curious about what happened in Norman's laboratory, but no one went to see it. Because Norman had said long ago that he was not allowed to enter his laboratory unless he personally invited him. Even if he walked too close, he would inevitably be reprimanded for being discovered by Norman. So many people are just curious. But Peter knew that things might have gotten too far. Speed up and run over. Inside the Norman laboratory, the flung Norman smashed straight on Jack, and both fell to the ground. A few younger brothers immediately went over and helped the two of them up. "Norman, what the hell are you doing?" Jack shook his dazed head and was about to stand up and question Jack properly. The scene in front of him instantly made him understand what was going on. Because at the moment's isolation curtain was slowly opened, the tall tramp walked out with a smile on his face. "Hi everybody." Jack looked at Norman angrily. "Didn't you say it's okay?" Norman, who was supported from the ground by some of his subordinates, also smiled bitterly. The genetic medicine not only changed his strength, but also accelerated his metabolism. In this short period of time, those drugs have been decomposed in his body. I didn't expect this to happen. Get out of the way. 35. Before Norman could finish explaining, Jack saw the homeless man lift the cart and smashed it. Fortunately, Jack reminded him in time that the other talents avoided the smashing cart in danger. The powerful force instantly shattered the cart that hit the wall. Jack on the side looked at this scene with an ugly face. "Norman, what should I do now?" "You hold him down first. He hasn't completely decomposed the drug, and now he may not be an opponent for the few of you to go on together. I still have the medicine on my body. I will give him an injection after suppressing him." Jack gritted his teeth, and that was all he could do for now. "You rush up with me." With Jack taking the lead, the other little brothers also rushed up quickly. The homeless man looked at a few people thinking about him running, and his expression changed suddenly. The new personality, inspired by genetic medicine, is better than the original personality in every aspect. The reason why he smashed it with something was just as Norman said, that the medicine in his body had not been completely decomposed. Can only create a little destructive bluff. But now that Norman saw it through, those people really rushed up. The tramp at the moment is just one thought left. That is, escape. Leave here first, wait until the medicine in the body is completely decomposed, and the physical strength is restored, and then come back to take revenge? With the idea in his mind for a lifetime, the homeless person immediately put it into action. Looking at Jack and the others rushing over, the homeless picked up an iron pipe by the way. He rushed over to a few people. Huge amounts of strength made the crackling sound of the iron pipes waving loudly. Except for Jack, the others were also frightened and did not dare to step forward. Seeing that some of the younger brothers dared not continue, Jack suddenly stopped. The homeless watched this scene with great satisfaction, and then rushed out quickly waving the iron pipe. "Get out of the way." Jack and the others immediately counseled and made way for the homeless. Seeing this scene, Norman panicked. If he escapes from the laboratory, the consequences will be disastrous. He is scaring you, don't let him escape. 35. One of Jack's younger brothers immediately couldn't stand Norman's constant giving of orders, and said loudly, "If you have the ability, go ahead. You said he didn't have the strength. He didn't have the strength." Norman's face flushed with anger in an instant, but he couldn't refute it. Because, as he said, whether he still has the strength to be a tramp, it's all guesswork. But one thing's for sure, once the bum gets out of the lab, things will get out of hand. Thinking of this, Norman couldn't take care of it anymore, and rushed over with an injection in his hand. He believed that as long as the potion in his hand was injected into the homeless body, the homeless person could be completely subdued. When the homeless man saw that only Norman rushed over, he immediately laughed. The iron pipe in his hand smashed down on Norman's head with all his strength. It's happened? By the time Norman found out that something was wrong, he was already unable to escape. If it is hit by this iron pipe, I am afraid that the head will directly turn into a rotten watermelon. The iron pipe was getting closer and closer to Norman's head, and the corner of the tramp's mouth twitched into a grin. Jack's expression also changed. Just at the critical moment, a figure rushed towards Norman. The iron pipe swept across the figure, and Norman avoided the fatal blow and looked at the man who knocked him down, Peter, 39. Norman did not expect that the last person to save him would be Peter. And at the moment Peter's brow corners also flowed red blood. Peter was just bruised and bleeding profusely. It can be seen how powerful the pipe just now is. Seeing that he couldn't get a hit, the homeless man didn't stop, and decisively threw away the iron pipe in his hand and ran out of the gate. Norman also knew that he could not keep him on his own. Seeing the homeless run away, Jack came over a few people, and helped the 2 people who fell to the ground meaningfully. Peter put a hand on his forehead to stop the bleeding. Dr. Norman, that was 9. In fact, from the size and strength of the homeless man, Peter has already analyzed what is going on. It's just that I still don't believe it, and I want to get a positive answer from Norman's mouth. Norman looked at Peter, who was injured, in order to save himself, and couldn't help but nodded in shame. He now regrets that he did not listen to Peter's words and conduct human trials with incomplete experimental data. Definitely, his more regret comes from the tramp escaping from Osborne Industries. Whether or not Norman will regret it is one thing if he hadn't escaped. With a gloomy face, Peter looked at Norman, and finally all the anger converged into a long sigh. Then what do we do now? Without waiting for Norman to speak, Jack on the side said first, whatever you do is up to you. We brothers are not worthy of you mad scientists going mad here. Then Jack stepped forward and patted Norman's chest. Although people escaped, my money should not escape. Norman also looked at Jack with a gloomy expression. Just as they were about to react to their just inaction, countless screams came from the Osborne Industry outside. Norman's face suddenly changed. It's been. Norman ignored Jack and Peter and ran out of the lab. Peter listened to the noise outside and ran out despite the pain on his forehead. Boss, what should we do now? A little brother came up and asked. Jack thought for a while, then said, let's go out and have a look too. Inside Osborne Industries, homeless rampage. Many people were screamed by this sudden big man, and the entire Osborne Industry was in chaos. The huge amounts of Osborne Industries made it impossible for him to tell the difference between east and west, not to mention finding the door to Osborne Industries. Say, how am I going to get out of this hell? The homeless man directly grabbed a researcher and asked aggressively. The researcher was immediately frightened, and he still remembered which way to go out. Can only point in one direction at will. The tramp threw the researcher at random and ran quickly in the direction he pointed. Over time, the drugs in his body were also broken down faster and faster. The running speed is also constantly getting faster. Soon he saw that the end of the road was not an exit, but a high wall. The homeless man narrowed his eyes and jumped to the half-height position of the wall after the run-up. Then, with another force, he jumped over the high wall directly. Completely disappeared from the Osborne Industries. Wait until Norman comes out and take a look, except for the cluttered Osborne Industries. The homeless man has long since disappeared. Norman could only slam the railing heavily, venting his anger. Peter at the moment also ran out of the lab, knowing that the subject had escaped from Osborne Industries. Dr. Norman, the side effects of strengthening reagents, is it a second personality or amplifying emotions? 99. Norman pondered for a moment. It's the second personality, and judging from his reaction, the second personality is better than the main character in all aspects, and the second personality has a very strong tendency to violence. That is to say, the second personality obtained after using the strengthening agent is dangerous. After Peter finished analyzing, Norman nodded. Then he's out of Osborne Industries now, and we have to call the police right away. Otherwise, what if he hurts innocent people? Saying that, Peter took out his mobile phone regardless of the pain in his head. Be prepared to call the police. Norman grabbed Peter's hand that was about to call. Peter, what do you want? Do you know what it means to me for the entire Osborne Industry if you call the police? Peter pushed away Norman's hand and scolded. I only know that if I don't call the police, countless people will be hurt in the future. A runaway strengthening person out there, you know what that means. Norman, who was reprimanded by Peter, was stunned for a moment, and allowed Peter to call the police. But Norman was not found by Peter's conscience, but found the remaining injection in his hand. I was planning to use it against the homeless just now, but now, hey, hello, I want to. Before Peter finished speaking, Norman, who was behind him, stabbed Peter's neck with a needle. Immediately, I felt dizzy, and all kinds of negative effects flooded my body. Peter turned his head back helplessly and looked at Norman in disbelief. Dr. Norman. The next moment, Norman took the phone from Peter's hand with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, the children at home make random calls. 99. Peter slumped to the ground weakly, and saw Norman squatting in front of him in his dim eyes. Peter, you can't blame me for this, you can blame yourself for not cooperating with my research. Until the end, everything in front of him was completely plunged into darkness. Behind him, Jack came out mockingly. He saved your life. You are so cruel. 35. Norman stood up and said to Jack behind him, he wants to destroy me too, I can only do it. You guys, take him back. Jack smiled. Norman, did you forget? I said just now that our cooperation is over. Finish. Norman looked at Jack and continued, you guys are the ones who are going crazy outside. You think he'd make some trouble out there? Can you get off the hook? Ruuman's words changed Jack's expression and stared at Norman. You've been plotting against us from the very beginning. No, if you listen to me at first and take your uniform off, nothing will happen. It's all yours now. Norman looked at Peter lying on the ground and said, now carry him in. 99. The rest of the Osborne Industries, I'll go and gag them. What we can do now is try to control the news as much as possible, until we get that test item back. You better not lie to me. 35. Definitely, we are still partners. Norman patted Jack on the shoulder and walked straight back to the laboratory. Jack looked at Norman's back and pouted softly. You too, bring him in 5. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. mothership. Nick Fury, who was standing on the podium, watched what appeared on the monitor in front of him. A big man escaped by jumping over the walls of Osborn Industries. Then he rushed into the alley and disappeared. Hill, this is their new Captain America plan. Nick Fury turned to Hill behind him. Hill flipped through the documents, then nodded. Yes, the cooperation between the military and Norman Osborn. But for now, the military has not offered any help. Just a promise to Norman Osborn that as long as the experiment is successful, they will announce a stable partnership with the military. 99. Nick Fury's expression moved. He thought he was black enough, Zhao, but he didn't expect that the people in the military were blacker than him. Obviously, it is a white wolf with empty gloves. If they succeed, they will make a lot of money. If their research fails, it has nothing to do with them. It's a really good calculus. This Norman also sacrificed himself for fame and wealth. These guys and Howard. There's always a gap. Nick Fury said so. Hill, who was not familiar with Howard, didn't say much, but asked, then this guy who escaped from Osborn Industries, are we going to keep an eye on him? No, there is no need to waste energy on this waste. 35. Besides, don't we have a friendly neighbor Spider-Man in our city? So, over there with Yvonne Vank and Justin Hammer. Don't worry about it, the two rubbish and the Ministry of Defense rubbish, Tony will take care of it. We'll do it when he can't solve it. I'm more concerned about that Hammer right now. Hill changed the scene. A strong man with blonde hair beat a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and then ran to the side of the Hammer. Good skill. Nick Fury praised. Although those are ordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury still knows their skills. This blonde man can defeat so many people before the Hammer, which is enough to prove his strength. Even Nick Fury believes that maybe he can lift a hammer as easily as a golden mech. But soon he was disappointed. Under the torrential rain, the blonde man could not shake the hammer even half a point with all his strength. Finally, the blonde man screamed in the sky, venting his endless dissatisfaction. Finally Phil Coulson appears in the frame and takes him away. On the first day of the new year, I wish everyone a happy new year. Now the update is unstable during the Chinese New Year. I can't wait any longer, and I will make up for what I owe. Happy New Year to all readers, all your wishes come true library. Chapter 103 The Terrorist Power of Transforming People. Recently, NASA will conduct a cosmic storm exploration experiment. Then we have Reed Richards, the chief scientist in charge of the mission, to give us a detailed introduction. Inside the TV, Reed was at the front. Behind him are 3 other partners who are about to explore the cosmic storm with him. Luo Feng watched the interview on the TV, and he was more concerned about the development on Reed's side than on Thor or Tony's side. After all, they also represent a big event on Earth. And it's no less dangerous than the future Thanos. While Luo Feng was watching, Gwen came back from outside swinging on the cobweb. As soon as he got to the balcony, Pikachu rushed over to greet Gwen. Gwen picked up Pikachu and walked towards Luo Feng, and said, Luo Feng, I've been thinking about something recently. Oh. Luo Feng looked away from the TV and looked at Gwen. What's the matter? You talk about it. Gwen looked preoccupied and sat next to Luo Feng. Dr. Connors injected the regeneration agent before, and he will become a lizard man. Do you think I will become a cobweb person in the future? And when I was bitten by a spider, I had a dream that I became a big spider. Obviously, Gwen, as a girl, couldn't accept such a terrifying change in his heart from the bottom of his heart. Luo Feng listened to Gwen's question, but couldn't answer Gwen for a while. Because as far as he knew, the Spider-Man was more like a peculiar genetic mutation after being bitten. Has all the abilities of spiders, but will not mutate into a Spider-Man. This is also the most perfect genetic variation that all genetic scholars have been pursuing. I don't think so. After all, since you acquired the spider ability, you haven't had any other problems, haven't you? 55. Gwen touched Pikachu and nodded, then asked, how did that hill mutate? Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. Pikachu was mutated, but it was just one reason Luo Feng casually talked about it at the time. Now that Gwen asked this question, Luo Feng definitely couldn't answer. Can only say casually, I don't know, my friend didn't tell me. Fortunately, Gwen did not continue to ask more, but played with Pikachu. Ziokayo, continue to stay at my house tonight. 707 Pika-chu. Pikachu shook his head solemnly. Gwen looked at Luo Feng with a look of help. Luo Feng translated, he said, he was bullied by your father last time. 35. Not this time. That would be a pity. Gwen smiled slyly, then continued, I'm going to buy snacks later. Buying a lot of new snacks, it seems I can only eat them alone. Suddenly, Pikachu became expectant. Pikachu. Pikachu. Gwen smiled. I know what he means. He told me to hurry up and buy it, right? Luo Feng nodded, yes. Ziokayo can't wait. 35. Gwen said happily, I finally understand what Xiaoqiu said. Pick up. Pikachu pushed Gwen with an impatient look on his face. Looking at the appearance of Pika, Luo Feng also laughed dumbly, co-authoring that he was raising a foodie Pokemon. Under Pikachu's urging, Gwen turned to look at Luo Feng and asked, Luo Feng, do you want to come with us? Luo Feng nodded, okay, I'll drive. Downstairs. When Luo Feng was driving to the supermarket to buy something, the Red Queen in the car made a noise. Master, Miss Gwen. There was a vicious robbery on Midtown Avenue in New York. A man with extremely strong physical fitness rushed into the bank to carry out indiscriminate harm. Robbery. Gwen's face changed, and he was about to get off the car and head to New York Avenue. Luo Feng took Gwen's hand. Take my car, it's faster. You put on the spider battlesuit first. Gwen nodded. Okay. Osborne Industries. Peter woke up slowly in a daze, and Jack's voice sounded beside him. Norman, your serum seems to be working. Well, I was in a coma for 2 or 3 hours, which is quite a long time. 35. Following the conversation between the two, Peter also completely woke up and looked at Norman and Jack in the laboratory. Dr. Norman, you. Peter was about to say something, but found that his body was in addition to his head. He was completely immobile elsewhere and was tied to a bed. You're awake, even though you're an idiot. But I have to compliment you on your courage in saving Norman. It's almost, the one who died is you. Jack walked to Peter's side and said yin and yang angrily. Peter glanced at Jack, directly ignoring Jack, and looking at Jack beside the experimental bench. Dr. Norman, it's too late for you to call the police now, before that transforming person makes trouble. 99. You should know how serious the consequences are once he goes crazy. 9. Norman turned his back to Peter, deaf to everything he said. Concentrate on what you are studying on the test bench. Telling Norman to ignore him, when Peter wanted to continue to persuade him, Jack on the side continued. You don't need to say that, because the murder was not too long ago. Robbed a bank. Peter's face changed instantly. How is it possible? Did his physical strength recover so quickly? You do not believe. Jack moved Peter's bed sideways as if he was watching the fun. Put Peter's face on the TV in the lab, and the TV screen lights up. The content inside is that the transformation man who escaped from the Osborne industry is robbing the bank. Not only that, but also by virtue of his strong physical fitness, he caused all kinds of damage in the bank. Among them, many innocent civilians or bank employees were injured. Peter frowned as he watched what was on the TV, and he knew that things were getting worse. Once the police or the public trace the origin of this modded person, they will eventually find the head of Osborne Industries. At that time, even if Norman died, he would not be able to keep his current position. Do you think he doesn't want to talk to you now? He doesn't have time to talk to you. He seems to be making a potion that can completely make the transformed person lose ability. 35. Hearing Jack say this, Peter turned his face to Norman immediately. Dr. Norman, I can help you. You should be clear, anti-genetic medicine, I have done it. Osborne, who was sitting in front of the experimental table, suddenly trembled and stood up and walked towards Peter. When Peter didn't react, Norman grabbed Peter's neckline. Are you serious? You really have a way. Norman, at the moment, had the high spirits that made Peter dizzy at first. Because even he didn't expect that not long after the tramp escaped from the Osborne industry, he completely regained his terrifying power. Then destroy all the way to the bank to carry out the robbery. Yes, Dr. Norman, but you have to let me out first. Lo. Norman gritted his teeth and pressed a button beside him. The steel bars that bound Peter in an instant were all undone. Peter got off the bed and glanced at Norman. He walked directly to the test bench. Dr. Norman, we have to speed up the progress. Now I need your help. If it was changed before, someone who treated Norman like this would probably be kicked out of the laboratory directly. But now Norman, with a complicated look on his face, finally walked to Peter's side as if he had made up his mind. Boss, can they really do it? Should we run away first? Jack's younger brother asked worriedly. It's all right, as soon as things get out of hand, we'll just leave. I'll take a little before I get enough. 35. The younger brothers behind him looked puzzled, while Jack looked at the other 2 tubes of blue medicine on the test bench. Midtown Avenue, New York. The door of a big bank. Led by George, a group of policemen put the bank around the water. Inside the bank, a homeless man who escaped from Osborne Industries carries a large bag. And there is naturally a whole bag of USD that was just grabbed. The homeless man looked at the large group of police officers outside, showing no panic at all. In his hand, he held a pistol, which he got from nowhere, on the head of a man in a suit. You said you were here to withdraw money. The homeless man asked. The man in the suit raised his hands, at the moment was shivering with fright, because just now he saw the horror of this man with his own eyes. With one hand, he smashed the bank counter directly into a deep hole. The security guard who called the police had his neck broken. I asked you something? Seeing that the man in the suit did not answer for a long time, the homeless man pulled the insurance. The man in the suit was so frightened that his feet trembled. Yes, I'm here to withdraw money. Oh, how much do you have in this bank? I have only 8 million USD. Seeing the man in the suit answering his own question so quickly, the tramp smiled. Yes, very honest. But what I hate most is rich people. With a gunshot, the man in the suit fell directly into a pool of blood. Others in the bank screamed when they saw this bloody scene. But the homeless man opened his arms at this time, as if enjoying himself. The gunshots also drew the attention of outside police. George frowned and pressed the radio in his ear. Sniper, what happened inside? The sniper's reply immediately came. Head, there was a citizen who was shot by him just now. 99. And he seems to be enjoying it. Hearing this, George's frown deepened. Judging from the situation at the scene, the robber inside was completely improvised murder. It was impossible to tell whether he was robbing or enjoying killing. Such people are the hardest to get. Can you snipe him? George asked. No, he is very smart, hiding in a blind spot. It is difficult to kill with one hit. If you can't kill with one hit. The sniper didn't finish his words, but George understood that such a vicious criminal. If you can't kill with one hit, it will stimulate his ferocity. Just when George was in a dilemma, there was another movement in the bank. The tramp seemed to be enjoying good music. After enjoying the scream, he threw away the pistol in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go first or the annoying Spider-Man is coming. The tramp gave a gentleman's farewell very politely and ran quickly outside. At the same time, he grabbed the body of the man in the suit. Hey, he ran out. But moving too fast, I couldn't snipe him. And he was holding a corpse in his hand. The moment George heard the sniper's report, he immediately ordered, everyone, aim at the door. Shoot people as soon as they come out. Clear? All the detectives answered in unison. At this moment, the glass door at the entrance of the bank made a loud noise, and instantly shattered into glass slags splashing everywhere. A black humanoid figure flew out. Shot? George gave an order, and all the guns were aimed at the figure, making countless gunshots. The other side, Luo Feng and Gwen, who had already driven to Zhongcheng Avenue, also heard bursts of gunshots. Luo Feng looked at Gwen and nodded. Gwen pushed open the car door directly, and the cobweb in his hand shot at the street lamp on the side. The car didn't need to stop, and Gwen flew out with the elasticity of the cobweb. Luo Feng still drove in the direction of the bank. Bank gate. A group of police detectives shot at the black figure that flew out. Suddenly, George's face turned sideways. All stop shooting? 35. That's not a prisoner, that's... Before George could finish speaking, another figure rushed out of the bank. Thank you, police detectives in New York. Thank you for the fireworks you put on to welcome me. Chapter 104, The Long Howl of the Golden Dragon. The homeless man rushed out of the bank extremely arrogantly, and the dark shadow that rushed out earlier was the body he threw out. After attracting police firepower with the help of the dead body, he escaped by himself. It can be seen how high his criminal IQ is, the second personality derived from the transformation of the strengthening agent. At the moment the homeless rushed out, and it was too late for most of the detectives to turn their guns. Some have just emptied their magazines. The bullets of the few remaining people were deftly dodged by him. George looked at the homeless man rushing out and pulled out the shotgun behind him. Swiped towards him. Seeing such a scope-killing weapon, the vagabond's complexion also changed. The speed increased again. Dodging in several police workshops, the shotgun left one bullet hole after another in front of the car. But there is no way to meet the homeless. Shit. The bullets of the shotgun hit very quickly. George scolded lowly, when he was about to change the gun and continue. The alarmed voice of his subordinates came, "Head, be careful." I saw that the tramp did not know when, and had already moved to a place very close to George. A hand grabbed towards George's neck. George was not the only one who could hear the sniper's report just now. Everyone knows that just now this person broke the neck of a security guard in the bank. If George is caught too, the consequences could be disastrous. This police detective, you almost hurt me, so I have to give you the highest etiquette. Looking at the homeless man who was getting closer, George's face also became ugly. Just as the hand was about to grab George's neck, George's body seemed to be dragged by something, and flew directly towards the back. Spider-Man? It's Spider-Man? It was immediately discovered that Spider-Man was swinging from the other direction, and George was naturally dragged by Spider-Man using cobweb. Hey, Chief George. You were in danger just now, and I saved you again. Gwen, who caught George, did not forget to tease his old father. George's old face flushed and he could only cough twice. Thanks, Spider-Man. Gwen under the mask had never heard such a sincere thank you from George. Instant joy. You're welcome, as your polite thank you. I'll help you catch the big man. When the homeless man saw Spider-Man coming, his face changed. As for the strength of himself and Spider-Man, the tramp doesn't know how big the gap is, and he even thinks that he is stronger than Spider-Man. But this personality is very cautious, not 100% sure. He doesn't want to confront Spider-Man head-on. Spider-Man, do you like saving people? Then I'll let you save enough. Hearing the tramp say this, Gwen frowned instantly. Everyone, get out of the way. 35. Stay away. But how fast they dodge, how could a homeless catch them fast? In no time, 3 or 4 detectives were thrown out by him. That kind of shock, if Gwen didn't care and let them hit the ground. Must die? Gwen could only keep shooting the cobweb, taking them one by one. But it also gives the homeless more time to escape. Goodbye, Lady Spider, we'll continue playing the pickup game next time we get a chance. 35. Don't run. Gwen had no time to chase the tramp, and could only watch him run in the other direction. The Red Queen, can you trace him to where he is running? Definitely yes, as long as he passes by the surveillance camera, he can't run away. In Gwen's field of vision, a small projection window immediately appeared, and it was the homeless man captured by the surveillance camera. Run quickly in one direction. But the next moment, Gwen's face instantly turned ugly. Queen Red, please remind Luo Feng. It's dangerous to leave there. Understood. 39. In the surveillance, Gwen saw Luo Feng's car, facing the direction the homeless escaped. Gwen took the last detective who was thrown out, and without a word, swung quickly in Luo Feng's direction. At the same time, I kept praying in my heart that Luo Feng would never have an accident. There must be no accident? Master, the criminal is moving fast in your direction, and Miss Gwen is chasing him from behind. Luo Feng, who was driving with Pikachu, listened to Queen Hong's report, with a strange expression on his face. Why did you come to me? 0. Ask for flowers. It's okay, he can't hurt me. Luo Feng touched Pikachu's head on the co-pilot. Pikachu? Pikachu asked suspiciously. Luo Feng shook his head. I can deal with him without you, it's still early. If you take action, it will be more troublesome. Pick up. Pikachu became a little disappointed. Haha, I will give you a chance in the future, don't worry. At this moment, on the other side of the road, a figure quickly ran towards Luo Feng. And he also noticed Luo Feng's luxury car. God, good luck. Just get the money and you'll give me a car. You really love your people. 0. The tramp could not help but praise God. What he didn't know was that what he encountered should actually be the devil Satan. After a while, the homeless man came to the front of Luo Feng's car. Looking at Luo Feng in the car, he said softly, Boy, please get out of the car, God gave me your car. After speaking, he raised his hand and was ready to smash Luo Feng's car. Like he said, he hates rich people. Just when the punch was about to fall, the homeless only felt that the surrounding environment suddenly turned dark. What kind of cars are there, what roads are there, and what high-rise buildings are there? The whole world is nothing but darkness. Here, where? The second personality of the tramp, for the first time since birth, understands what fear is. This sudden darkness made him feel an emotion he had never experienced before. The tramp put down the hand that was about to be smashed, and slowly backed away. After taking a few steps back, he saw that there seemed to be 2 golden lights blooming in the darkness ahead. It looks like 2 eyes. 2 golden lights instantly illuminated the entire darkness. And what appeared in front of the homeless man was a ferocious golden dragon head. What is this? Suddenly, the dragon's mouth slowly opened. The sound of a dragon roaring through the sky and the earth completely defeated the last line of psychological defense of the homeless individual. Chapter 105. Something happened? No, don't eat me. Under the impact of Luo Feng's mind, the vagrant's strong second personality is as fragile as a piece of paper. The resistance ability was lost almost instantly. Gwen tried his best to swing Cobweb over, praying all the time that nothing happened. Especially when he saw the homeless man parked in front of Luo Feng's car, Gwen's heart even came to his throat. But the next moment, she saw the homeless man just stopped in front of Luo Feng's car for a while. It started to step back step by step, as if seeing something extremely terrifying. How is this going? Gwen couldn't understand why he had just faced so many police detectives who were aggressive and arrogant. At the moment is like the mouse meets the cat. Soon, Gwen landed on Luo Feng's hood. There was also a muffled sound. At the same time, he turned to look at Luo Feng and Pikachu in the co-pilot. Are you alright? Luo Feng 707 nodded, indicating that he was fine. Pikachu saw Gwen dancing in the car too. Seeing that they were alright, Gwen turned to look at the tramp. But the homeless man at the moment was not arrogant at the beginning, but looked around in horror, like a frightened child. After looking around, he saw the Spider-Man on the hood, as if seeing a shooting star. Spider-Man, you are Spider-Man. Looking at the homeless man's strange reaction, Gwen said, definitely, we just played against each other. 35. But the tramp didn't seem to hear what Gwen was saying. With a look of panic, he said, Spider-Man, you want to save me, they want to kill me. They tied me up and injected me with drugs. You must help me. 35. In this scene, not only Gwen, but even Luo Feng in the car frowned. Logically speaking, the mental shock that he had just had was just to scare him. But it doesn't scare him like this, does it? Looking at the abnormal reaction of the homeless man, Luo Feng said, Queen Red, what's the matter with him? 35. It is no exaggeration to say that the Red Queen's current knowledge reserve is a super doctor who is proficient in all aspects. If you encounter something you don't understand, just ask the Red first. Master, he seems to be a dual personality. The character who attempted to attack the Master just now seems to be stronger, and this one is relatively weak. Judging from his reaction, he doesn't seem to know that he has a second personality. Split personality. Luo Feng understood at once, the shock of his own mind just now scared his other personality back. Now comes another personality. It's just that who is the main character of the two, the Red Queen can't tell the difference. Gwen also heard Red Queen's analysis. While thinking about what to do, Luo Feng said first, Gwen, use Cobweb to subdue him first, and then let the police come and take him away. Gwen nodded, got it? The cobweb shot out of his hand and turned into a huge cobweb in midair to cover the homeless person. Spider-Man, why are you arresting me? They want to kill me, save me. Save me, Spider-Man. Them? Gwen glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng thought for a while and nodded to Gwen. Don't be afraid, I'm just protecting me. Tell me first, who are you talking about? Gwen moved slowly, trying to appease the homeless man, but it didn't seem to have much effect. The tramp still turned to Gwen for help with a terrified look on his face, while constantly looking around. The streets that were obviously sparsely populated seemed like a terrifying hell to him. At this moment, several police cars stopped around with their bells ringing. Hearing the alarm bell rang, the homeless body curled up in the cobweb in an instant, no longer making any sound. But the trembling body is still telling his fear. All the detectives got out of the car and pointed their guns at the homeless in the spider web. George also walked up to Gwen. Thank you, Spider-Man. You helped us catch another criminal. Gwen did explain, it wasn't me who caught him. George looked suspiciously at the spider web on the homeless man. Isn't that what you did? Seeing that George still had some misunderstandings, Gwen continued to explain, strictly speaking, he was in such a state when I came from the red. From my analysis, he should have a dual personality. Just now when he was about to attack the gentleman behind me, another personality wakes up and stops the atrocity. Gwen pointed to Luo Feng behind him. George looked over curiously, and his face suddenly became interesting. Ms. Spider-Man, wait a minute. George walked to Luo Feng's car, and the Pikachu in the car immediately turned into a rag doll. Luo Feng rolled down the car window. Uncle George, what a coincidence. George also smiled and asked politely, Luo Feng, what happened just now? Luo Feng immediately said, the dashcam has already recorded what happened just now. I'll send it to you later. After chatting a few more times, George glanced at the Pikachu sitting in the co-pilot. When Pikachu felt George's gaze, he immediately became nervous. Are you going to pinch me again? George smiled and said, Gwen has an equally good-looking one. And Gwen, in order not to make George suspect too much, has already left Cobweb early. You go back first, we will investigate the nearby surveillance, and if it is almost you can send me the images from the driving recorder. After saying goodbye to George, Luo Feng drove away. In the car, Luo Feng remembered the them that the homeless kept referring to. Luo Feng said lightly, after the red, investigate where this person first appeared 5. And where it came from before it became misbehaving. Understood, Master. 5. Luo Feng glanced at Pikachu, let's go buy food and wait for Gwen at the entrance of the supermarket. 95. Gwen should be here soon. Hearing that he was going to buy food, Pikachu instantly jumped up with roar, Pika-Chu. Osborn Industries. After the efforts of Peter and Norman, the new anti-gene reagent was finally successfully researched. Lying in front of them was the former experimental monkey. The monkey lying on the hospital bed has bulging muscles, and the almost perfect muscle lines make it hard to believe that this is a monkey. Some people believe it is a gorilla. Peter and Norman looked at each other. The turquoise potion in his hand was injected into the modified monkey. As the medicine was injected, a white steam emanated from the crevices of the monkey's muscles. As the steam dissipated, the monkey's body began to gradually shrink. 4.6 until about 10 minutes later, the monkey returned to the normal file size. There is no abnormality in the data detected by the instrument. Success, now we just need to find the reformer. Peter said excitedly. Seeing the results of the experiment, Norman also nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The big stone in my heart has been put down halfway. Now I just hope that I can get rid of the reformed people before the police. This will minimize losses. I've asked Jack to send my little brother out to look for it, and I'll let us know as soon as there is news. While Norman was speaking, a rapid sound of footsteps came from outside the laboratory. Hearing this voice, Peter and Norman frowned at the same time. Immediately after the laboratory door was pushed open, Jack looked at the two of them anxiously and said only 3 words. Problem occurs. Hearing this, Peter and Norman simultaneously guessed what Jack wanted to say. Chapter 106. Does Spider-Man know Luo Feng? Inside the laboratory, Jack said slowly, with the help of Spider-Man, the homeless man has been arrested by the police. Hearing this news, Peter finally took a long roar sigh. At least before the transformed person made a bigger noise, he was completely subdued. And Norman sat down with a dead face. He was very clear in his heart what it meant to be arrested. Once the interrogation revealed that this matter had something to do with him, he would be completely finished. Dr. Norman. When Peter was about to open his mouth to comfort him, Norman suddenly shouted, "Get out of here, all of you." Both Peter and Jack watched Norman's attitude change at the moment. All frowned. But their minds are different. After frowning, Peter sighed and walked out of the laboratory slowly. And Jack was roared like this by Norman, and his heart was naturally very unhappy. But thinking about the current situation, if Norman had an accident, he might not be able to escape. So I had to endure it and walked out with Peter. He also took the door to the laboratory by the way. At the moment, just outside the door, Jack and Peter were left. Jack looked at Peter with interest. He treats you like that, you still want to help him. You know what? He even wanted to experiment with potions on you when you were in a coma. Jack told what happened when Peter was in a coma. When Peter heard these words, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Then he said lightly, "Anyway, he is also the father of my good friend. I can't watch him make mistakes over and over again." Jack lit a cigarette, listened to Peter's answer and said, "Brain." Inside the laboratory, Norman looked at the monkey in the experiment. All signs of life were very stable. The body also returned to normal file size. Anti-gene potion is successful. If it is matched with strengthening potion, maybe it can be. 5. Norman's eyes lit up. There might be a way to suppress this. Norman quickly took out a cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number skillfully. After a while, the number was connected. The general's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Norman, what are you looking for? Or has your experiment been successful?" Norman's expression changed, but now that he wanted to ask him, he could only laugh with him. "General, the research on the perfect version has not been completed, but we have developed a new version." Hearing Norman say this, the general on the other end of the phone immediately became interested. "Tell me about it." "Our newly developed drug may bring comprehensive development to users. But the side effect is that there will be a cranky second personality. But we have developed an anti-gene agent that can return to normal as long as it is injected again. After listening to Norman's explanation, the general immediately said angrily, "Then what does this have to do with the new Captain America I want?" Norman's expression changed, and he continued, "General, I know this is far from the effect you want. But I think there is also." Before Norman could finish speaking, the general immediately interrupted, "Okay, Norman. According to my understanding of you, you won't take out this kind of semi-finished product. If I'm not mistaken, there should be something wrong on your side and you want me to help." 5. Norman, who was seen through his mind, did not hide it, and gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, General." The general on the other end of the phone said, "Your research is a small achievement. Let's just say, as long as it's not too difficult, I'll try to help if it doesn't involve the military." 35. Norman understood that the other party was trying his best not to have too much relationship with him. When this happens, you can throw the pot at the fastest speed. This also changed Norman's face. The other party's attitude made him ask for help. Does it really work? But for the sake of his own future, Norman could only bite the bullet and say, "General." Norman told the general directly what had happened. Because of his help, many things can't be hidden. Norman thought that even if the other party did not help, it would not be too much. But the fact is that Norman thought the other side too simplistic after all. The general's first reaction after hearing Norman's words was to curse. "Norman, are you crazy?" 39. You actually kidnapped a person for human experimentation without authorization, and you let him run away. Do you know how terrifying this kind of thing is once it ferments? They know too well that in this beautiful country of free speech, social reels can really kill a man. For example, the recent Jinbing is still vivid in my mind. What else did Norman want to explain? But the last sentence of the general on the other side of the phone made Norman's heart fall directly to the bottom. "Well, from now on, the military has nothing to do with you, and we don't have to contact you anymore." Norman hurriedly said, "General, you must know that now only I can develop the perfect strengthening potion. If you have to believe me, you will help you this time, just this time?" Who knew that the general on the other end of the phone sneered, "You. Do you know Hammer Industries?" Norman was stunned, not understanding what the general's unreasonable question meant. But he still replied, "Yes, the founder of that underground black arms dealer is Justin Hammer. They've worked out the Iron Legion, and there's going to be an exhibition soon. Once the exhibition is successful, the military and the Department of Defense will cooperate indefinitely with Hammer Industries." The general laughed and continued, "In comparison, your strengthening potion is pitifully slow. I didn't call to urge you during this time, not because I was considerate of you, but for me. With you and without you, there is no difference." Then, on the other end of the phone came the beeping sound of hanging up. Norman didn't believe it, and the call continued. But it's completely broken. He understands that from this moment on, he has been completely abandoned by the beautiful country's military. Without the support of the beautiful country's military, this matter could not be suppressed by him at all. Norman was completely powerless and completely paralyzed in front of the experimental monkey. 707 remembered the past, and finally turned into a self-deprecating wry smile on the corner of his mouth. At the moment he realized how naive he was before. How dare you cooperate with the beautiful country's military? It was only now that he understood the gap between himself and Howard Stark. And the gap with Tony Stark. Ha ha ha. Inside the laboratory, Norman burst out laughing. Inside SHIELD. Nick Fury's brows were pressed together tightly, the picture in front of him. It was the scene of the homeless man retreating in fear in front of Luo Feng's car. Too many people have seen this scene, and if the Red Queen still starts to ban it. That is, there is no silver 300 tails here. This Luo Feng is really not easy. 99. Hill, head, what else is there to order? Nick Fury said, "Send someone out of the NYPD to see what the hell is going on with this mod. I have to know every detail of what happened." 35. Understood, head. After answering, Hill turned to leave. Then Nick Fury saw Spider-Man appear. After seeing Spider-Man's series of actions, he wondered to himself, does it mean that Spider-Man and Luo Feng know each other? Chapter 107 Angry George. Tony's house. Rhoda and Ethan sat in front of Tony, and the three fell silent together. "Tony, the biggest problem right now is, the Department of Defense is going to throw dirty water on you. If I hadn't pressed down with all my strength, there'd be a bunch of tanks on your side right now." 35. Tony shrugged helplessly, then said, "Strictly speaking, this matter has nothing to do with me. If I have to say it, it should be my father's pot." Rhodes was stunned. "Tony, your dad has been dead for 20 years. I don't think if I say this reason, the people above will believe me." 95. Tony curled his lips, and didn't plan to say anything about Anton Vank. Those people in the Ministry of Defense will not care too much about this kind of adulthood. To put it bluntly, they just want to prostitute the technology of steel armor, so as to achieve a certain purpose. "Rod, do you like Mark Mecha?" Tony's unreasonable words made Rhodes stunned, looking at Tony and then at Ethan beside him. Then he stammered nervously and said, Yeah, I admit, I love that thing so much. To be honest, I wanted to take him, but I'm not one of those in the Department of Defense, you should understand." 55. Tony and Ethan looked at Rhodes' nervous look and smiled at each other. In the end, they just want to mark the armor. As long as they give you a pair, they only recognize your biological function. In this way, the mark armor will not be abused, and at the same time, it can also dispel the military's concerns. After Ethan finished his analysis, he continued, so you only need to pick one pair, and all the problems will be solved. Tony nodded too. Before Rhodes could react, Tony stood up, okay, let's go down and pick. Rhodes stood up immediately and said, no need to pick. Tony and Ethan glanced at Rhodes at the same time, not understanding what he meant by not picking. Rhodes went on to explain, I saw it before. I'll just wear it and walk away. 10 minutes later, a silver Mark II shot up from Tony's house. And the wearer is naturally Rhodes. I thought he would want the ones I painted. What does he mean? Doubt my aesthetics? 33. Tony complained to Ethan, who was on the side. And Ethan smiled. Then which one did you intend to give him? Asked by Ethan, Tony immediately turned his attention and said, why did I send him? I just don't want the above group of people to continue to trouble me. You know I'm afraid of trouble. Ethan just stared at Tony's tough mouth quietly and didn't speak. Because Ethan knew not long ago that Tony had already figured out all the options for his own death. One of them is to find an heir for Mark's armor. He chose Rhodes, and he also entered Rhodes' biological information in the J.A.R.V.I.S system in advance. Otherwise, Rhodes would be able to fly away as soon as he entered Mark II. Tony, seen through by Ethan, quickly said, Ethan, you said that I will be called Iron Man in the future. What is Rhodes going to be called? Ethan thought for a while, and the two walked out of the studio together. I think it should be called Cyborg, or Iron Man. It sounds like my title has been split. Not long after the two walked out of the studio and came to the first floor, the Little Pepper came in a hurry from outside, and Happy and Black Widow followed behind the Little Pepper, like two bodyguards. Happy was naturally Tony's arrangement, and Black Widow was sent by Nick Fury to approach Tony. Seeing Pepper's hurried look, Tony joked, hey, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen at the company? Since synthesizing new elements, Tony feels a lot easier. In the face of Xiao Chili, there is no previous burden in my heart. I was always afraid that I would die suddenly, so I have been making compensation for Xiao Chili. And now, he wants to be with Little Pepper more. Seeing Tony's relaxed expression, Little Pepper shook his head helplessly. Do you often fail to get in on your phone? 5. Definitely not. You will definitely get in if you call me. With that said, Tony turned his head. J.A.R.V.I.S. Did Potts call me today? 35. No, sir. Look, you didn't even call me. Tony smiled and looked at Pepper, who said, I'm talking about the chief of the New York Police Department. Tony frowned, thinking of George, whom he had a relationship with. What is he doing with me? Pepper continued, he couldn't find you, so he found me. I just happened to be passing this way, and I'll come to you right away. 35. Tony, Yvonne Vank has escaped from prison. Hearing this news, Tony's brows also frowned. How could this be? Pepper also shook his head, but Black Widow behind him knew what happened. Definitely, if Tony wants to check, he can check it. Looking at the anxious Little Pepper, Tony comforted, don't worry, I will solve this matter. Believe me? Pepper thought of the destructive power that Yvonne Vank showed when he attacked Stark Industries that day. I couldn't help but feel worried for Tony. He found that since Tony put on the Mark armor, there was no time when it wasn't dangerous. Looking at Tony's appearance, Pepper wanted to persuade Tony not to continue to be Iron Man. But she knew Tony's temper wouldn't take her advice. In the end, all the worries came together in one sentence, you must be fine. 39. The two embraced under the gaze of the crowd. Black Widow, who was behind Pepper, glanced at Tony's neck intentionally or unintentionally. It was found that Tony's symptoms of poisoning seemed to have eased somewhat. Could it be that what Howard left behind can really become a new energy source for Tony's life? Black Widow thought to himself. At this moment, Happy next to Black Widow came up. Don't look at it, Tony doesn't care so much now. Actually, I'm pretty good too. Black Widow glanced at Happy. What was in this guy's mind? Happy, send Potts back first. Tony and Pepper hugged, and ordered to Happy. He also knew that Yvonne Vank's target was him, and now Little Pepper is a little dangerous around him. Happy to serve. When Little Pepper and others left, Tony looked at Ethan. What do you think about Yvonne Vank's escape from prison? 99. Ethan thought for a while and said, Director George's ability is beyond doubt, he can escape from his prison. I think there should be an inner ghost, and it should be difficult to find clues to escape from the police station. Tony nodded, I think so too, trying to escape a prisoner from prison. It must have cost a lot of money. J.A.R.V.I.S. I'm here, sir. Tony sat back on the sofa and continued, look at the police station recently, whose account has a large amount of assets. Got it, sir. 99. Tony picked up the leaf green juice on the table and drank it, half-jokingly saying, I think Chief George should be furious right now. Ethan smiled, I think so too. Inside the New York Police Department. A loud bang. George angrily punched his desk and looked at the subordinates in front of him. Both eyes burst into flames. A prisoner escaped from prison, you didn't even notice it, and now even the surveillance is broken? Tell me why it was broken for a few minutes? 35. George pulled the deputy director's collar and cursed directly. The water on the deputy director's face, he didn't know whether it was sweat from being scared or the saliva spurting out of George's mouth. A few low-level subordinates behind him did not dare to step forward. Looking at the several subordinates in the room, Zhao, who were scolded by themselves and couldn't lift their heads. The more George thought about it, the more angry he was, and he wanted to destroy them all. This is the first time this has happened since he took office. Doesn't that tarnish his career? Among them, the deputy director kept his head down, not to speak, even to raise his head, for fear that George would see something in his expression. At this time, a doctor knocked gently on the door of George's office. When the angry George was about to scold, he turned his head and saw that it was the doctor he had invited, and immediately suppressed his temper. Dr. Anna. How is that man? The female doctor known as Anna, even wearing a loose white coat, still can't hide her hot body. Uncle George, it's too vulgar to call me that, just call me Anna. 35. Anna smiled sweetly. George glanced at his subordinates, and then at Anna. How is it? His condition? Anna frowned. The situation doesn't seem to be very good. I suggest you come down and have a look. Oh. Library. Chapter 108, The Frightened Gwen. Inside the underground prison. George frowned, looking at the homeless man who had just been arrested. Not long after I finished my question, he fell into this self-questioning state. What is certain is that he does have multiple personality disorder. B. George looked at Anna and asked, but what? Anna went on to explain, it involves expertise. I'll keep it simple for you. 35. Generally speaking, multiple personalities require the interaction of the environment and various specific factors to produce multiple personalities. The derived second personality is more of a protective role for the main personality. But Anna looked at the homeless man in the cage. At the moment, the homeless man was terrified, clutching his hair tightly. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, no, you can't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The next moment, the homeless man's eyes were bloodshot, and his face instantly turned hideous. No, you're so useless. If it weren't for that horrible thing, you'd already be dead. This powerful body would be mine. You must die. The self-questioning and self-answering of the two personalities immediately made George understand what was going on. According to Anna, the strong personality is more protective to the weak personality. But the strong personality in front of him really wanted to kill the weak personality. Is this situation special? George looked at Anna and asked. Anna nodded and continued. 707. Yes, at least it is extremely rare in multiple personality disorder. 5. Academia has also come up with a possibility. What possibility? In general, the only possibility for this to happen is that his second personality was forcibly created. 35. George was taken aback. This can also give birth? 35. Anna glanced at George lightly, and said with a bit of contempt, I just want to let you understand, in a more popular way. 5. George nodded awkwardly. You mean, this is artificial? Well, this possibility cannot be ruled out. George suddenly thought, could it be the they he often heard when he was arrested? 35. I also heard him mention them when I talked to him. According to the clues he provided, it is not clear who the other party is. 35. I only knew that I was kidnapped, and when I woke up again, I was tied to the bed. 5. When I wanted to continue asking, another of his personalities woke up and competed with him for his body. I'll ask again when his condition stabilizes. George shook his head helplessly, and it was obvious that the clue was broken after arriving here. Thank you for your hard work, Anna. It's all right, Uncle George. I just came back from abroad, and I'm done with my work. I was going to visit Gwen these 2 days. Is she at home? When Gwen was not at home, George's face went black when he asked. In my impression, since Luo Feng appeared, Gwen seldom ran home. But when someone asked, George was too embarrassed to say, that girl, she has been running to other people's houses every day recently. 35. Hearing this, Anna covered her mouth and smiled. Have you gotten a boyfriend when you grow up? George's face darkened instantly. Anna also knew that George was a standard girl-loving demon. Judging from his performance, Anna was more certain of her guess. Don't be afraid, Uncle George. I'll go see the man for you. With my ability, I can tell you a good man or a bad man at once. Hearing this, George's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. At this time, he looked at the homeless man again. Speaking of which, this case has something to do with him today. Anna was taken aback. Gwen's boyfriend. George nodded. Well, I'm not sure. Let's take a look at the video. Evidence room. Anna's eyes narrowed after watching the video. That's what happened. The originally strong homeless man suddenly changed his personality in front of Luo Feng's car. Luo Feng only escaped the catastrophe. Listening to George's explanation, Anna nodded. Others can't see the clues, but Anna, as an expert in this area, understands. How could such a strong personality be suddenly replaced by another personality? Because of this, Anna became more curious about Luo Feng. From her point of view, it was more like what Luo Feng in the car had done, allowing the will of another personality to suddenly gain the upper hand. This gave him a chance to come out. Looking at Anna's expression, George asked, What's the matter? Is there any problem? 99. Anna shook her head without leaving any trace. No, I just sighed that Gwen's little boyfriend was lucky. 5. For her doubts, Anna chose not to talk to George first. She knew George's character too well. If she had any doubts about Luo Feng, she would immediately go to the police station for questioning. If it was someone else, Anna naturally didn't care. But, Ajag, this is Gwen's boyfriend, and it would be bad if they accidentally caused a estrangement between their father and daughter. So she decided to go see it for herself. Uncle George, then I'll go to Gwen first, and when the situation here stabilizes, you can call me again. George didn't notice Anna's little abacus and simply thought she wanted to play with Gwen. So he nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. Anna smiled, turned to leave, and George spoke again behind him. Remember, help me see how Luo Feng is. 35. As Anna walked, she made an okay gesture behind her. With Anna's assurance, George smiled with satisfaction. Finally arrived at home. In Luo Feng's house, Gwen slumped on the sofa with 2 bags of snacks. Although these things were not heavy to her at all, she just wanted to complain. Pikachu. Pikachu also collapsed on the sofa as soon as he got home, looking exhausted. But his tiredness is not from shopping, but from pretending to be a doll. Luo Feng, who entered the door, looked at the 2 little guys lying on the sofa lazy. He couldn't help but smiled. Okay, then you will rest for a while. I'm going to cook for you. With Luo Feng's words, the 2 guys were instantly full of blood. I love you the most, Luo Feng. Pikachu. Luo Feng smiled, picked up the ingredients for tonight and walked towards the kitchen. Not long after Luo Feng entered the kitchen, Gwen, who was playing with Pikachu on the sofa, heard Queen Red's voice. Miss Gwen, note that Anna is calling. Hearing Anna's name, Gwen instantly became excited. Cousin Anna? Come in quickly. The voice fell, and the Red Queen answered Anna's phone. Gwen, long time no see. Gwen didn't understand the meaning of Anna's words at all, but said excitedly, Cousin Anna, why are you free to call me? Yeah, I just finished helping Uncle George. I'll call you when I miss you. 99. Well, help my dad. Gwen's face changed, and he immediately reacted. You just said to help my dad? Well, just help him interrogate the criminal with split personality. 99. I want to come and play with you when I'm done. 99. Gwen suddenly felt a little bad, and said in a weird tone, that. Cousin Gwen, I'm not at home now, why don't you wait for me 5? Anna on the other end of the phone smiled. No, I'm downstairs from Luo Feng's house now. What? Gwen jumped from the sofa to the balcony in an instant, shaking Pikachu on one side with a confused look on his face. Pick up. Gwen came to the balcony and looked down. I saw a beautiful figure in red, waving in her direction. Gwen blushed suddenly and hid under the balcony. Luo Feng also heard Gwen's scream, and came out curiously, and saw Gwen hiding on the balcony. Curiously asked, What's wrong, Gwen? Gwen made a booing gesture and said in a low voice, Cousin Anna is here. Cousin Anna? Luo Feng, like Pikachu, looked puzzled. Just then, the doorbell rang. Gwen, like a frightened rabbit, ran in front of Luo Feng. I'll open the door. 35. Chapter 109. What is your relationship? Gwen stood at the door, suddenly thought of something, and looked at Pikachu on the sofa. Zyokaiu, put on a rag doll. Pick up? 35. Pikachu jumped up and leaned on the sofa without moving, pretending to be a rag doll. Then Gwen looked at Luo Feng and made a silent gesture towards Luo Feng. Cousin Anna is very dangerous, wait for me to speak. Looking at the nervous Gwen, Luo Feng shrugged and said, Then I'll go back to the kitchen first. Gwen nodded approvingly. Watching Luo Feng walk back to the kitchen, Gwen opened the door. At the door, Anna in red saw Gwen come to open the door. Hi, Gwen. Long time no see. When Gwen saw Anna, the whole person became a little uncomfortable. Cousin Anna, how did you find this place? Gwen's small expressions were all seen by Anna. Anna smiled, just in time to help Uncle George solve a case. Uncle George told me you were here. 99. So I drove over to find you. Then, Anna took another look at the room. Why, don't you invite me in? 35. Cousin Anna, come in and sit inside. 35. Inside the kitchen, Luo Feng put on his earphones and said softly, Queen Red, can you find out who this Anna is? Wait a minute, Master. After a while, the Red Queen said, Anna Granger, an outstanding graduate of the Department of Psychology at State University. Going to a foreign country to study psychology with excellent grades, he is now known as the youngest psychology expert in the world. At a young age, he has already sabotaged many major cases for Interpol. After listening to Queen Hong's introduction, Luo Feng probably understood why Gwen was so nervous. Such a strong cousin suddenly appeared in front of him. Anyone else is nervous. Luo Feng washed a plate of fruit and walked out of the kitchen slowly. In the hall, Gwen and Anna chatted without a word. Seeing Luo Feng coming out, Gwen suddenly became nervous. She knew Anna's ability too well, for fear that Anna would discover something. Luo Feng cast a reassuring look at Gwen, then placed a plate of freshly washed fruit in front of the two of them. Hello, Cousin Anna. My name is Luo Feng. Anna glanced at Luo Feng, smiled and said, Uncle George told me about you. One of the reasons I came to you is to see Gwen. 99. And also, what did you do in the car today? Anna looked at Luo Feng with great interest, and Gwen on the side suddenly couldn't understand what Anna was saying. Cousin Anna, what did you do in the car? Anna smiled. Today, Mr. Luo Feng's car was stopped by a criminal. The criminal has multiple schizophrenia. 35. As a result, when he was in front of Mr. Luo Feng's car, the most powerful personality was directly scared back. After speaking, Anna did not forget to take a look at Gwen's expression. However, he found that Gwen was very calm, as if he already knew about it. But according to the information I got from George, Gwen was not by Luo Feng's side at that time. Luo Feng couldn't help but look up at this psychologist for a moment. With the help of a surveillance video, so much information was analyzed. However, Luo Feng smiled faintly and said, it was quite dangerous at the time. But all of a sudden he's weird and I don't understand. 35. It's probably my luck, and then Spider-Man comes, or I'm afraid I'll lose a car. 5. Anna listened to Luo Feng's description and carefully watched every movement on Luo Feng's body. The last thing to tell is that Luo Feng didn't lie. Gwen, who was on the side, was afraid that Anna would try Luo Feng as a prisoner, so he quickly said, yes, finally, fortunately, Spider-Man came, and finally my father came too. Anna nodded. Mr. Luo Feng, I'm sorry. I have an occupational disease. It doesn't matter. What did you find out from that prisoner? Anna shook her head and said, no, but I think it should be soon. That person's symptoms were rare, and now two personalities are fighting for control of the body. 99. Only when they are quiet can I continue the trial. Luo Feng nodded non-committally, and he also asked Queen Hong to investigate this matter together. I believe that results will be reported to him soon. Cousin Anna, when did you come back? Why did you solve the case for my father? 35. Gwen asked curiously. Anna replied, it's been a while since I came back and attended psychology lectures in several places. Uncle George was also present at a New York City psychology crime lecture 2 days ago. Today he called and told me there was a strange criminal. I suddenly became interested. I pushed aside other things and came here directly. Gwen nodded, which was indeed in line with her cousin's character. I have been interested in these difficult cases since I was a child. When she was a child, Anna often pestered George to talk about various cases. When he grew up, he studied criminal psychology directly. It is said that no prisoner can hide any secrets from Anna. That's why Gwen was so nervous when she found out that Anna was here. Suddenly, Anna's words changed. Gwen, what is your relationship with Luo Feng now? Hearing Anna's question, Gwen blushed instantly and looked at Luo Feng. What is the relationship between the two of them now? She wanted to say boyfriend and girlfriend, but it seems that up to now, Luo Feng has not established a relationship with her. Luo Feng looked at Gwen's cute reaction and was about to speak. Anna's cell phone rang. Anna picks up the phone. Hello, Uncle George. Listening to the words opposite, Anna frowned. Okay, I'll come right now. 35. Anna hangs up the phone. Naughty stuck out his tongue. That prisoner has a personality that has taken control of his body. I'm going back to interrogate him now, so I won't make it difficult for you two little guys. After hearing this, Luo Feng's face darkened. Brat. When Gwen heard that Anna was leaving, she really breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had survived a disaster. Cousin Anna, come on. I believe you can solve the case. Seeing Gwen wishing to go by herself, Anna tapped Gwen's forehead. You. 99. Ask for flowers. Then I'll go first, and I'll come back next time when I'm free. Just when Anna got up, she suddenly noticed Pikachu who was wearing a rag doll from the corner of her eyes. Pikachu's cute appearance instantly made Anna girl's heart burst. Wow, what a cute doll. With quick eyes and quick hands, Gwen hugged Pikachu first, and, Cousin Anna, this is my rag doll. Looking at Gwen's nervous look, Anna immediately understood. I see, Luo Feng gave it to you. I won't rob you. Then I'll go first. I'm afraid that the prisoner's state will not last long. 99. By the balcony, Luo Feng held on to the railing and looked down at Gwen, who was eager to send Anna away. Pikachu also sighed behind Luo Feng. Once almost became someone else's plaything. Pikachu looked at Luo Feng with a grieved expression. Pika-chu. Seeing Pikachu and himself complaining about not wearing ragdolls next time, Luo Feng laughed. Haha, then I'll think of a way. Whoever makes you too cute, whoever sees it, will ruin you. 99.0. Owner. At this moment, the Red Queen's voice sounded. The criminal's information has been found. Tell me. Luo Feng walked to the living room, opened the laptop, and there were 2 videos on it. The first section is a homeless man sleeping under a bridge, and suddenly a few people appear and take him away. The second segment is a strong man jumping over a high wall. Luo Feng frowned, and it was obvious from the video that the 2 walls were the same. This proves that the homeless person was tied up and escaped from the same place. And this wall, Luo Feng looked a little familiar. Seems to have seen it somewhere. Queen Red, where is this place? Osborne Industries. With Queen Red's answer, Luo Feng instantly understood what was going on. Looks like the Green Goblin is coming out soon, and Gwen's new battlesuit will come soon. 99. At this time, Gwen had come back and stood behind Luo Feng. Looking at Luo Feng's back, Gwen blushed and asked, Luo Feng, how did you plan to answer Cousin Anna? 99. Luo Feng smiled and walked to Gwen's side. He bent down slightly and whispered in Gwen's ear, guess. The heat rushed to the earlobe, and Gwen blushed instantly to the root of his neck. For the last 2 words Luo Feng said, I couldn't hear them clearly. I'm going to cook first. Playing with Gwen, Luo Feng smiled and walked to the kitchen. Outside the NYPD, Anna stopped the car and headed directly to the police station prison. As soon as he entered the police station, George walked up, with priorities. At this moment, George didn't ask Luo Feng and Gwen more, but said, it's strange, it's the weak personality that occupies the body now. They had a quarrel just now, and their strong personality was suppressed. Anna snorted in surprise. I thought a strong personality would take the initiative. But that's fine, and the next work will progress faster. Individual. Chapter 110 The Perfect Norman Osborn. Osborne Industries. In the staff dormitory, Jack looked at his younger brothers and said lightly, it seems that Norman Osborn is unreliable. 35. Now that the test item is caught by the police, it will be a matter of time before Norman gets caught. 35. Then boss, what should we do now? A subordinate asked. Jack thought for a while and said, let's go later. Now the matter of Jinbing is slowly getting smaller. It's dangerous to go out now, but at least it's safer than in Osborne Industries. Jack knew very well that, to a certain extent, he was the accomplice of this transformation. If they don't leave, the police will find Norman, and they will soon be able to find him. Thinking of this, Jack couldn't help but scolded himself for being so unlucky. Just got rid of the turmoil of the gold merger, and fell into Norman again. July 20th. Now he just wants to run quickly and hide in a small corner in New York City. Wait until all the wind has passed, and then come out again. Several of his subordinates also nodded in approval. They had already had enough of the Osborne industry. Here, everyone seems to look down on them. Okay, let's go tonight. But before we leave, we have to go and get our payment for this time. Jack smiled and looked out the door, his eyes looking in the direction of Norman's laboratory. The entrance to the Norman laboratory. Peter remained here, looking into Norman's laboratory. From just now until now, Norman has never come out again, and the voice inside has also been silent. Dr. Norman. Peter knocked on the door of the laboratory worriedly, but after waiting for a while, there was no response. Just when Peter was ruthless and was about to push the door in, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened, and Norman stood in front of Peter with a smile on his face. He glanced at Peter suspiciously. Peter, why haven't you left yet? Peter looked at Norman's normal and somewhat abnormal appearance at the moment, and said, I was a little worried about you just now. 99. Norman shook his head. Don't worry about me, I have figured it out. One person does things and one person is responsible. I caused this incident, and I shall bear all the consequences. Peter nodded reassuringly. Dr. Norman, I'm glad you think so. Definitely, Peter. It was all my fault before. Looking at Norman's sincere eyes, Peter felt that something was wrong, but still chose to believe in Norman. Dr. Norman, is there anything else I can help you with? No, boy. I'd like to be alone for a while, if I can. Norman glanced at his laboratory, then at Peter. Peter understands how badly this has affected Norman. Although he was worried about Norman, he still nodded. Well, Dr. Norman, I'm staying in Osborne Industries. If you need me to help with anything, you can call me anytime. Norman nodded and hugged Peter with open arms. Thank you, Peter. Peter looked at Norman and hugged him. What Peter didn't notice was when Norman's face was turned away from Peter. A wicked smile appeared. After the hug was over, Norman returned to normal again and patted Peter on the shoulder. Go on, Peter. Leave me alone for a while. After sending Peter away, Norman returned to the laboratory alone. After the door behind him closed, Norman's normal facial features began to distort. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that idiot, I was really deceived. It's all the fault of those people in the military. Norman laughed and walked to the test bench. There were only 1.5 bottles left of the 2 bottles of strengthening potion at the moment. Peter, thank you so much for the decay formula. I mixed half the strengthening potion with the anti-gene potion. I didn't expect it to really make me succeed. Norman looked at the concrete wall to one side, and there were actually several paw prints on the wall at the moment. Looking at the paw prints, Norman looked at his hands again, and there was still a little dust on the nails. Now I am the most perfect. 35. Bang! Norman punched the test stand in front of him, leaving a fist mark in an instant. As long as you lose the evidence, you can't find me. 35. Norman slowly walked to another door in the laboratory, and skillfully pressed the password on the combination lock on the right. After a beep, the door slowly opened. But behind the door is a wall with 3 glass cabins. In the middle is a green humanoid exoskeleton 0. On the left is a bat-like flight device. On the right is a green mask similar to Joker's face, and under the green mask are small balls similar to pumpkins. Looking at the 3 things in front of him, Norman smiled with satisfaction. You are all my masterpieces. But those people don't understand. Then I will use you to create unprecedented fear for them. I'll show them that you're no less technologically advanced than Stark Industries. The invention of Osborne Industries, better than Stark Industries. The first stop of terror is the New York Police Department. The corners of Norman's mouth were raised at an extremely exaggerated angle, revealing an extremely sinister smile. Inside the New York Police Department, one was dressed like a doctor and gave me injections. The homeless man was tied to a chair. His eyes were empty, as if he was asleep, but he could answer every question of Anna accurately. Anna's holding a pen and a drawing board in front of her. Sir, please describe for me the appearance of the person who gave you the injection. 99. The tramp was silent for a while, as if recalling. Then speak slowly. According to the description of the tramp, a lifelike portrait was slowly drawn by Anna. George, who was standing behind Anna, saw the facial features and face of the portrait. A familiar face in my mind quickly overlapped 4.6. Wait until Anna's last stroke falls. George shocked roar, Norman Osborn. Anna put down her pen. She naturally knew about this person. Not only know, but also met once at a party where celebrities from all walks of life get together. George asked uncertainly, is it really him? Anna nodded affirmatively. The portrait drawn by the prisoner's subconscious is almost 90% credible. What about the remaining 10%? Anna said softly, unless his memory has been tampered with, the remaining 10% does not exist. George took a deep breath. Okay, I'll go apply for an arrest warrant right away. Tomorrow we'll take a trip to Osborne Industries. Chapter 111. Is this still a person? Night. Inside the Osborn Industrial Staff Dormitory, Jack took a few younger brothers and changed into the work clothes that Norman had prepared for them earlier. Slowly touched Norman's laboratory. The security guards encountered on the road did not have too much suspicion when they saw their employee badges and work clothes. Several people came to the door of Norman's office very smoothly. Boss, what if Norman is in the laboratory later? Faced with the younger brother's question, Jack sneered. Isn't that better? Just calculate the account he calculated for us. 99. His strengthening potion, although it is a semi-finished product, is sold on the black market. There should be a good price. Several younger brothers looked at their boss's confident appearance, and were completely relieved. Jack looked around and made sure that there was no one else, and used the employee card to swipe the door of the laboratory. 99. As soon as the door of the laboratory opened, Jack felt something was wrong. Norman's laboratory. Do you still turn off the lights at night? At the moment inside the laboratory, it was pitch black. Although not to the point where you can't see your fingers, it's dark enough to make people feel a little bit of unease. Boss, are we still going in? Behind him, one of the timid younger brothers swallowed and asked. In front of his younger brother, Jack naturally did not want to lose face, and said directly, definitely want to enter. Otherwise, how can we guarantee our life outside for a while? Thinking of this, Jack's anger outweighed his fear. During this period, in addition to ensuring that several of them have food and shelter, Norman has a basic living standard. 06 There is no additional payment to them. Lead to the current Jack, it can almost be said that the jingle of poverty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking about the semi-finished medicine that Norman was researching. I'll go in first, I remember where the light switch is, you follow me. Jack didn't know why, even though he was a familiar laboratory, he could feel something was wrong and scared. But in front of his own men, he couldn't lose face. So I took courage and went into the laboratory. According to the direction in memory, he groped for the position of the light switch. And walking at the end is naturally the most timid little brother. From the moment he entered the laboratory, he constantly looked around in the darkness. Call out. Suddenly, he felt a cool breeze blowing over his head, as if something flew past. That feeling made goosebumps appear all over his body, just as he was about to scream. He felt someone touch his neck. A click. What sound? Jack, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped when he heard the voice behind him. The younger brother behind him didn't notice that Jack stopped and rammed directly into Jack's body. Damn, who bumped me? Sorry, boss. I didn't notice. Hearing the apology of the younger brother, Jack, who had adapted to the darkness, also vaguely saw the figures of several younger brothers behind him. Regarding the strange noise just now, it was directly understood that someone accidentally stepped on something. Be careful, I've touched the light switch. Wait for the lights to turn on, you will immediately look for the strengthening potion, and we will leave immediately when we find it. Got it, boss. Several younger brothers answered in unison. Jack slowly touched the switch on the wall, and after a click, all the lights in the laboratory were turned on. Several people could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the laboratory became brighter. After all, the dark environment just now made people feel depressed involuntarily. Okay, find me right away. Boss, old, big. Before Jack could finish speaking, a little brother stuttered in fear. Several people were attracted by his voice, and all looked over, waiting for them to see the scene on the ground. Involuntarily, he took a deep breath. On the ground, I saw the body of a younger brother lying quietly, with his head turned sideways in one direction. His eyes widened. Old, boss, what's going on in here? This scene instantly made the remaining few people feel their scalps go cold. This is really weird. Obviously everyone walked into the laboratory alive together. But when the lights turned on, a brother turned into a corpse and lay behind them. Jack forced himself to remain calm, thinking about what had just happened. Then I remembered that strange click sound. Combined with the tragic situation of his little brother, immediately thought of what happened. There are other people here, be careful. A few of us, standing back to back. Jack's response was quick, and his voice almost roared. A few younger brothers were yelled at by him, and they immediately formed a circle back to back with Jack. He looked at various places in the laboratory in fear, trying to find what Jack calls the other. Oh, just when the hearts of several people mentioned their throats, a familiar voice came from another direction. Jack, what are you doing in my lab so late? Jack followed the sound and looked over. Norman, who was wearing a white coat behind the isolation curtain, opened the curtain and walked out slowly. Jack frowned. Norman. Because he could feel that the feeling that Norman gave him now was completely different from before. Norman also frowned, glanced at Jack, and then glanced at the corpse on the ground. He said, "What's wrong with your little brother? Why are you lying on the ground in my laboratory?" When Jack was about to say something, his expression changed suddenly, as if realizing something. It seems that apart from them, there is only Norman left. Norman, did you do it? Hearing Jack's question, Norman looked at Jack suspiciously. Do you think I killed your little brother? 99. With such serious questions from Norman, Jack became somewhat uncertain. Because according to reason, if you want to kill a person so easily, you must be a killer-level character. But Norman? Obviously not possible. Could it be the remodeler who came back? Just when Jack dispelled his doubts about Norman and planned to tell Norman his guess, I saw Norman put his head in one hand and bent down. The next moment, I heard Norman burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't help it, Jack, you idiot. Ha ha ha. I killed your little brother, and you still doubt yourself. You idiot, ha ha ha. Norman, UTM. Feeling that Jack, who was being teased, suddenly became bloody, he completely lost his proper measure, picked up a chair on the side and smashed it at Norman. In his impression, Norman is a scientific researcher who is helpless. Maybe he was able to kill his little brother just now, just using some means. However, what happened next completely overturned Jack's perception of Norman. I saw the chair fly straight over and hit Norman. The legs of the metal stools on the chair were twisted and bent in an instant, as if they were not hitting a single person. Instead, it hit a hard concrete wall. Jack's pupils shrank sharply. Jack, it hurts a bit. However, I am also excited. 35. Norman grabbed his white coat with one hand and pulled it hard, and the white coat on his body was torn to pieces in an instant. A green exoskeleton armor was revealed. Boss, what is this? Jack's younger brother asked in a trembling voice. Before Jack could answer, Norman jumped onto the experimental table beside him and looked at the little brother with a pity. He's a good boy with a high thirst for knowledge. I'll tell you before you die. Norman pointed to the green exoskeleton on his body. This is called a full-body exoskeleton. At the beginning, the military asked me to study wearable combat mechas, but the 720 questions about energy have not been solved. I studied this whole-body exoskeleton that can greatly improve the strength of the human body, and also used special bulletproof materials. Norman shook his head and continued, but those guys in the military who don't know the goods think that the cost of the whole-body exoskeleton is too high. 35. Not what they wanted. Looking at Norman's arrogance to the point of being mad, Jack asked, Norman, did you inject the gene-strengthening agent? Norman pointed to Jack, good boy. That's right, strictly speaking, it is an optimized gene-strengthening agent. 39. I appreciate your curiosity, so I'll let you die happily. Jack's eyes were all attracted to Norman, and they didn't notice what was behind them. A green flight machine slowly flies into the air. At this moment, only Jack noticed the strange sound behind him. Turning their heads, they saw a big bat-like thing flying towards them. In the frontmost position, there are also two sharp weapons that exude a cold glow. Jack's face changed suddenly. He pressed down a younger brother beside him, and then yelled at the two younger brothers in front, get down. But it was too late. The sharp blade in the front of the flight device went straight through their chests. They flew to Norman with the two of them. The two vomited blood, and looked at the sharp blade passing through their chests in disbelief. Looking up again, they saw a crazy Norman in front of them. What a pity, Jack. You could have died together. Norman looked at the two dying young brothers in front of him, and with a gentle pull, the two corpses were pulled off the flight device, and they were thrown on the ground like garbage. Then he looked at Jack who was lying on the ground and shook his head. At the moment, Jack felt incomparably terrified of Norman in front of him. Is this even a person? Chapter 112 Green Goblin Osborn. Watching Norman throw away his little brother's body like throwing garbage, Jack understood that the side effects of Norman's use of the strengthening potion were stronger than those of the transformed man who escaped before. Now Norman's second personality can be said to be completely out of the category of human beings. Norman wiped the blood off the flight device as if nothing had happened. At the moment Jack's little brother, everyone has looked stupid. Although I used to follow Jack's side before, I have also seen the murder scene between the underworld. But never was there such a fear. Boss, what should we do now? The last remaining little brother swallowed in fear. At the moment his only spiritual support was Jack beside him. Jack also understands that the probability of wanting to survive in front of such a lunatic is almost zero. Jack looked at the younger brother beside him and said lightly, do you believe me? The younger brother looked at Jack and couldn't think of any other answer, so he could only keep nodding. I definitely believe in you, boss. Anyway, the person I trust most is you. Even if you let me die, I still believe in you. The fear of the situation in front of him made him become somewhat open-mouthed. He also really believed that Jack would take him out of here. Listening to his younger brother's words, Jack smiled, then go to death. Before the younger brother could react, Jack pulled out the dagger he had always carried with him, directly to his own little brother. He stabbed him several times in the stomach. The little brother touched his stomach, looked at the blood on his hand and asked with difficulty, boss, why? Before Jack could answer, Norman's mocking laughter came, wonderful, wonderful. Jack, it's really yours. 39. Your murder is much more exciting than my murder. Jack put away his knife, looked at Norman and said, Norman, I showed you such a wonderful performance. Can you let me go? If he wanted to survive from a lunatic like Norman, Jack could only think of one way. That is to make this lunatic feel happy. And the only way at the moment is to kill his own little brother himself. Norman smiled, definitely, we've been a partnership since the beginning 95. I have never restricted your personal freedom. You can go whenever you want. Norman made a very gentlemanly bowed farewell ceremony, and the door to the laboratory opened. Jack looked at the slowly opening door, as if seeing the dawn of hope. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jack slowly walked towards the door. Although he didn't look back, he still kept guarding against Norman's insidious tricks behind him. And Norman kept looking at Jack's back, and the flight device beside him slowly rose again. SHH. Don't be arguing, I told him to leave. Norman made a silent gesture to the flight device beside him, as if speaking in the flight device. Under his control, the flight device slowly descended back to the ground after listening to this sentence. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the door, Jack knew that he had made the right bet. Be a lunatic like Osborn, you can really survive at his hands. Just one step away from the gate, when Jack stepped out, there was a sudden bang from behind, and the next moment 2 sharp blades penetrated Jack's chest directly. Jack didn't take the last step, because when the flight device pulled back the knife, it brought Jack back. Norman walked over to the flight device with a pity face. You little rascal, didn't you say you've let him go? 55. Jack, who was lying on the ground, was bleeding from his mouth. Looking at Norman with a look of horror, he slowly spit out 2 words, evil, devil, demon. Norman listened to Jack's last babble. He nodded as if in agreement. Then he took out a hideous green mask and put it on his face. Demon, I like this new name. Ha ha ha, 39. In laughter, Norman jumped on his flight device and flew directly out of the gate. Looking at Norman leaving, Jack realized that this door was not opened for him at all. But it was too late when he understood, and his arms drooped weakly. Before losing a little bit of vitality, I watched the door of the laboratory close little by little. Finally, the entire laboratory fell into darkness again. In the air, Norman stepped on the flight device and flew quickly in the direction of the New York Police Department. There is also a cloth bag-like thing around his waist, which is full of small balls like pumpkins. Norman grabbed a small ball, constantly playing with it. Constantly muttering in his mouth, how can I appear more handsome later? Hello everyone, I'm the devil? Thinking about how he would shout this slogan when he arrived at the NYPD later, Norman shook his head. It seems that B is not very enough. After thinking for a while, Norman's flight device also slowed down. In his opinion now, it seems that there is no suitable line to go to the New York Police Department, as if it is not perfect. After thinking for a long time, Norman suddenly noticed the color of his exoskeleton. Green. Demon. The pupils under Norman's mask suddenly lit up, and he suddenly opened his arms and laughed loudly against the dark sky. Outside the NYPD, George escorted Anna out of the NYPD. Thank you for your hard work, Anna. It's the first time I've seen such a hypnotic ability to solve a case. Anna smiled. Uncle George, these are just some tricks. It's still useful to deal with some criminals who are less mentally minded, and it will be self-defeating if you are prepared. Then we can only rely on your experience and ability, Uncle George, to solve the case. George knew that Anna was being humble, but the compliments of Anna were very useful. By the way, when you go to Luo Feng's place today, is Gwen also there? Anna nodded. George's expression changed immediately. His precious daughter really stayed at Luo Feng's house all day. When you have time, you must find Luo Feng to settle accounts. Looking at the change in George's facial expression, Anna smiled and was about to tell George what she thought of Luo Feng. Zhao Liao's, an approaching object in the distance caught her attention. Anna frowned and pointed her hand in the direction of the sky. Uncle George, what do you think that is? George looked in the direction Anna pointed, and also saw a slowly approaching object, and subconsciously said, UAV. But drones shouldn't be this big. As that object gets closer, Anna and George's expressions changed at the same time, because they see it clearly. That seems to be a people. Just when the two were sure that it was a person, a sharp laughter came from the sky. Ha ha ha, hello, nice gentleman of New York City. The Norman flight machine stopped above the police station, gave a gentleman's salute to George and Anna below, and said slowly, introduce myself, my name is Green Goblin. Judge. Chapter 113 Green Goblin's Screams. On the sofa, Gwen holds Pikachu. He looked at Luo Feng beside him with resentment. Luo Feng, on the other hand, looked at the new battlesuit information given by the red post on the computer. After watching for a while, Luo Feng said softly to Gwen, should be ready to use your new battlesuit tomorrow morning. Humph. After listening to Luo Feng's words, Gwen turned his face and snorted. Luo Feng also smiled at Gwen's reaction. And the little girl, still angry about being molested by him just now, Gwen turned his head and suddenly felt that Luo Feng seemed to be very close to him. Turning his head subconsciously, he happened to meet Luo Feng at a close distance. Looking at Luo Feng's eyes so closely, Gwen's heart beat faster. He said nervously, Luo Feng, why are you so close? Luo Feng smiled lightly and covered Pikachu's eyes with a hand. Pick up, pick up. Pikachu waved his little hand in protest. But to no avail. Because the next moment, Luo Feng's mouth kissed Gwen's lips. At the sudden kiss, Gwen subconsciously hummed. After a while, Luo Feng left slowly and asked softly, don't be angry. Gwen blushed, pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Unconsciously, the arms holding Pikachu tightened slightly. Luo Feng also loosened Pikachu's glasses. Pikachu had no idea what happened to 720, so he could only utter a puzzled voice, Pika? Gwen Tong blushed, reminiscing about the feeling just now as if it wasn't bad. Would you like to come to Luo Feng again? Thinking of this, Gwen mustered up his courage, turned to look at Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng. Luo Feng also looked at Gwen with a smile on his face. What's the matter? Just when Gwen blushed and was about to ask if she could do it again, the Red Queen's voice suddenly came from the computer. Master, Miss Gwen. The NYPD was attacked and Miss Anna and Mr. George were confronting him. 39. Luo Feng frowned. Gwen's face changed, and the two looked at the computer screen at the same time. On the computer screen, Osborn, who was riding on the flight device, politely gave a gentleman's salute to Anna and George below. But then, he took out a pumpkin ball from the small bag around his waist and threw it down. On the pumpkin ball, the sound of diddy-did-di was also thinking about. George, who saw this scene, didn't say a word, dragged Anna, and ran directly into the police station. The next moment, the pumpkin ball that hit the ground exploded like a bomb after a few jumps. The video burst into flames. The surveillance footage also ends here. Apparently, the explosion affected the surrounding footage and blew up the camera. Luo Feng frowned and watched. Green Goblin Osborn is here? Seeing this scene, Gwen stood up directly from the sofa and ran towards the balcony without saying anything. Ajag. The clothes on the body fell one by one, and finally only the spider battlesuit inside was left. Gwen jumped down and swung the cobweb towards the NYPD. Luo Feng closed the notebook, looked at Pikachu and said, Ziokayo, you stay here to watch the house. 55. If you don't know each other, let's corona directly. I'll go take a look. The current Gwen, who has not put on the explosion-proof battlesuit, may be a bit disadvantaged against Green Goblin. Pikachu also knew the seriousness of the matter, and replied to Luo Feng with a serious face, Pika. Luo Feng also got up from the sofa, and with each step, the Emperor's armor slowly covered him. Accompanied by a voice in the void, the armor fits together. Luo Feng came to the balcony wearing the Emperor's armor. Transfiguration? Inside the New York Police Department. The explosion outside directly affected the interior. George slowly stood up from the ground, although the impact just now made him fall. But luckily there's nothing wrong with it. Anna, are you alright? George looked at Anna behind the door and asked with concern. Just now, at the last moment, George pushed Anna to the door, which prevented her from being hit by the explosion. Anna leaned against the wall and stood up slowly. I'm fine, Uncle George. Who is that weirdo? At the moment behind George, also gathered a group of detectives. The gun in his hand was also loaded. Facing Anna's question, George pulled out his pistol and shook his head helplessly. I don't know, I've never seen him. You, protect her. You guys go out with me. The rest of us, cover for us inside. At the moment, outside the New York Police Department, the fire was full of flames, and Green Goblin could not be seen at all. But the police experience over the years still allows George to calmly issue every order. The police officers under him moved quickly, and were not affected by the explosion just now. George took the lead and walked out the door with the gun in hand. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the police station, George's gun was raised directly to the sky, because the person who called himself Green Goblin just now flew from the sky. It's just that at the moment there is nothing in the sky. Only the gunpowder smoke after the explosion slowly floated up. The police detective behind George looked around on guard, but there was still no movement. Be careful, we don't know what other means the other party has. 35. George reminded. But the next moment, everyone's guns turned to the front in an instant. Because in the firelight directly in front, a green figure slowly walked out. It should be said to be slowly drifting out. Because his feet are stepping on the flight device. Not bad, not bad. The head of all the good gentlemen in New York City, I appreciate you. Facing George, Green Goblin Osborn unabashedly praised. It's amazing to be able to react like that in an instant when faced with a pumpkin bomb I've never seen before. George's gun pointed directly at Green Goblin Osborn's head, and he asked coldly, who are you and what do you want to do? Your memory is really poor. Didn't I introduce myself just now? My name is Green Goblin. I'm here. The main thing is to. Green Goblin Osborn looked at a group of detectives, paused for a while and said, kill someone. With that said, his hand picked up a pumpkin ball bomb again. George immediately noticed Green Goblin Osborn's small movements, and without any hesitation, he directly ordered, go grab. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the gunfire of all the police detectives inside and outside directly poured out. It's all about Green Goblin Osborn. The bullet hit the human exoskeleton, and bursts of sparks erupted. And Green Goblin Osborn also fell backwards after consecutive shots. George's hand immediately lifted up, and all the gunshots stopped instantly. Cover me, I'll go up and see. George said to a police officer beside him. The policeman beside him nodded immediately, his eyes full of respect for George. It is because every time there is danger, George always rushes ahead alone. Therefore, in the New York Police Department, he is also a chief who has won the hearts and minds of the people. Then he made an alert gesture to the other detectives behind him, and slowly moved towards Green Goblin. Suddenly, George's face changed. Because the pumpkin bomb that Green Goblin was holding in his hand suddenly loosened, and the pumpkin bomb slowly rolled out of his hand. Made the familiar beeping sound just now. Everyone, dodge back and get down. George ran away quickly, shouting to everyone behind him. The other detectives also quickly turned around to protect their heads and jumped down quickly. After the beeping sound became rapid, there was a bang. The imaginary explosion sound did not come out. Instead, a burst of rich green smoke exploded from the pumpkin ball. Covers an area instantly. Seeing this scene, his face turned black. I was fooled myself? At the same time, Green Goblin's insolent laughter came from the smoke, and he said sarcastically, I'm so sorry, I got it wrong. It's a smoke bomb. A group of detectives got up from the ground, the detective who was called by George to cover just now. In an instant, he couldn't help Green Goblin's ridicule, and after scolding fuck in a low voice, he rushed into the smoke regardless of George's dissuasion. No, 99. George was startled by roar, but it was too late. The detective rushed all the way into the green smoke, but what came out of the smoke was Green Goblin's miserable scream. No, don't kill me, I was wrong. The next moment was a screeching gunshot. Bang! Chapter 114 Gwen's counterattack. Bang! The sound of a gunshot instantly made the surrounding environment a lot quieter. George looked solemnly at the smoke range. He didn't think any detective could kill Green Goblin if he rushed in. On the other side of a tall building, Luo Feng, who was wearing the Emperor's armor, frowned and looked in the direction of the New York Police Department. Having just arrived, he looked at the smoke. What a sly Norman Osborn. Others couldn't see through the green smoke, but that smoke was dispensable to Luo Feng. The energetic police detective just rushed in so recklessly, and was directly stabbed to death by Green Goblin's flying device. As for what happened later, it was entirely his directing and self-acting. The last shot was, of course, for the detective. In Luo Feng's view, Norman, who turned into Green Goblin, wanted to humiliate the NYPD detectives. The second is definitely to satisfy your perverted psychology. After all, the current Norman can no longer be measured by normal people's thinking. Luo Feng said softly, Queen, how long will it take for Gwen to arrive? Master, there are still 2 blocks left, coming soon. Luo Feng thought for a while, let's see if Gwen can solve him first. At the same time, inside Tony's studio, the new arc reactor has undergone various experiments by J.A.R.V.I.S, and the final experimental data are all displayed. Tony and Ethan stood in front of the projected 3D images, watching the latest data. The power of the Mark armor that has been simulated. Simply perfect, arc reactor using palladium, in front of new elements. 99. It's just like a 3A coin cell battery, Tony added. Ethan nodded in agreement with Tony's analogy. Yes, that's right. 99. And he hardly contains any harmful elements. Howard is a genius. Tony smiled, and now his mind has changed a lot for Howard, and the compliment of Ethan seems to be very useful. Just then, J.A.R.V.I.S said, Sir, the Emperor has appeared. Tony immediately said, Where? I'm going to go over and thank him myself. In an instant, a map projection appeared, which marked Luo Feng's current location. Tony didn't think much about it, just took off the old arc reactor on his chest and replaced it with the new one. The moment it was put on, Tony felt an indescribable smell coming up. Immediately afterwards, the poisoning symptoms left by the palladium element around the chest quickly shrank back. A soft blue light scattered around Tony. Tony shook his head very refreshingly. Ethan on the side immediately asked worriedly, How do you feel, Tony? Tony smiled, Never so refreshing? J.A.R.V.I.S, ready to wear Mark 6 armor. Understood, sir. Mark 6 is a new armor created by Tony based on new elements, compared to other armors. The most obvious change of Mark 6 is the arc reactor mapping poured on the chest, which has become a triangle. Soon, Tony's Mark 6 was finished. Instantly soared to the sky. The escape from the dead put Tony in a good mood, and he almost flew out laughing. Ethan is also sincerely happy. Turning to look at the messy Tony studio, his face stepped down again. Okay, I will clean up again. Inside SHIELD, on the big screen in front of Nick Fury, there are 2 pictures. One is Luo Feng standing on the roof, and the other is Tony who just flew out from home and put on his new armor. Looks like Tony has figured out what Howard left behind. After Nick Fury said this, Hill behind him poured Nick Fury a bucket of cold water. Will it be a little too fast? How do I feel this is more like the golden mecha taught him? Nick Fury looked at Hill with an unsightly expression in an instant, and it wasn't that he didn't have such doubts, but he was still more confident in himself. Hill also noticed Nick Fury's face, and immediately changed the subject. Head, the direction the golden mecha's face is facing, seems to be looking at something. I noticed that too. Call the S.H.I.E.L.D satellite and see what's going on in the direction his face is facing. Nick Fury ordered to Hill behind him. After Hill's action, the scene outside the NYPD becomes the third scene. What is this? The green smoke made Hill a little stunned. Nick Fury looked at the picture in front of him flatly, not knowing what he was thinking. On the screen, George looked solemnly at the green smoke. A police detective behind him stepped forward and asked, Head, do we want to go in and have a look now? George raised his hand. No, there is a problem. If the Green Goblin is dealt with, why aren't our guys out yet? 5. With George's analysis, the faces of the police detectives behind him instantly turned solemn. They are also old fritters, and instantly guessed what happened in the smoke. Sure enough, after a while. 0. Seeking flowers. The impatient Green Goblin couldn't help it first. What are you doing? Why don't you come in? Your good friends all killed me. Why don't you come in? As Green Goblin spoke, he walked out of the smoky area unhappily, as if he was disappointed with the actions of the police detectives. As Green Goblin walked out, the flight device behind him also flew out slowly. The moment they saw the flight device, almost all the police detectives became angry. Because the one hanging on the flight device was the companion they had just now. George resisted his anger and asked again, Who are you, and what are you here for? 99. The stab of fire just now made George understand that ordinary firearms simply don't work for him. Now I can only think of a way while procrastinating. Green Goblin looked at George and said playfully, Didn't I say, kill? 0. Anyway, killing one is also killing, and killing all of you is also killing. So I decided to kill you all. After speaking, Green Goblin pulled the body off the flight device and jumped directly onto the flight device with a flip. Madman! George scolded softly. The Green Goblin, who flew on the flight device, stepped on the flight device and flew into the air, looking down at the police detectives below. Come and enjoy a good night. Green Goblin's hands, inserted directly into the pockets around his waist, were full of pumpkin bombs. Okay, now let's take a guess. Those are smoke bombs, and those are huge amounts of bombs. After speaking, Green Goblin threw the pumpkin bomb in his hand forcefully. More than a dozen bombs fell towards the New York Police Department with a beeping siren like shooting stars. George's face changed wildly below, and he quickly shouted to all the men behind him, "Withdraw! Everyone, get back!" Looking at the people below, Green Goblin, who was sitting on the flight device, burst into laughter. To him, it seemed that the people below were not people, but ants that he was trampling on. A huge amount of cobweb flew in, instantly wrapping all the bombs in it. Green Goblin's laughter stopped instantly. He looked in the direction of the spider web, and said with hatred, "Spider! Spider-Man!" In his opinion, if it wasn't for Spider-Man's help, the police wouldn't be able to catch his alter ego. "You won't be what you are now." Gwen swung the cobweb in his hand and smashed it back directly. "If you smile so happily, then I will return all the bombs to you." Individual. Chapter 115. I want to beat him, you get out of the way. The spider web in Gwen's hand wrapped all the bombs in it. All were thrown back in the direction of Green Goblin. The complexion under Green Goblin's mask suddenly changed, because he has this hard exoskeleton, and he can't bear so many bombardments. "Spider-Man, you ruin my good again?" Green Goblin scolded, and the flight device under his feet took him to the sky quickly, away from the bombs thrown over. Gwen in midair, swinging cobweb to the roof of the New York Police Department. Looking at Green Goblin fleeing in the sky, the Red Queen, what is under his feet? A flight device that can be bonded to the exoskeleton equipment on him to maintain a certain stability. In the sky, the beeping sound of pumpkin bombs became more urgent. Immediately afterwards, there was a rumbling sound, and the sky instantly burst into flames in midair. Countless pieces were thrown down. George frowned at this scene, and none of the bombs on it were smoke bombs. If Spider-Man hadn't appeared, he would have thrown the bomb back in time. Then the consequences of tonight's NYPD would be unimaginable. July 20th. George looked at Gwen on the roof with a lingering fear. "Thank you, Spider-Man." Gwen smiled knowingly and joked, "You're welcome, Director George. If you say a few more words, I am willing to help you a few more times." George's face darkened when he heard this. "How many times do you wish my police station suffered more terrorist attacks like this?" In the air, in the aftermath of the explosion, Green Goblin was ejected and spun in the air several times before he stabilized his body. Although he had an exoskeleton to resist his injuries, the aftershocks of the explosion still made his head swell. After shaking his head a few times in a row, he recovered. Looking at the Spider-Man on the roof, the face under the Green Goblin mask became ugly. "Spider-Man, what a disgusting guy." "Exactly, let's try the weapon on the flight machine." Green Goblin moved, and the flight device flew toward the crowd again. Gwen watched Green Goblin fly, and the keen spider telepathy caught the impending danger. "Director George, hide with your men." 35. "Now, hurry up. Everyone, listen to Spider-Man and hide in the police station." 39. With George's instructions, all the detectives quickly retreated towards the police station, and Gwen aimed his hands at Green Goblin. Cobweb bullets. The two spherical spider webs shot towards Green Goblin, and after shooting a certain distance, they turned into two large webs that covered Green Goblin. The spider web, the most feared thing is fire? After Green Goblin finished speaking, a tube protruded from the front of the flight device, and flames shot out from the nozzle. Two huge amounts of cobwebs were burnt through all at once. With the cobweb blocking, the detective below also has time to hide, until Green Goblin passes through the cobweb. All the detectives hid in the police station. "Spider-Man, I'm going to turn you into a hornet's nest." 95. On the left and right ends of the flight device, bursts of flames suddenly appeared, and bullets poured out from both ends. His flight device has so many functions. Gwen swung the cobweb, quickly dodging Green Goblin's bullets. "Ms. Gwen, the flight device is small and can carry a limited amount of ammunition. 5. Dodge first, then find a chance to fight back." Analysis after read. "Wait, I have to pull this guy off the top and give him a hard beating." Gwen dodged the incoming bullets while thinking about how to deal with Green Goblin. At the same time, Tony, who was flying towards Luo Feng, received a report from J.A.R.V.I.S. "Sir, the New York Police Department was also attacked by an unknown person. Spider-Man is dealing with him." Spider-Man? If Tony remembered correctly, the Emperor was also right next to the NYPD. Call the screen, J.A.R.V.I.S. 5. The scene in front of the NYPD immediately appeared in front of Tony. "What's that green thing? It's ugly." Tony looked at Green Goblin's shape and ruthlessly said, J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze his flight device. "Looks like Lady Spider needs my help this time." Tony is someone who remembers kindness. Spider-Man has helped him twice before and after. This time it was finally his turn to help Spider-Man out. "Got it, sir." Luo Feng on the roof, watching Gwen being suppressed by Green Goblin, frowned slightly. It seems that before the new battlesuit is made, Gwen is still struggling to deal with such an enemy. Seeing Green Goblin's arrogant look, Luo Feng stepped forward to help Gwen. A fast-flying figure caught Luo Feng's attention. Oh, Tony wants to help too. Tony, at the moment, was clearly flying in Gwen's direction. Gwen, who was suppressed by firepower, hid behind a stone pillar. Green Goblin's ammunition was strafing like crazy, and the corners of the stone pillar were already devastated. Queen Rad, how long will his bullets last? About 10 seconds, Miss Gwen. 10 seconds? Good. In front of Gwen, a 10-second countdown began to appear. As soon as the time was up, she would immediately rush out and yank that pesky green thing off the flight machine as fast as she could. Beaten hard? Looking at Gwen, who was chased by himself and hid behind the stone pillar, Green Goblin's taunts filled directly. Ha ha ha, what's your momentum just now, Spider-Man? 99. You can't deal with me like this. With that said, Green Goblin took out 2 pumpkin bombs again, ready to throw them in Gwen's direction. At the moment, Tony's voice came from behind Green Goblin. Hey, don't throw my friend with that disgusting thing. 39. As soon as Green Goblin heard the sound, before turning his head to look, he felt a strong thrust coming from his back. He blew himself out right away. Tony hung in the air, the palms of both hands exuding residual warmth. The power is much stronger than before. In front of Gwen, the 10-second countdown was over, and when he was about to rush out, another stone pillar beside him was directly smashed into pieces. Turning his head and looking, a green figure fell into the dust and was very embarrassed, and he would not be able to get up for a while. Hey, you won't be bounced off by your own recoil, will you? Gwen asked amusingly. Having said that, he understood that he was being attacked. At this time, Tony's voice just came over. Hey, Lady Spider, I'm giving you a favor. Gwen came out from behind the pillar, looked at Tony, and said a little surprised, thanks. Tommy Stryker. Stryker. Tony didn't expect that there were still people who couldn't remember his name. Immediately, he said unhappily, thank you for changing my name, but I still prefer my original name. Tony Stark. Gwen smiled awkwardly, okay, remember this time. Tony Stark. Thanks. The way you two are chatting is making me feel angry. A boulder, smashed straight out of the dust, flew towards Tony. With the help of J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony easily dodged Green Goblin's sneak attack. It seems that this green thing likes to interrupt other people's chat. 99. Tony is also welcome, and the palm cannon is aimed in Green Goblin's direction again. Gwen cobweb swung and landed on a pebble next to Tony. Yeah, I find him annoying too. Before he finished speaking, 2 black missiles flew out of the dust, targeting Gwen and Tony respectively. Tony locked onto the 2 incoming missiles in an instant. J.A.R.V.I.S. Understood, sir. On the shoulders of Mark's armor, a small row of small missiles were raised, all of which were fired. Not only did the Green Goblin's missile stop directly in midair, but several of the remaining missiles flew directly into the smoke. 4.6 Green Goblin's flight device also broke through the smoke at this time and crashed into a few small missiles that came flying. A violent explosion sounded again. The small office building of the New York Police Department behind him became even more shaky under such an impact. Not far away, Luo Feng felt relieved, watching the showdown with interest. Iron Man vs Green Goblin? Interesting. Ms. Spider, it seems that this guy should be left to me to deal with reasonably. Tony can be considered to have figured out Green Goblin's attack methods, and he belongs to the technology type just like himself. But his technology is far from his own. But the difference was worse, and Tony's competitive spirit was aroused. In addition, he also wants to try the Mark armor with new elements. What kind of power is it? Tony had thought that Spider-Man would let it out like last time. But he didn't expect that Spider-Man would step forward to block him. No, I said it just now. Tony wondered, what did you just say? I'm going to beat him, get out of the way. Chapter 116 Norman Recovery. What? 99. Tony wondered if he had heard it wrong. Wait, you just clearly. Gwen immediately retorted, I was just waiting for the time, and I would have beaten him if you didn't come. Just when Tony was about to fight back, he suddenly remembered what happened to the Iron King Obadiah. Immediately, I felt that Spider-Man should not be talking big. Tony put down the palm gun in his hand and took a few steps back. Okay, if you can't do it later, I'll come to the end. Can you help me look after the group of people over there? Tony looked in the direction Gwen pointed, and the people in the police station could only watch the battle outside without getting involved. No problem, I'll just repay you a favor. When Tony left, Green Goblin jumped out of the sky and stood on his flight device. Damn Tony Stark. Green Goblin cursed angrily. He had no idea that Tony Stark would appear in such a place. 06. Did he also advertise himself as the city's Asgardian? Green Goblin took a look, went back to Tony who was guarding the police station, took another look at Spider-Man, and said with a smile, without Tony, do you think you would be my opponent? Gwen is no nonsense, you should be out of bullets. Before Green Goblin could answer, Gwen quickly shot 2 cobwebs from his wrist. The speed of cobweb is extremely fast, even if the reaction ability of Green Goblin is greatly improved under the strengthening potion. Also did not react to the speed of cobweb. All at once, the 2 cobwebs were glued to the wings of the Green Goblin flight. Green Goblin's face changed, your cobweb just wasn't so fast. Gwen smiled, definitely, this is a specially developed superspeed cobweb, and there is not much stock. I don't have to use it. After the introduction, Gwen pulled hard, and Green Goblin flew towards Gwen along with the flight device. Only this time, Green Goblin did not fly by himself, but passively. Green Goblin wanted to start the flighter, but it was too late. After pulling him over, Gwen flipped and kicked his feet directly under Green Goblin's mask. The powerful force directly separated the Green Goblin and the flight device. Oh, that must be painful. Tony, who was not far away, looked at Green Goblin who was kicked away, and commented with some sympathy. Anna, who was standing beside him, also nodded. At the moment, everyone was stunned. She couldn't understand the situation at hand, and she hadn't been in New York City for several years. Everything in front of her has completely surpassed her cognition. The flight device was dragged on Gwen's cobweb, and Green Goblin was kicked back into the smoke. Gwen threw it hard, and the flight device was thrown directly at Tony's feet. Tony stepped on it, and J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately analyzed the entire composition of the flight device. Looking at the analysis that appeared on the screen, Tony frowned. How come this kind of technology seems to have been seen before? But Tony only wondered for a while, even though his mind had changed a lot now. But for this immature technology, he still won't take it to heart. To put it badly, he didn't even bother to develop this kind of technology. But J.A.R.V.I.S. destroy its core. Tony raised one hand, raised a small muzzle in the seat of his wrist, and fired a bullet. Directly hit a gap in the flight device. Immediately afterwards, flight flashed a burst of fire, and bursts of white smoke came out. Gwen gave Tony a thumbs up. Good job, Tony. Tony rolled his eyes. Thank you for the compliment. Don't compliment me like this next time. Green Goblin, who climbed out of the smoke again, also saw this scene, and the anger in his heart had burned to the extreme. Spider-Man, Tony. I didn't want to deal with you so quickly. You brought it all by yourself. Extreme anger made Green Goblin speak with a trill. Today, I will tear you apart. It's just a big talk, and I will too. Tony's vicious tongue will never let others take advantage. Ms. Spider, be careful. His exoskeleton can provide him with great strength. 35. After saying this, Tony remembered the scene of Spider-Man dismantling the Iron King with his bare hands. Maybe I think too much. 99. Although I agree with your point of view, I still have to say that his exoskeleton is so ugly. Gwen has the analysis of the Red Queen, and naturally knows that the exoskeleton can improve the strength. But that didn't stop Gwen from thinking he was ugly. And Tony felt the same way. Yes, at least we're on the same page about aesthetics. However, Gwen retorted ruthlessly, no, Tony. Your old steel armor was ugly. Tony, 4695. Looking at the flight device under his feet, Tony suddenly felt that he just destroyed it was a wrong choice. Listening to the two of them completely ignoring their own conversation, Green Goblin became even more mad. He rushed towards Gwen. For the competition of power, Gwen has never been afraid. She hasn't lost in power since getting the spider ability. Green Goblin punched Gwen hard, and Gwen quickly caught Green Goblin's attack trajectory with the help of spider telepathy. The palm is open to directly catch Green Goblin's punch. Hey, you're still a metal arm? Gwen took Green Goblin's punch very easily, which made the face of Green Goblin's mask completely stunned. Can't help but Green Goblin, even Iron Man was stunned. J.A.R.V.I.S. Can you analyze Spider-Man's power? Sir, from the Spider-Man's performance, catching a thrown car with bare hands is not a problem. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s analysis, Tony took a deep breath. A car is about 3 tons, and the impact of the thrown car is conservatively estimated to be at least 7 or 8 tons. That is to say, if you want to catch a car thrown by 720 with your bare hands, the original strength of Spider-Man will exceed 7 or 8 tons. Is this still human? No, normal people can't be Spider-Man. Looking at Green Goblin with an exoskeleton, Tony couldn't help but start to feel a little sympathetic. In the face of Spider-Man's strange power, this exoskeleton is no different from the one made of paper. How is this possible? 5. Green Goblin said in disbelief. However, Gwen praised indifferently, it's not bad, your strength should be considered as the relatively large I have encountered. This sentence pierced Green Goblin's heart even more. His confidence in himself was not an exoskeleton that would enhance his strength. It's his own hard work. Gene strengthening potion? After genetic strengthening, the body is equipped with an exoskeleton. Green Goblin believes that even Steve Rogers deserves a beating in front of him. But now, it all seems like a joke. What gene strengthening agent? What exoskeleton? His own punch was caught in such an understatement, and more importantly, the other party was obviously still a woman. Numerous emotions flooded into his heart, and the Norman personality, which had been suppressed by the second personality Green Goblin, began to move. Green Goblin also felt Norman's emotions, and immediately cursed, you bastard, what are you doing out at this time? Isn't it just a loss of power? You bastard? What's the use of you coming out now? Chapter 117 The Lord of Hell Mefisto. What happened to him? After Gwen catches Green Goblin's punch, Green Goblin pulls his hand away after a burst of yelling. He kept covering his head and backed away, as if struggling with something. The voice of the Red Queen came immediately. Miss Gwen, there seems to be another personality in his body. Second personality. Yes, it is quite possible that 2 personalities are now fighting over a body. Not far away, Tony also frowned at this scene, and Anna, who was beside Tony, saw Green Goblin's state, and her expression changed. Because of this state, she is too familiar. Almost exactly the same as the homeless in prison. Uncle George, I think I know what he's here for. Anna glanced at George beside her and said, "Oh." In George's confusion, Anna explained, "His symptoms are the same as the inmate in the prison. I think he came to the NYPD for that criminal." Both of you, interrupt. What kind of prisoner are you talking about? Tony asked curiously. Compared with the Red Queen, the J.A.R.V.I.S created by Tony is much weaker in medicine. Therefore, J.A.R.V.I.S has no way to accurately judge the status of Green Goblin at the moment. So it made him very curious about what happened to Green Goblin. Anna glanced at Tony, then explained, "A prisoner with a split personality caught today. 35. After interrogation, it appears to have been caused by some kind of drug. Symptoms are exactly the same as the Green Goblin." Tony nodded knowingly and pointed to Green Goblin, who was in a frenzy. "Then what are we going to do with that guy now? Go back to me? This kind of scene is not something you can handle as a rubbish? I'm the most perfect. What if you trash took over this body?" Green Goblin beat his head, trying to repress the Norman personality. But Norman was stimulated, and his resistance became stronger and stronger. Green Goblin, who seemed to be pissed off by Norman, took several bombs from his waist bag and flipped the switch. The beep of the prompt sounded quickly. Looking at Green Goblin's actions, Anna's expression changed and she shouted at Gwen, "Spider-Man, be careful. His personality is very likely to want to bring everyone to the end." Hearing Anna's words, Tony kicked the flight device under his feet and stepped forward to protect everyone behind him. The palm cannon in his hand was raised. "I'll hide in, hurry up." Gwen also has cobweb in her hand, ready to go. As long as Green Goblin throws the bomb out of her hand, she will wrap it all up and throw it back as soon as possible. But at the moment, Green Goblin is completely oblivious to how other people react. Instead, he said to the Norman personality in his body, "Okay, you want to play? I'll play with you?" The next second, to everyone's surprise, Green Goblin threw several bombs under his feet. In an instant, several bombs exploded together, and countless green smoke filled the air. Watching the green smoke spread out, Gwen's face changed under the mask, and the cobweb in his hand shot towards the heights. As soon as his body swayed, he came to a green light. Get a good view of all the smoke below. Does he want to run away? Gwen frowned, and all she could think of about Green Goblin's move was running away. Use the smoke to confuse other people's vision, and then wait for an opportunity to escape. "Miss Gwen, do I need to turn on the thermal imaging detection function?" 35. It is good. In an instant, all the scenery in front of Gwen turned into the color of infrared imaging. Also in the field of infrared thermal imaging, Gwen clearly saw that Green Goblin was still in the center of the smoke. As in the previous state, it seems that he is fighting with himself. After the red, can the drone enter and hear the sound? Definitely can. The drone on the Gwen Spider battlesuit rose slowly and flew in the direction of the green smoke. In the distance, Tony, who was on guard against Green Goblin, saw this scene and said with some admiration, "Mini drone?" 35. It seems that this Spider-Man is not all a person who only knows how to use brute force. In Tony's opinion, the technical strength of that mini drone is much stronger than that of the broken flight machine. As the drone goes deep into the smoke, Gwen finally heard Green Goblin's voice. "Trust me, I'll take care of them all. Now all you have to do is to give me your body." "No, you don't understand. We've lost power to Spider-Man, technology to Tony, and Howard." 5. It doesn't make sense. Everything makes no sense. Norman's voice came out, constantly rebutting Green Goblin's. Not only that, at the moment Green Goblin even took off his mask, and his voice was not blocked. Ruuman's original voice came out. This voice sounds familiar. For a while, Gwen couldn't remember where the voice had been heard before, but it felt familiar. Coupled with the thick smoke inside, the image sent back by the drone did not look down on Green Goblin's face at all. Let Gwen have some doubts who Green Goblin is. In the smoke, Green Goblin and Norman were still arguing. "As I said, I'll leave you to deal with those bureaucrats in the morning, and give me the body in the evening. Are you going to break your word now?" Green Goblin said angrily. Norman replied with a heartless heart, "No, I just think it's all pointless now." Green Goblin was speechless. "UTM admit defeat and want to die, don't hold me back. Actually, you can win. As long as you are willing, make a deal with me." The voice that suddenly rose, sounded from the depths of the heart, as if carrying a kind of tempting magic. Norman and Green Goblin's expressions changed at the same time, and they said in horror, "Who is it?" At this time, Tony flew to Gwen's side. "Nice equipment, Lady Spider." "That definitely," Gwen said bluntly. "The technology of Spider battlesuit is specially designed by Luo Feng for her. To praise Spider battlesuit is to praise Luo Feng." From Gwen's ears, this was more fun than complimenting her directly. "So can you see what's inside?" "I have thermal imaging and can see the guys inside," Tony said with a little show-off. Gwen also refused to admit defeat. It seems that no one has it. 99. Tony was at a loss for words. Indeed, if such drones can be developed, miniature infrared thermal imaging is even more of a problem. "Hey, what is he doing?" Gwen said suddenly. In the smoke, the human figure revealed by the thermal image, at the moment actually knelt down on both knees. Tony also saw it, and said a little strangely, "That way, it's like prayer." On the roof, Luo Feng watched Green Goblin trapped himself in the smoke. "Looks like it's over." According to the original plot development, Green Goblin, who drives a flight machine and masters heavy thermal weapons such as bombs, was able to barely keep a 55-50 with Spider-Man, but because of Tony's strong intervention, directly abolishing Green Goblin's flight device, he has no flight device that can deal with Spider-Man, and Green Goblin's combat power is greatly reduced. In this case, it is basically impossible to defeat Gwen. Just as Luo Feng was about to use the shapeshifting to leave, his expression changed. The pupils quickly smeared with a brilliant golden color. Who is it? Deep in the universe, Heimdall, who had been looking at Thor, suddenly changed his face and shifted his gaze. I saw the green smoke on the door of the New York Police Department. No, it's impossible. How could he be there? 99. Heimdall immediately withdrew his gaze, and hurriedly ran in the direction of the Odin Temple, Zhao's. Somewhere on Earth, Ancient One, dressed in a grey monk robe, sat at the tea table, brewing tea for several of his disciples. Several disciples also nodded respectfully at Ancient One. Ancient One held the pot in her hand, and the tea poured out slowly along the spout of the teapot, as if she was in a state of mind without waves. But the next moment, Guji's indifferent face changed a little bit. The tea in his hand also became unstable. Ancient One quickly put down the teapot in his hand, got up and walked a few steps, looking in the direction of New York. The expressions of several disciples also changed instantly. They have followed the Ancient One for so many years, and they have never seen the Ancient One have such a gaffe. One of the older disciples stepped forward and asked, "Master, has something happened?" 55. Ancient One said slowly, "He appeared." Several disciples looked at each other. "He? Who is the teacher talking about?" Another disciple asked suspiciously. In Ancient One's eyes, there seemed to be countless stars circulating, and after a while, he opened his mouth and said, "The Lord of Hell, Mefisto." Judge. Chapter 118. Galactus is the weakest. Asgard, Odin's bedroom. At the moment Odin slept peacefully in his big bed. Golden light lingers above. Not long ago, Heimdall was diagnosed by Necromancer after sending Odin back to his bedroom. Odin's dark wounds accumulated over the years broke out and needed a long period of sleep to recuperate. Now in Asgard, Thor is in Midgard, so Loki is the acting god king. But Heimdall knew that it was all designed by Odin. Not only Heimdall knows. The queen who has been serving Odin all the time knows it too. At the moment when Heimdall broke in, the queen frowned and looked at Heimdall. Did something happen to Thor in Midgard? 39. She is Thor's biological mother, and she was naturally worried about Thor's comfort at the first time. Heimdall shook his head. "Prince Thor, everything is normal, only now?" Heimdall glanced at the sleeping Odin. The queen reached out her hand to the bed knowingly and shook Odin gently. "Heimdall is here. There is something important to report to you." Odin, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was bright. There was no such thing as an eruption of dark wounds, seeing Heimdall also standing beside the bed. Odin frowned. "I said, don't bother me. Can't let Loki see it." Heimdall also showed his face and knelt down on one knee and said, "Wong, the situation is really urgent. I have to come to 720. Looking at Heimdall's solemn appearance, Odin also understood the seriousness of the matter. Sitting up from the bed, he asked, "What happened to Midgard?" During this time, Heimdall's eyes only stayed on Midgard. So Odin knew that something uncontrollable must have happened on Midgard's side to make Heimdall panic like this. Yes, the Lord of Hell, Mefisto appears on Midgard. Hearing this name, Odin's expression also changed. How could he appear in Midgard at this time? Lord of Hell, Mefisto? This name may be unfamiliar to other people, but it is a familiar existence to the powerhouses of level godfather like Odin. After all, Planet Devourer, one of the 5 gods, had a battle with Mefisto, ended with the Devourer of Planet seriously wounded. This shows that the strength of Mefisto is strong. But Odin knew that the longer Mefisto was out of hell, the weaker he would be. But no matter how weak it is not something that the current Midgard humans can compete with. Odin frowned. What the hell is he doing in Midgard? Could it be that? As if guessing something, Odin's face instantly turned pale, and he looked at Heimdall. What happened to her seal? Heimdall replied immediately, "Please don't worry, Mefisto is going to Midgard this time. It seems to be looking for someone to sign a soul contract." Signing a soul contract is a trick of Mefisto. When a soul has a strong enough obsession, there is a certain chance that it will attract Mefisto. Mefisto will coax him to sign a soul contract with him through all kinds of enticements. After signing, Mefisto will use his magic to achieve the other party's obsession. But the price is that his soul is forever sold to Mefisto. As for what Mefisto wanted to do after collecting these souls, no one knew. The only thing Odin knew was that there were too many soul contracts with Mefisto since time immemorial. But without exception, they all regretted it in the end. Watch him closely, if he has any intentions of Midgard's seal, or any contact with Thor's side. 55. Build me Bifrost right now. Mefisto's insidious cunning makes Odin have to be careful. If you let him release the guy in Midgard early, the whole Asgard is over. Understood, King? Just when Odin was about to explain something, footsteps sounded outside the palace. Loki is back. The queen, who was born as a priestess, immediately sensed Loki's aura. Odin hurriedly said, "Remember, Mefisto can't be messed around in Midgard." Heimdall hammered his chest with one hand, expressing that he must do it. The moment the door to the bedroom was pushed open, Loki walked in slowly with the God King scepter in his hand. Heimdall? Seeing that Heimdall was also in Odin's bedroom, Loki looked at him suspiciously. Shouldn't Heimdall be guarding Bifrost at a time like this? His Royal Highness Loki. Ajag. Heimdall turned and saluted Loki. Loki glanced at Heimdall, then at Odin, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, he said to Heimdall, "That's right, it saves me from going to you." Heimdall looked at Loki and said, "Is something wrong? Your Highness Loki." Loki raised the scepter in his hand, the symbol of King Asgard. "Now, does the whole Asgard obey my orders?" Heimdall immediately got down on one knee. "Definitely, Wong. Well, from now on, no one is allowed to use Bifrost to go to Midgard. Can it be done?" The scepter in Loki's hand pointed at Heimdall, and said solemnly. Heimdall understood it, and Loki was afraid that some of Thor's henchmen in Asgard would run to Midgard to help Thor. Once Thor answers Asgard, then Loki is no longer the acting god king. It's all in Odin's calculations. Heimdall smiled, and Loki thought he was in control. "Understood, King." Loki waved his hand in satisfaction. "Go down, don't disturb my father's rest." "Yes." Seeing Heimdall leave, Loki crouches beside Odin. Although there is some resentment towards Odin's concealment over the years, Odin's love for him for hundreds of years is also real. Now Odin is in bed, death unknown. Loki's concerns are also revealed. "Empress Mother, how is father?" Touching Loki's face back, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Necromancer said he's recovering well." Loki then nodded reassuringly. Worrying about Odin is one thing, dealing with Thor is another. He now wished Thor could stay in Midgard all his life and not come back. "Queen, Asgard has a lot to deal with, so I'll go down first." The queen nodded and watched Loki leave. When Loki left, the queen patted Odin lightly on the shoulder. Odin opened his eyes and said lightly, "Mefisto, would you like to sneak up to Midgard?" The queen was also very worried about Thor's comfort. As a witch, he also knows the legend about the demon Mefisto, and now his son Thor is so close to that demon. Odin reassured, "Don't worry, Midgard is not as fragile as you think. There is also a strong group of guys in Midgard." 33. It's just that they won't shoot easily, but that doesn't mean they won't shoot. The queen was still a little worried. Isn't Mefisto very strong? He has even defeated the 5 gods. The 5 gods are the existence of the ceiling level of cosmic combat power. Mefisto, however, defeated Galactus among them. Odin smiled and continued, "The planet Devourer is the weakest of the 5 gods." Chapter 119. Why are you in smoke? Green Goblin knelt on the ground with his hands in a prayer position and muttered to himself, "Lord of Hell Mefisto, if you can really help me, let alone my soul, even my life, you can take it at any time. Fate, I'm not interested in your life, I just want your soul. Norman Osborn, will you be my servant? As long as you want, I will give you the power to deal with the 2 jokers outside." 95. Mephisto's voice seemed to sound in all directions, but also sounded deep inside. Originally, Green Goblin and Norman thought that this was Tony's new invention. But after praying out of the body's control, they knew that this guy who called himself the Lord of Hell had some incredible power in his hands. And this power surpassed all his knowledge so far. By becoming your slave, can you gain the power to defeat 2 people outside? This time, it was clearly Norman who spoke up. "Definitely, Norman Osborn. As long as you have the power I give you, any general, any Tony Stark will be stomped under your feet, including the Spider-Man just now." Mephisto's voice, like a magic voice, evoked Norman's memory just now. The power of transforming people that he is proud of, coupled with the exoskeleton developed with great effort. The combined power of the 2 gave Norman absolute confidence. Such confidence. But in front of Spider-Man, it's like playing at home. Norman slowly looked out of the smoke, as if he saw Spider-Man staying outside. An idea popped into my mind. As long as Spider-Man dies, then his exoskeleton, his genetic modification is still the most powerful. I would like to be your slave. Ha 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 ha. Mephisto's frantic voice burst into laughter and continued, "It's not enough that you agree, I want you two to agree." Norman raised his head slowly. One side of his eyes was full of red bloodshots, while the other side remained normal. It is clearly the same body speaking, but at the moment 2 voices appear strangely. "I would like to be your slave, serving Lord Mephisto." When the words fell, Mephisto's laughter became more harsh. "Ha ha ha. Norman Osborn? Begin today, be branded with hell, be my servant and live." 99. A deep red light, born out of thin air, fell on Norman's eyebrows. Suddenly, Norman's hysterical screams sounded. "What?" With the sound of Norman's participation, the exoskeleton worn outside the body began to wriggle as if it had life. The mask that fell to the ground also flew up and automatically covered Norman's face. The mask also wriggled, as if it was constantly eating away at Norman's original face. Immediately afterwards, strands of green flames ignited on Ruuman's body. Outside world. Luo Feng, who was standing on the roof, frowned and looked at Norman, who was changing in the smoke. Good evil, who is helping Green Goblin. Luo Feng quickly recalled how many people in the Marvel world possess such power. Soon, a right number 1 person appeared in my mind. Mefisto, how come suddenly? If it really is Mefisto, then the current Green Goblin is not an existence that Gwen and Tony can solve. Luo Feng looked at the direction of the NYPD, thoughtfully. Gwen and Tony looked at Green Goblin, who was praying, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Then, the 2 heard the screams of Green Goblin in the smoke. The expressions of the 2 changed in unison, and the ominous premonition in their hearts became more obvious. "Ms. Spider, I don't want to waste my time, I'm here for something else." Tony concealed the unease that suddenly rose in his heart, and the palm gun began to charge in the direction of Green Goblin in the smoke. The cobwebs launcher on Gwen's wrist pointed in the direction of Green Goblin, and said, "I don't want to waste time." Just as the two were about to launch an attack at the same time, a woman's scream came from behind them. Behind the woman, who else can be except Anna? Tony and Gwen turned their heads away, attracted by Anna's screams. What the hell is this? The scene in front of him completely surpassed Tony's cognition. Gwen also frowned and asked softly, "Queen Red, what's going on?" As a Red Queen who is a crystallization of technology, she naturally does not understand the scope of magic, so she can only answer, "Miss Gwen, I don't know. But that flight device seems to be taking life. I saw the flight device that Tony had scrapped, at the moment slowly flying again, the original hard metal. But it is at this moment slowly showing fleshy lines. Not only that, the two machine gun barrels that fired bullets turned into two blood-red glasses." This strange scene made everyone present incomprehensible. George gave the order directly, "Go grab 35. All the detectives' guns were directed towards flight, and sparks erupted. In an instant, the flight device was riddled with bullets. Seeing that the attack worked, George didn't have time to be happy when he saw those holes wiggled a few times, and then changed back to their original shape again. Anna covered her mouth and stared at this incredible scene beyond common sense. The eyes of the flight device that had just grown, turned a few times and looked at George. Just looking at it like this, George felt a strange fear rising from his heart. You can only feel a sense of security by holding the gun in your hand tightly. But the next moment, the flight device's eyes moved away, turned around and flew in the direction of Norman. "Tony, stop him." Gwen lost the cobweb out of his hands. "Don't give me orders." The palm gun in Tony's hand, plus the tracking missiles on the shoulder armor, were loaded in an instant. Gwen cobweb fired first, Tony's bullet followed. As long as Gwen restrained the movement of the strange flight device, Tony's firepower would swarm almost instantly. But what the two of them never expected was that a red light flashed through the eyes of the strange flight device. Two bright red lasers shot out, instantly melting Gwen's spider and detonating Tony's firepower. The smoke and impact of the explosion caused Gwen and Tony to take a few steps back subconsciously. "I swear, this is the first time I've seen something so disgusting." Although Tony failed in his attack, it didn't affect his vicious tongue-in-cheek character at all. "Watch out, it's coming." With a keen spider telepathy, Gwen knew the thing was rushing out of the smoke from the explosion. And it's super fast. As soon as Gwen's reminder sound fell, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice also sounded, "Be careful, sir." Without giving the two extra time to react, a black figure passed directly between them. "Fly straight to the Green Goblin in the green smoke. I'm going first." Before he could finish his sentence, Tony flew directly in the direction of the smoke, and Gwen also ran quickly. Just when Tony was about to get close to the green smoke, the original screaming screams had ended. Instead, it was almost frantic, hearty laughter. Along with the loud laughter, there was a powerful storm. Take smoke. More precisely, it broke out with Green Goblin as the core. The smoke was blown away quickly. Green Goblin's figure began to loom. Tony, who had just approached the green mist, was the first to be blown away. Gwen, who was not so close, immediately fell to the ground, his hands only sticking to the floor. J.A.R.V.I.S. Turn on the back propulsion. After Tony finished speaking, behind Mark 6, a few small outlines opened immediately, and flames shot out. This stabilized Tony's figure. Stable Tony looked at Gwen and asked, "Can you explain to me what's going on?" 99. Gwen turned her head and glanced at Tony. She didn't understand what was going on. "Okay, I see." Gwen's expression was enough to say it all. Tony looked at the smoke and stopped asking. The storm gradually stopped, and Green Goblin appeared in front of the two again. When I saw Green Goblin again, I wondered why Green Goblin changed drastically after staying in the smoke for a while. But that didn't stop Tony from being passive. "My god, he's uglier than ever." 99. Gwen nodded in agreement. At the moment, the Green Goblin stepped on the flight device, and the flight device gently flapped its wings. And Green Goblin's body, the metal exoskeleton built according to the muscle lines, is more like a tights on the body at this moment. 4 flowers. And those lines turned into blood-red color. At the joints, there were also wisps of blue flames. What's even more bizarre is that the mask seems to have really become his face, with 2 naked eyes. As Norman spoke, the mask moved. "Look, the 2 of them are still here. Then I can have a good time." Green Goblin looked at Gwen and Tony playfully. Tony raised the palm of his hand. "Looks like someone forgot who was beaten and hid. Let me help you with your memories." As the energy gathered, the palm cannon shot directly towards Green Goblin with a bang. Tony, who thought Green Goblin would dodge, confidently analyzed the way Green Goblin was dodging. When ready to shoot the next shot, Green Goblin lifted his chest, and 2 palm cannons hit his chest muscles, leaving only a little scorching marks. And the exoskeleton seemed to recover. A tiny flame flashed, and the scorched traces completely disappeared. "Tony Stark, is that all you can do?" Tony frowned. J.A.R.V.I.S. Did the power go down just now? "No, sir. He's too out of line." Green Goblin rubbed his chest lightly as if mockingly and said, "Tony, try mine." 35. After speaking, the flight device under his feet tilted slightly, and 2 red lasers that were thicker than before shot out. The speed was extremely fast and hit the chest of Mark's armor. The powerful force directly blew Tony up and smashed it towards the back. Tony. Gwen shot the cobweb from his hand, and when he was about to hold Tony, Green Goblin came to Gwen with the speed of the flight device. Spider-Man, I don't know if your proud strength can still beat me now. Green Goblin was approaching, and Gwen could only take back the idea of rescuing Tony. Because Green Goblin hit the same punch as before, but this time Gwen didn't take it hard. It's not because of the inability to catch up, but because of the green flames mixed in Green Goblin's fist. Gwen didn't know how those flames functioned, but spider telepathy told her. Those flames are dangerous. Seeing Gwen dodging his fist, Green Goblin suddenly felt a little irritable. Pick it up? Why don't you just take another punch like you did before? Green Goblin, who was in a frenzy, didn't notice that Tony on the other side got up from the ground. J.A.R.V.I.S. Is there a problem with the system? No problem, sir. When Tony thought that he was directly blown away just now, he didn't get angry. Let him taste my power. Tony's thrusters were at full throttle, punching Green Goblin in the face with an all-out punch. Green Goblin's flight device rolled his eyes and saw Tony, who was about to attack. Immediately flew to Green Goblin's side, between Tony and Green Goblin. Tony punched the flight device with all his strength, directly smashing the side of the flight device. Green Goblin, dissatisfied with the bloodshot glasses, also turned to look at Tony and grabbed Tony's fist. Tony Stark. That voice, like the groan of a ghost in hell, made people shudder. Those green flames quickly burned Tony's mark armor. Instead, J.A.R.V.I.S. reported, "Sir, cryogenic warning? What?" Gwen saw Tony being caught and immediately grabbed Tony's arm, trying to pull Tony out of Green Goblin's hands. Green Goblin seems to have taken his chance. Come on and enjoy the cold from hell. 35. Immediately, countless green flames erupted from Green Goblin's body, swallowing myself with Gwen and Tony in an instant. P.S. In the comic Spider-Man, The Days Left, Peter Parker supported Tony's superhero registration bill after the Civil War, the original story of Captain America 3, and took off his hood in public. There are no heroes. Back to the plot prototype. Because the hood was taken off, the enemy family came to the door directly, and Aunt May was seriously injured and dying. Peter Parker searched all the people he could find, but no one could save Aunt May for him. That's when Mefisto finds Peter and makes a deal with the future, Peter and Mary Jane's love, and their daughter, to save Aunt May and clear the world's memory that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Chapter 120 Ancient vs Mefisto. Inside a temple, Ancient One put on his yellow hooded monk robe, and the disciples around him were people who had followed Ancient One for many years. Everyone understands that when the Ancient One wears this suit, it means that he is going to do something very important. Either fight or do something dangerous. Modu stepped forward. "Master, let me go with you." Ancient One glanced at Mordo and said with a smile on his face, "Where I'm going, you can't go now." Modu was still a little worried. "Master, do not worry about me." Ancient One patted Modu's hand and continued, "Be optimistic about Camartage. Caecilius may come back at any time." Hearing this name, Modu's face became solemn. "Understood, Master. Even if I die, nothing will go wrong with Camartage." Hearing his answer, the Ancient 7371 seemed dissatisfied and said, "Camartage is just a temple. It's not Camartage that we really want to protect." Although Mordo listened to Ancient One's words, he was madly paranoid about principles. But let him put Camartage first. If Caecilius did kill while the Ancient One was away, Mordo would fulfill his promise. Ancient One looked at Mordo and sighed softly. She knew very well the character of her own disciple. Because of this, he can't become his heir, and he can't become the strongest sorcerer supreme on earth. Ancient One looked at the other disciples, and they nodded to Ancient One. With these men guarding Camartage, Ancient One put on a yellow hood and walked straight out of the gate. Without the gate opening, the Ancient One went straight through the gate. Modu looked at the back of Ancient One leaving, and took the seat next to him. "You go and teach other disciples first. Leave it to me here." Several other people looked at each other, then bowed to Modu and slowly stepped back. Soon, Mordo was left alone in Camartage, and Mordo slowly closed his eyes, guarding Camartage. After Ancient One stepped out of Camartage, they came to a deep and dark space. In the dark space, only a few places flickered with a strange green light. Ancient One looked up and looked around, and made a light drawing on the void with one hand. A golden yellow magic circle slowly formed in his hand, and then the magic circle suddenly shattered, turned into countless fluorescent butterflies, illuminating the surroundings. I saw all around. It turned out to be a long and narrow aisle with countless bones piled up. Ancient One stepped out, and the fluorescent butterfly beside her followed her. Soon, at the end of the long and narrow aisle, a throne of skeletons stood there. It's just that at the moment Skull Throne is empty. Ancient One put his hands behind his back, and the sling ring on his hands emitted this faint golden fluorescence. After a while, on the other side of the long and narrow aisle, red flames erupted from the hollow eyes of the skeletons on both sides, burning constantly in the direction of the Ancient One, until the entire dark space is illuminated. "Magician of Earth, what are you doing in my hell?" On the skeleton throne, there was a figure in a red robe at an unknown time. A head of messy hair, a pair of eyes without pupils as long as they focus on the whites of their eyes, and the fangs that are visible to the naked eye when they speak. "Lord of Hell Mefisto, The corners of Mefisto's mouth raised slightly, revealing a pair of fangs. You are the sorcerer supreme of the earth. Ancient One covered his face with the brim of his hat, and said indifferently, at this time, why are you visiting Earth? In the supreme holy place, there is a list of dangerous people, and you are among them. So you suddenly visited Earth, and I had to come and ask you in person. Mefisto put away the smile on his face, with a hint of anger. The whole universe, I can go wherever I want. If I wanted to, I could go even Asgard. 35. Not to mention a tiny Earth. Do you mean to come to Xingxi to ask for guilt? Mefisto's pupilless eyes, looking at Ancient One, though pupilless. But Ancient One still felt a chilling gaze. The sling ring in his hand suddenly opened a golden magic circle, as if it was automatically protecting the master. Ancient One still asked fearlessly, why did you come to Earth? Ha ha ha. Earth Sorcerer Supreme, if you want to know that, then it's up to you. Mefisto made a big move, and the skeletons in the aisles all around seemed to be alive. There was a pounding sound from the teeth, and the strange sound made people shudder. At the same time, countless red flames erupted from the skull's eyes. In an instant, the entire aisle was burned into a sea of red fire. Immediately afterwards, countless red flames swept away towards Ancient One. Ancient One's hand was placed across his chest, forming a handprint, and then his hands were spread out. 2 huge amounts of golden magic circles instantly enveloped Ancient One. The red flames couldn't penetrate the Ancient One's side for half a minute. Seeing this scene, Mefisto said with some admiration, yes, the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth. You are qualified. Suddenly, Mefisto's face became extremely ugly, because he saw that Ancient One's slowly raised face was between her eyebrows. Has a red rune mark. Boom! At the door of the New York Police Department, countless green flames erupted, instantly drowning Gwen and Tony. George, Anna, and the others also watched worriedly. It's so cold. Anna's clothes were relatively thin, and she immediately felt the temperature drop rapidly around her. She couldn't understand that such a fierce flame was burning not far away. The temperature is indeed dropping eerily. Everything that happened tonight is destined to keep Anna's understanding of the world. The green flame erupted just a moment later. It slowly decreased. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the slowly extinguished flames, with worried expressions in their eyes. What happened to Spider-Man and Iron Man? 4.6 However, as the flames disappeared, only Green Goblin was exposed. Not only that, Green Goblin looked at the arm that he had just grabbed towards Tony in disbelief. At the moment, where is there Tony and Spider-Man, even one of his own arms? They all lay quietly on the ground. Not even Green Goblin himself knew when his arm was cut off. What about them? Anna asked worriedly. She even thought that the 2 of them would be burned out in the flames just now. George also looked around worriedly, looking for Spider-Man and Iron Man. At this point a detective shouted, "They're there." 9. Chapter 121, The Suppressed Mefisto. What the hell happened? Green Goblin looked at the arm that fell to the ground, completely unaware of what was going on. According to his guess, when he removed the green flames, Spider-Man and Iron Man should become 2 ice sculptures that shattered when they touched. But now, at this time, the arm that fell to the ground automatically ignited a green flame, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Immediately after, Green Goblin's severed arm squirmed for a while, and a new arm grew. After moving the newly grown arm, Green Goblin smiled with satisfaction. Is this the Master's power? After signing a soul contract with Mefisto, Green Goblin has become Mefisto's most loyal servant. After feeling the surging power in his body again, Green Goblin looked around with a grin on his face. Tony, Spider-Man. It doesn't matter how you escaped just now. Tonight you are going to disappear from this world. I will sacrifice your souls to the Master together. Just as Green Goblin was looking for the 2 of them, a detective in the police station shouted, "Where are they?" Everyone present, including George, Anna, and Green Goblin, looked in the direction he pointed. I saw where Iron Man, Tony, and Spider-Man were standing on a grass not far from the police station. And among them, George and several other detectives recognized at a glance. This is the Emperor who helped them take down Connors the Lizard when they were in the sewers? Why is he here too? Xiao06 said to himself with some doubts. When Anna heard it, she immediately asked, "Uncle George, you know that golden mecha 5? 35. George nodded, and then said, "His name is the Emperor." After Anna heard it, she repeated the domineering name. Green Goblin's gaze also noticed the extra golden mecha between the 2. Pupils shrink suddenly. Isn't this the golden mecha in the General's profile? Green Goblin recalled the 2 documents the General showed him when he started the new Captain America program. Isn't the golden mecha photographed in one of the documents the one in front of me? He had always thought that it was also the arm of Stark Industries, but from now on, seems to be up for discussion. Luo Feng glanced at Green Goblin, then turned to look at Gwen and asked, "Are you alright?" Gwen glanced at Luo Feng and replied, "It's fine." 35. Then he asked suspiciously, "Why are you here too?" Luo Feng thought for a while, how to explain this. Then he glanced at Green Goblin and said half-truth, "I sensed an evil force." 55. So I came over. Evil power. Gwen also looked at Green Goblin, and was reminded by Luo Feng. Gwen also felt the uncomfortable feeling on Green Goblin. Perhaps this is the evil force that the Emperor said. Tony, who was ignored by the 2, interjected at the right time, "Although I really don't want to disturb your pleasant exchange. But I still need to remind that guy's flames are terrifying." Luo Feng and Gwen looked at Tony. Tony raised the hand that Green Goblin had just grabbed slightly, and the shell of Mark's armor was covered with a thick layer of frost. Look. Tony raised his other hand. He tapped slightly hard on the shell of his arm. The next moment, a cracking sound came out. The arm shell was covered with cobweb-like cracks in an instant. It was also in an instant that the armor shell shattered, revealing Tony's fleshy arm. Even on the arm, at the moment is covered with a layer of frost. Tony couldn't help but feel a little fortunate in his heart. If there was no Mark armor, he was afraid that it would be his own hands that would be shattered into pieces of ice. At the same time, I am also fortunate that what Green Goblin caught just now was not the arc reactor in his chest, otherwise. Gwen's eyes narrowed. Why do places that have been burned by flames become like this? Tony also shook his head. I don't know either. 99. J.A.R.V.I.SS analysis is that his flame is capable of freezing the molecular structure of any object. 35. His power is now completely beyond our comprehension. With that said, Tony also glanced at the Emperor, because the Emperor's power was beyond his comprehension. Just a moment ago, I and Spider-Man were brought here. This feeling is exactly the same as when I first met the Emperor. Thank you. 35. Tony said to Luo Feng. In a way, this is the second time the Emperor has saved his life. For the first time, nature gave him a hint and let him find the research left by Howard. Luo Feng nodded to Tony and looked at the triangular arc reactor on his chest. It seems that you have found what Howard left you. 99. Looking at the ice slag on the ground, Gwen's face under the mask also became a little ugly. Then we know how to deal with him. Such means, let alone deal with him. Even getting close to him is a problem. Luo Feng smiled and took a step forward. You two, just rest for a while, I'll leave it to me here. Hearing the Emperor's words to deal with Green Goblin himself, Gwen immediately objected. This is not the time to be brave. His power is completely inexplicable with common sense. Luo Feng smiled faintly on the face under the armor, and said without looking back, my strength. It can't be explained by common sense. Listening to the confident words of the Emperor Xia, Gwen's thoughts of continuing to stop him were suppressed. Tony looked to the side, only to find that it was only suitable for Tony to sit on the ground. The mask on his face was opened, and he looked like he was watching a play. Tony also noticed Gwen's eyes and joked, it's a pity that there is a little less wine. But I can have Happy deliver it. Don't worry, I trust him. After listening to Tony's words, Gwen also sat down, although I don't want to admit it, but he gave me a very reassuring feeling. This feeling is like. In Gwen's mind, the figure of Luo Feng suddenly appeared. Like what? Tony asked curiously. Gwen shook his head and covered up, it's nothing. Seeing that Gwen didn't say anything, Tony could only continue to look in the direction of the Emperor. Seeing Emperor Xia walking towards him alone, Green Goblin's smile continued. It seems that you also want to be a hero. 39. The fate of heroes is tragic. I have a question for you. Luo Feng ignored Green Goblin's noise and asked. Green Goblin's hand stretched to his waist for a while. For some reason, he felt a natural suppressing force from this golden mecha. It was as if in front of him, the strength he had obtained from Mefisto was suddenly greatly reduced. It must be an illusion. The power of the Master is the greatest in this universe. 95. Green Goblin constantly hinted to himself, then answered loudly, just ask, I'm in a good mood tonight, and I won't let you die in the dark. The one who gives you strength, isn't it Mefisto? 99. Luo Feng was just curious if his guess was correct. In fact, in his heart, there are two conjectures. One is Dormammu, the master of the dark space. One is Dark Lord Mefisto. But with Norman's ability, he has not been able to reach Dormammu at the magical level. So Luo Feng prefers Mefisto's guess. Hearing Luo Feng's question, Green Goblin's face gradually turned ugly. He didn't know why the golden mecha in front of him knew his master's name. But the instinct after signing the soul contract told him not to mention the name Murphy 737 Stowe in front of others. I do not know what you're talking about. You'd better die for me. Having said that, Green Goblin took out several pumpkin bombs from the belt around his waist, and the current pumpkin bombs have also turned into real small pumpkins with skulls. In the two empty eye sockets, there are still red flames. Let me see, you who want to be a hero can protect a few people. The pumpkin bomb in his hand was thrown at Luo Feng, drawing several blood-red arcs in the air. Suddenly, there were two pumpkin bombs, as if alive, their mouths let out a gloomy laughter. Then he turned sharply and flew towards George and the others. The rest flew towards Luo Feng. If Luo Feng escaped to save George, Gwen, and Tony behind him would be killed. On the other hand, Gwen and Tony could not escape death. It seems that my guess was correct. Luo Feng knew the answer by looking at Green Goblin's reaction. Press against the void in his hand, Emperor Sword. The Emperor's sword was taken out by Luo Feng, and with a flick of a wave, several bombs flying towards him exploded instantly. Countless green flames erupted, instantly engulfing Luo Feng. Rao is Gwen and Tony have confidence in Luo Feng, but this scene also changed their faces. Gwen even stood up, ready to shoot. Wait a minute, when is he? Tony's tone was full of shock. Gwen also heard the explosion on the other side at this time, and looked in the direction of the New York Police Department. I saw the Emperor's hero standing in front of George and the others at this moment, and the two pumpkin bombs were turned by his sword and bounced into the sky and exploded. The extremely cold freezing force suddenly made the water in the air form ice crystals and slowly fall. Luo Feng pulled out a sword flower from the Emperor's sword in his hand, laying it in front of him. Chapter 122 Rogers is not dead. When did you? Green Goblin looked in disbelief at the golden mecha standing in front of the NYPD. He didn't even see clearly when the golden mecha moved. The shock in his heart was also mixed with a trace of anger. This anger came from a sense of fear in the depths of his heart. It was just well suppressed by Green Goblin. So Green Goblin didn't realize the fact that he was suppressed in front of Luo Feng. If Norman came to dominate the body, when he found that he couldn't beat him, with Norman's cautious character, he naturally found an opportunity to escape. Look for opportunities to make a comeback in the future. But now it is Green Goblin who is leading. The second personality that is almost crazy and paranoid will only make Green Goblin unable to judge the form in front of him, especially after gaining Mefisto's powers. The power of expansion brings confidence in expansion. Green Goblin jumped upwards, and the flight device returned to Green Goblin's feet. Is it fast? The corner of Green Goblin's mouth was raised to an exaggerated angle, and his eyes glowed red when he saw Luo Feng. It's like a vampire bat that's already on top of its prey. Green Goblin turned his palm behind him, and green flames spurted out instantly. Coupled with the speed of the flight device, the Green Goblin's speed increased to the extreme in an instant. Not only that, Green Goblin's whole body was covered with green flames. At the moment, he was completely an extremely cold bomb, and the tail flame left by the extreme speed also carried snow-white ice crystals. Are you playing with fire with me? Luo Feng looked at Green Goblin rushing over, and touched the 5-element spar on the Emperor's belt with one hand. A fiery red energy sticker appeared in front of Luo Feng. On the top of the energy sticker, there are countless flame imprints, and the imprints gather in the middle to condense a big word of flame. The Emperor's sword in his hand taps on the energy sticker, Emperor Flame Slash. In Luo Feng's hand, the Emperor's sword burst out with countless extremely hot flames, burning the chill brought by Green Goblin to nothing. With a flaming slash at Green Goblin. Extremely hot in the shock of extreme cold, it exploded in an instant. A violent energy fluctuation erupted towards the surroundings with Green Goblin as the center. Form a strong storm. Tony, who had been watching the play, immediately put on his mask, and with the thrust of Mark's armor, he barely stood still. Gwen was crawling on the ground, his fingers only clasped the ground, and the hat on the battlesuit was blown loudly. What kind of energy is this? Tony opened his mouth in surprise. Gwen also looked at it in disbelief. He had seen Emperor Xia take a shot in the sewers before. At that time, she had no deep conception of the strength of the Emperor Xia at all, because the Emperor Man at that time only pinned Dr. Connors and several other mutant lizard detectives. She never imagined that the Emperor's power was so powerful, and this scene was also seen by Nick Fury, who was paying attention here. Nick Fury has stood up from his seat, one eye fixed on the big screen. There was a cold sweat on his forehead. Due to the violent ability fluctuations, it even led to the instability of the screen transmission. Started shaking. At the hill next to Nick Fury, at the moment was also amazed. Such power, in her opinion, is no less than a human high-explosive bomb. Is there really such a power in this world? Before, I also had a little inner doubt about Nick Fury's Avengers plan. Because in her opinion, no amount of personal strength can compete with a national system. Even an alpha mutant like Magneto. In the face of such a behemoth as the state system, it can only shrink and wait for an opportunity like a tortoise with a shrinking head. Just like when Nick Fury went to the meeting alone in front of Magneto, Magneto didn't even dare to touch him. That's the power behind Nick Fury. But now, the power displayed by the two people on the big screen is no longer something they can control. It was also at this moment that Hill no longer had any doubts about the Avengers plan. Instead, he sighed Nick Fury's plan for a rainy day, and Nick Fury watched the impact of the two, and the memory in his heart was awakened again. Reminds him of the man. The powerful woman who intercepted an entire alien fleet outside the universe by herself. It's also because of her and the things she's experienced with her. It was only after Nick Fury became S.H.I.E.L.D. director that he started the Avengers plan without hesitation. Hill, 9. Head, 9. Hill sensed Nick Fury's seriousness and turned to look at Nick Fury. Tomorrow, I'm going to meet Bruce Banner in person. Hill's face changed. Head, he is still in an uncontrollable state. You go there so rashly, if he... Before Hill could finish, Nick Fury interrupted. There's no time left, the Avengers program has to start. I don't care what the rice buckets above say. S.H.I.E.L.D. I have the final say. Hill looked at the resolute Nick Fury and nodded. I'll arrange it right away. How is the excavation program in the Arctic Ocean? Hill took out a document. Not long ago, the Arctic Scientific Expedition team found a shield with a 5-star mark under the ice. After excavation, and after inspection by S.H.I.E.L.D., it was determined that it was the vibranium shield of Captain America Steve Rogers 70 years ago. 35. In order to prevent the bomb from exploding, Captain America resolutely drove the plane into the Arctic Ocean. 99. So far there is no news. Hill looked at the document in his hand and continued. Later, Howard Stark started the excavation plan and only recovered the Tesseract. Steve Rogers died at the bottom of the ocean. Nick Fury flipped through the documents in his hand. I know of all this, whether Rogers' body was found near the vibranium shield. Not found yet. However, the wreckage of the plane was found, and it is believed that Rogers' remains should be around. Hill pondered for a moment, then continued, "Hey, I don't quite get it. Why is there so much fanfare to find Roger's body? Just because he was a World War II hero, the spiritual symbol of a beautiful country." Zhao Haozhao. Hill understands that Nick Fury isn't the type to waste resources on something like this. This time, the search for Roger's body was made by some elites in SHIELD. Nick Fury glanced at Hill lightly. "What do you think Howard wanted to find Rogers back then?" Hill thought about it and continued, "Because he and Rogers have a good personal relationship, and because of the first director." 35. The first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter. Once the lover of Steve Rogers, it can also be said that the legendary woman who created Captain America and SHIELD. It was she who put S.H.I.E.L.D. in the hands of Nick Fury. Nick Fury said, "There's Chief Carter's reasons, and there's Howard's reasons. And the biggest reason is because Howard doesn't think Rogers is dead." Hill's eyes widened. "What? Song. Chapter 123 Devil, the Emperor is the Devil? Storm sadism. Gwen and Tony each used their means to keep themselves in shape. While George and others stood behind Luo Feng, the storm that swept over was also blocked by Luo Feng. So much so that the place where George and the others were standing was calm, in stark contrast to the outside world. At the center of the storm, the two forces of extreme heat and extreme cold blended and cancelled each other out. It was like a hot soldering iron being thrown into the ice water, making a sizzling sound. Did you win? A strong storm swept up sand and dust, and erupted with white steam, so that even with the help of the Red Queen, Gwen was completely unable to see what happened. Tony on the side also supported his body and said, "I think it shouldn't be that simple." He just saw with his own eyes that Green Goblin's severed arm could grow back. Gwen and Tony also tried their best to mobilize the technology of the battlesuit and the armor, and looked at the situation in the white fog. But it's basically all in vain. Just when the two of them were still thinking about what Green Goblin's situation is now, Green Goblin's unwilling roar came from the center of the white fog. It's impossible. How can I lose the power that the Master gave me? I do not believe." Following the direction of the sound, Gwen and Tony involuntarily raised their heads. "I saw in the white fog that filled the sky, Green Goblin stepped on the flight device and rushed out. He's still alive." Tony watched this scene in disbelief. At the moment of Green Goblin, there's nowhere else to be. Half of the body seemed to be melted, and green liquid was constantly dripping down. The flight device under his feet was even more appalling, and only one wing was melted. The body squirmed and tried to recover, just recovered a little, and melted again. Green Goblin looked at Luo Feng below. At the moment, the madness in the eyes at the beginning also began to show a trace of fear. "Impossible? The Master's power is the most powerful?" 35. As if feeling that he was getting scared, Green Goblin gave himself another shot. But at the moment, another voice in my mind reminded, "Flee, we are not his opponents." 39. "Flee as far as you want, and let me out when you are out of his sight." Hearing this voice, Green Goblin scolded angrily, "Don't you believe the Master? Just a steel armor like Tony 737. We are the most loyal servants of the Master? The Master has given us the ability of immortality." 35. "We are the strongest." The absolute belief in Mefisto made Green Goblin burst into a more green flame. Constantly repairing the wounds on his body, Green Goblin's roar was almost heard by everyone below. Others thought it was nothing but Green Goblin's incompetent rage. But Tony felt so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his old face. Tony knows too well the difference between his mark armor and the Emperor. In front of Emperor Xia, his mark armor is basically no different from the children's toys that he played. For a moment, Tony didn't understand whether Green Goblin was flattering himself or belittling the Emperor because he couldn't beat him. Luo Feng didn't care about Green Goblin's roar, but watched Green Goblin's body recovering with interest. It seems that after signing a contract with Mefisto, it seems that everyone can obtain the ability of immortality. In my mind, Ghost Rider, who was covered in fire, seemed to be immortal. In the sky, green flames were burning, which lowered the temperature in this area a lot. Green Goblin and his flight machine also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it returned to its original appearance. Looking at the body that had returned to its original state, and the flight machine flapping its wings, Green Goblin's self-confidence regained, and the reinflated Green Goblin couldn't help laughing in the air. "No, your attack is completely useless to me. I won't die." Green Goblin's face gradually became hideous, and he didn't know when he took a dozen pumpkin bombs. Squeezing them together with both hands, the pumpkin bomb squirmed and combined like a bug in Green Goblin's palm. In a moment, a pumpkin bomb twice the size of a blue ball appeared in his hand. Green Goblin raised his hands in a throwing gesture. "Dedicate your deaths to my master. Thank you, Master, for giving me the power of immortality." After finishing speaking, the pumpkin bomb in Green Goblin's hand slammed into the bottom. "Oops, if that scale explodes?" 35. 2. Ajag, and I instantly became calm, as a senior weapons expert, after watching a small pumpkin bomb explode. He could judge the power of that big pumpkin bomb. "Emperor, if that thing explodes, everything in this piece will be frozen into ice sculptures." Not only Tony, J.A.R.V.I.S. and Red Queen also analyzed the area damage after the bomb exploded. "Miss Gwen, if that bomb exploded, the NYPD would turn into an ice sculpture in an instant." Gwen's face also slammed to the side, looking in the direction of the New York Police Department. "There are George and Anna. There are also some uncles that I know. Sir, the only way is to take it as high as possible before it explodes. Take it to the sky. Tony glanced at the sky, and his eyes became firm. J.A.R.V.I.S. Wait, turn all the energy into power. In his mind, a solution has been quickly drawn up. It's not that he doesn't trust Luo Feng, but in such a situation, Tony made the best judgment subconsciously. J.A.R.V.I.S. was silent for a second, then replied, understood, sir. Just when Tony was about to make a move, Luo Feng stepped on his feet and instantly shot up into the sky, leaving behind a golden light and shadow. And one more line, Spider-Man, Iron Man. Protect others, leave the rest to me. 99. Gwen and Tony were taken aback at the same time, only to notice Luo Feng rushing towards the huge amounts of pumpkin bomb. Looking at this scene, Green Goblin also sneered, it's useless, even if the bomb is detonated in midair. His power can also freeze the people below into ice sculptures. After Luo Feng approached the pumpkin bomb, he stretched out his palm and stuck it on the surface of the pumpkin bomb. The falling pumpkin bomb was thus firmly picked up by Luo Feng. Gwen and Tony breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Green Goblin, however, made a lightly blossoming gesture and said, boom. 99. In an instant, the pumpkin bomb flashed, and Luo Feng was swallowed by countless green flames. Green Goblin burst into laughter in an instant. Ha ha ha, die. I won't die, but you will die and get hurt, even if this move didn't kill you. I can also consume you slowly. Emperor Xia suffered his own big pumpkin bomb, and he didn't believe that he could come out intact. As long as the Emperor is injured, the extreme cold from the depths of hell can freeze him to death. This is also, where he got it from Mefisto, an advantage over everyone? No? Seeing the Emperor being engulfed in flames, Gwen let out a startled roar. In the police station, George, who was always paying attention to the development of the war, also suddenly changed his face. Tony just reacted when he saw Gwen running in the direction of the Emperor. If you come into contact with those flames. Tony quickly grabbed Gwen and was about to take Gwen to escape in the opposite direction. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice sounded, sir, the blast radius is shrinking. What? Tony couldn't understand what J.A.R.V.I.S. meant. The Red Queen reminded Gwen about the same. This also calmed Gwen, who was about to charge forward, and looked in the direction of the explosion. I didn't feel a trace of cold eyes, on the contrary, it was a little gentle. Just like the morning Sunday. When Tony looked into the air, his pupils shrank suddenly, the green flames that were raging. At this moment, like a deflated balloon, it slowly shrank back. It was as if someone was squeezing the explosion hard. What? How is this possible? What happened? Not to mention Tony, even Green Goblin at the moment stared at this scene in disbelief. Is it him again? 35. Thinking of the Emperor's man who was submerged by the explosion just now, Green Goblin swallowed subconsciously. The fear that was suppressed in the bottom of my heart also revived again. Taj. Green Goblin took out the pumpkin bomb again, constantly throwing it at the flames. But this time, when the bomb entered the green flame, it did not cause any waves, just like a mud cow entering the sea. Swallowed by green flames, there was no sound. As the green flame slowly shrinks, Luo Feng's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Luo Feng still kept one hand raised, and the flames after the explosion were constantly compressing towards the palm of his hand. Finally, Luo Feng's palm becomes the original file size, and then continues to be compressed into a glass ball file size. Finally, with a bang, it was punctured like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. This dramatic sound made Green Goblin subconsciously stop the pumpkin bomb that he was going to throw down. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead. Looking at Green Goblin's funny look, Luo Feng said slowly, Green Goblin, did you make a mistake? Green Goblin's face was a little ugly. Facing Luo Feng's question, he subconsciously replied, what's the matter? 39. You won't die, it doesn't mean you are invincible? Hearing this sentence, Green Goblin involuntarily felt cold all over his body, clearly mastering the extreme cold flame. But still felt a chill. Why is that? The next moment, Luo Feng told him the answer. He also didn't know when Luo Feng appeared in front of him, still maintaining a vertical split. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the world in front of him was separating up and down. Do not? Immediately, Green Goblin realized that he was cut in half by the Emperor's sword. What? Green Goblin shouted in fear of roar. Immortality does not mean invincibility. Nor does it mean that Green Goblin is immune to attack and pain. A sword split in half, the pain is real. Unlike just now, it was melted before the pain was over. Immediately after, Luo Feng kicked out. Green Goblin smashed directly towards the ground, and suddenly a deep hole was smashed into the ground. Raised a lot of dust. Cough cough. 5. Green Goblin, who had recovered again, slowly climbed out of the deep pit. Just walking out, Green Goblin's pupils shrank. You. Before the words could be said, Luo Feng slashed out again, and Green Goblin's body was cut in the middle. Luo Feng kicked out again, kicking Green Goblin back into the pit again. In the pit, Green Goblin recovered again. Deep in the pupil, at the moment is already full of fear. Up, up, and escape. The flight device carrying Green Goblin just rushed out of the smoke, and a sword light slashed down. Green Goblin was directly divided into two and smashed back into the pit. Next, no matter which direction Green Goblin escapes in, he will be split in half by Luo Feng's sword and smashed back into the pit several times after escaping. Every time, Green Goblin's angry roar resounded. Gwen and Tony, not far away, watched the operation of the Emperor. Involuntarily he swallowed his saliva. In SHIELD, Nick Fury and Hill looked at Green Goblin, who was constantly being dismembered, and their eyes flashed strangely. Head, are we still touching him? Hill asked dumbly. This scene in front of me is really shocking. The powerful Green Goblin who was full of confidence just now and has the power of immortality. Now it's like a mouse in a cage, to be played with. Nick Fury's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat, thankful that he didn't use any strong means to leave him. Otherwise, what's going on with Green Goblin now is what's going to happen to him. No, not even as good as Green Goblin. After all, he doesn't have such a perverted undead ability. Inside the smoke, Green Goblin stood up again, and his eyes no longer had the madness and the initial confidence. Only deep panic and extreme fear remained. Although he won't die, every near-death experience is a mental torture. It was only now that Green Goblin felt the undead ability bestowed by Mefisto. Not a gift, but a prison. For the first time, he felt that death was a beautiful thing. I'm not running away. As soon as Green Goblin said these words, a sword light flew in from the smoke. Cut the soot, including Green Goblin, in half. Without the support face, Green Goblin's body broke in two and fell directly to the ground. Green Goblin lay down on his back, completely panicked in his heart. The devil, he is the devil. 35. A hand is raised towards the sky. Master, save me. Chapter 124 Mefisto the Brainless. Hell. The whites of Mefisto's eyes stared at Ancient One. To be precise, it should be looking at the red rune mark between Ancient One's eyebrows. It is also the power provided by the red rune mark, the hellfire of his own summons, which has been resolved by the Ancient One. In the long and narrow Isle of Skeletons, only the sound of Ancient One's robes being blown by the wind remained calm. The Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. Drawing power from the dark dimension, are you really the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the Earth? Mefisto asked in disbelief. Ancient One put away his magic and said lightly, you don't have to worry about it. As an Asgardian of Earth, I do not exclude. Earth has visitors. 35. It just takes him to explain to me what he came to Earth for. Hearing Ancient One's words, Mefisto's expression changed. If the Ancient One doesn't have that mark, it's just the way the Ancient One talks to him. It was enough for Mefisto to kill the Ancient One 1,000 times to vent his anger. But now it's different. The Ancient One with that mark is not so easy to deal with. Although it is not impossible to beat, but if you fight hard, there is absolutely no good end. Plus, he had a feud with Galactus back then. If he gets hurt after the fight with Ancient One, Galactus will really be in trouble. Although Galactus is one of the 5 gods of the universe, Mefisto believes that he is the one who would do such wicked things. What Mefisto didn't realize was that he wasn't much better himself. Looking at Ancient One's aggressive eyes, Mefisto could only take a step back and said, I don't have any other thoughts, I just feel a soul full of obsession. It suits my taste very well. I'm here to sign a soul contract with him. 99. Hearing Mefisto's words, the sling ring in Ancient One's hands once again radiated light. He opened his mouth and said, the Lord of Hell, Mefisto, has the power to approach the gods. You said that you are interested in a soul of the earth. Is this kind of reason a bit too ridiculous? You should know that once you set foot on Earth, Odin will notice. Ancient One looked at Mefisto's changing face and became more certain of his guess. Then continued, you are for gems. Hearing the word gem, Mefisto suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. What kind of thing do you think I need with my strength? Then, Mefisto looked at the Ancient One again. Relax, before the things of Odin leave Earth. 35. I'm not going to touch too many things on the Earth. After all, that old thing is still a bit scary when it goes crazy. 5. I just haven't encountered such an evil soul for a long time, so I took a shot. Evil spirits. Ancient One narrowed his eyes, thought for a while and said, Ruuman Osborn. Mefisto nodded and said with a somewhat resentful expression, there was a person before, after receiving the power that I gave, to do something good. What else do you call yourself, Ghost Rider? I've been trying to find a chance against him, but he's been on Earth. I'm not good at shooting either. If you are disturbed by what Odin left behind, it will not be worth the loss. The red mark between Ancient One's eyebrows slowly disappeared, and he said with some clarity, so you want to train Norman Osborn. Let him deal with Ghost Rider for you. Mefisto smiled. Not bad, especially with Norman Osborn's second character Green Goblin. Simply my best person to deal with Ghost Rider. I can't wait to see Ghost Rider on his knees begging for mercy. Mefisto stood up from the skeleton throne excitedly, and red flames erupted from his body. It can be seen how angry he was after being played by Ghost Rider. So many years have passed, and I have been brooding, and I signed a soul contract with Green Goblin as soon as I had the opportunity. Definitely, I didn't ask him to deal with Ghost Rider for me right away, but let him play for a while. I believe in his present power on Earth, as long as he doesn't meet you, the Sorcerer Supreme. 5. He is invincible, Mefisto said confidently. After all, in a place like Earth, there is only one Sorcerer Supreme like Ancient One, and she was right in front of her. Well, Green Goblin is not a massacre on Earth. You sure? Ancient One looked at Mefisto strangely. Why did she suddenly feel the red-horned demon in front of her? It. Stupidly cute. Standing in front of the skeleton throne, Mefisto proudly said, definitely, I believe that soon he will be a loyal servant. 5. 0. Ask for flowers. report to me how many souls have been sacrificed to me, and say out loud to me. At this time, Green Goblin's voice seemed to penetrate the space. Master, save me? Yes, say out loud to me, Master, save me. Ancient One's face became even more weird. Is this Mefisto really the cruel Hell Lord who kills without blinking an eye? Mefisto, who was silent in the Green Goblin roar, suddenly changed his face. Wrong? Norman is not taking credit. Is asking for help. Mefisto gave Ancient One a sharp look. What did you do? In his opinion, only Ancient One has the ability to make the Green Goblin who has gained his own power beg for mercy. Ancient One smiled lightly and shrugged. I didn't do anything, it's just that you underestimated people on Earth 5. Earth. On the side of Mefisto's breath, a red flame rushed towards Ancient One again. The sling ring in Ancient One's hand opened its defense again, and the red mark between the eyebrows appeared again. The golden circle collided with the red flame, and the red flame was dissipated in an instant. Then he held it in his hand, and something like a broken glass mirror suddenly appeared in the endless dark hell, bumped towards Mefisto. Seeing such magic, Mefisto's face was no longer light, mirror space. Pushing forward with both palms, it firmly resisted the advance of the mirror space. Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, it seems that I still underestimate you. You drag me here and let your disciples deal with Green Goblin, I'm right. Hearing Mefisto's brain supplement, Ancient One shook his head helplessly. Why is this guy still a dead brain? Are the legends false? I can only tell you that it is you who underestimated the people on Earth. The Ancient One's statement naturally cannot convince Mefisto. After all, he was free to come and go on the Earth a long time ago. At that time, it was no exaggeration to say that the Earth was the weakest planet in the universe. How long has it been? You tell me there is more than one powerful person like you? Do you think I'm stupid? Dare to deceive me, there is a price to pay. Mefisto's hand slammed into the mirror space, and countless red flames burst out. Individual. Chapter 125 Found. Master, save me. Hearing Green Goblin's cry for help to Mefisto, Luo Feng also narrowed his eyes. Not only was he not worried, but there was a hint of excitement. Since acquiring the Emperor's armor, he has yet to meet an opponent who can let him go all out. This Mefisto may be a good practice object. Luo Feng took a few steps forward, and Green Goblin took a few steps back before he could speak. It can be seen what a terrifying psychological shadow Luo Feng has caused to him. Green Goblin swallowed and insisted, the Emperor, my master will be here soon. You pay the price of your soul's slavery for what you do. For the current Green Goblin, the current Mefisto is the most powerful god. If you are afraid of yourself, others will also be afraid of Mefisto. Especially when I heard that Mefisto was coming in person, I would probably kneel down in fright and beg for mercy. Luo Feng didn't bother to pay attention to Green Goblin's brain supplement and asked, how long until Mefisto arrives? Seeing the Emperor's fearless disrespect to Mefisto, Green Goblin said viciously, don't be complacent, my master. Green Goblin, who wanted to say that he would arrive soon, turned ugly. Because of the soul cry that he sent out, he did not receive a response from Green Goblin at all. How could this be? Seeing Green Goblin's reaction, Luo Feng knew that Mefisto should be coming or not. 7 Sankai said slightly disappointed, it seems that Mefisto will not come. 35. Then there is no need for you to continue living. Luo Feng opened one hand to Green Goblin, and a golden force gathered in his palm. Seeing Luo Feng preparing to continue to shoot, Green Goblin's fear reached its peak. Although he won't die, for some reason, he feels that Luo Feng has countless means to deal with him. And those means would make him feel worse than death. No, do not want. Just as Green Goblin was about to beg for mercy, Norman's voice came in his head, give me body control. I can get out of here. Hearing Norman's voice, Green Goblin had no hesitation, okay, how sure are you? 3%? Norman's tone also had a hint of uncertainty, but these 30% have already allowed Green Goblin to see the dawn of hope. In front of Emperor Xia, not to mention 30% chance to escape, he even lost 10% of the courage to fight. Soon, the red bloodshot in Green Goblin's eyes began to slowly fade away. There was more clarity and calmness in his eyes. Luo Feng also sensed the change in Green Goblin's breath, and said with a sigh, it seems that the two of you are getting along pretty well. Hearing this sentence, Norman, who was in control of his body, frowned slightly. Then he glanced at the New York Police Department behind Luo Feng, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Originally, the purpose of coming to the New York Police Department tonight was to kill the transformed person. Unexpectedly, the development of things turned out to be like this. Thinking of this, Norman couldn't help complaining, let you not be so high profile, just sneak into the assassination and make a quick decision. You don't listen. The Green Goblin in the body heard Norman's complaint and wanted to refute it. But thinking of his tragic experience tonight, he couldn't wait to slap himself. Sorry for not listening to Norman. It had happened, and Norman wasn't going to continue complaining about Green Goblin, because there were more important things at the moment. That is to escape. The golden light in Luo Feng's hands made him feel extremely uneasy. Norman reached into his waist pocket and took out all the remaining pumpkin bombs. Norman's next action changed the expression of Luo Feng, who was about to seal him. For things that cannot be killed, Luo Feng also has a way of sealing. I saw that he put all the remaining pumpkin bombs into his mouth, and swallowed them all in one bite. The shriveled belly became round. Seeing that the plan was successful, Norman smiled at Luo Feng, the Emperor, we have to see you again. The next moment, Norman burst into green flames all over his body. At the position of his stomach, there was a sudden flash of fire, and a big explosion exploded with him as the center. This time, no hellfire in the extreme cold, but the purest explosion. Luo Feng wanted to remove the seal and suppress the explosion, but it was too late. He could only take a few steps back in a row, and the Emperor's sword net was inserted into the ground. A brilliant golden light curtain protected himself and Gwen and the others behind him. Look at the big explosion in front of you. Norman also turned into countless pieces of meat, scattered everywhere. The ability of undead regeneration. It turns out that it can be used like this. Luo Feng instantly understood Norman's plan, which was to rely on the explosion to blow himself into pieces. Relying on the powerful impact force generated at the moment of the explosion, it blew up. In this way, the only way to escape, even a little bit of meat foam, can eventually recover. It seems that the division of labor between Norman's two personalities is quite clear. 35. With the end of the explosion, Luo Feng retracted the Emperor's sword and watched as the minced meat all over the ground slowly turned black and dried up. He knew that Norman had escaped. Seeing Luo Feng remove the protective barrier and put away his weapon, Gwen and Tony immediately ran up behind him. Tony only had one palm gun left, aiming at the center of the thick smoke after the explosion. Is it over? Did he blow himself up? Gwen asked curiously. Luo Feng shook his head. To be precise, he used his immortality to escape. Tony's expression changed under the mask, and he said, there really is such a peculiar ability in this world. Gwen also looked at the Emperor curiously. Here, only Emperor Xia can give them two answers. Luo Feng thought for a while, and said casually, just treat him as a mutant who's suddenly awakening the X gene. Compared with the existence of Mefisto, the statement of the X gene seems to be more understandable and acceptable to Gwen and Tony. After all, on Earth, mutants' various abilities are nothing new. Immortality seems to have been said in the past. Tony slowly put down his palm gun, flipped the mask up and looked at Luo Feng. Emperor, thank you. Helped me find what my father left behind. Gwen looked at the two suspiciously, not knowing that they still had such a friendship. Luo Feng said indifferently, you're welcome, even if I don't tell you. 99. The last thing is yours. Tony didn't understand what Luo Feng meant, and was about to continue asking questions. I saw George and others who were not far away also gathered around. I'm going first, I don't like dealing with detectives. When Luo Feng was about to leave, Gwen next to him immediately said, thank you. 35. Number 99. Luo Feng smiled and shot up to the sky in an instant. Seeing Luo Feng leaving, Tony also looked at Gwen. I don't like dealing with detectives either. Gwen thought about it. I don't like it either. The two left one after another. By the time George brought the detectives over, all three had already left. Only George smiled wryly. These guys are really willful. Don't even listen to a thank you. After two complaints, George said to the detective behind him, clean up the scene. Don't spread the word about what happened tonight. Head, I think it's hard not to spread the word. A police detective next to George pointed to another direction not far away. A group of work cars approached. There are also several special police vehicles. As George, who often deals with the New York City media, he immediately recognized that these are several well-known media. The sound of the battle rumbled, coupled with the occasional fire. There must be nearby residents either calling the police or recording video and uploading it to the internet. Naturally, other police detectives and headline-grabbing reporters were attracted. Looking at the work car that surrounded the scene, George's mouth twitched a few times. These guys run really fast. Anna at the entrance of the police station, seeing so many police cars and work vehicles, immediately guessed the reason. She is also a person who is afraid of trouble, and after thinking about it, she said to herself, Luo Feng's house is near here. Go to Luo Feng first to avoid the limelight. 35. For Luo Feng, who had only talked once, Anna didn't feel anything about it. George should have arranged for him to live tonight. But now the situation is that George himself can't protect himself. Anna can only think of going to Luo Feng's house. When no one noticed her, she quickly escaped from this place of right and wrong. Hell. Mefisto looked at the relaxed Ancient One with an ugly face. How much power have you drawn from the dark dimension? 99. Ancient One said lightly, enough to protect the Earth. Mefisto's face instantly became even more ugly. Is this enough power to protect the Earth? Gritting his teeth, Mefisto said, okay, I promise you. I won't do anything on the Earth. I won't do anything that harms the Earth. But it's only limited to not taking action on the Earth. You can't control me when you enter the Earth. Ancient One nodded, okay. After speaking, Ancient One opened a magic door, and after stepping into it, the magic door closed automatically. Only Mefisto remained in hell, and his face changed from blue to red. Still unwilling to believe, he said, damn, is this still the Earth I know? That old Odin, when he was so crazy on Earth, why didn't he see you coming out 5? If I enter once every few hundred years, you are just crazy. The more Mefisto thought about it, the more angry he became, and his figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Odin's bedroom. Heimdall stood by the bed, reporting on the battle on Earth just now. Odin repeated what Heimdall heard in front of him, and then smiled. It seems that Thor will not be invincible on Earth in the future. He originally thought that as long as Thor took back Mjolnir, he would be the invincible Thor on Earth. After all, with the physique of the Asgard people, even if they do not possess divine power, they are not comparable to the cowardly physique of the earthly people. As long as you don't meet the Sorcerer Supreme. Now it seems that he still underestimated the Earth. That's all for Mefisto. Odin looked at Heimdall suspiciously, not like Mefisto. Heimdall also shook his head, I don't know, but after that contractor roar saved him, Mefisto did not come to the rescue. And I can't see through hell. 99. Heimdall's eyesight and hearing power are limited to the 9 realms. Odin's one eye narrowed, thinking of an impossible possibility. Could it be that she stopped Mefisto? The queen on the side glanced at Odin suspiciously and asked, who are you talking about? Odin shook his head, reluctant to say more, but looked at Heimdall, go back. Thor and Loki, it should be decided soon. The next morning, inside SHIELD, Nick Fury was working on the papers on the desk, including an important document with a stamp. The cover says the Avengers Project. Today is the day he put the Avengers plan and talked about it in detail above. Whether the above agrees or not, he will start the plan. Just as he was about to convince the superiors, the door was pushed open. Nick Fury, who was interrupted, looked at the door in dissatisfaction. When he saw the person coming, Nick Fury said in a commanding tone, Hill, remember to knock on the door next time you come into my room. And Hill's next sentence made Nick Fury bounce directly from the chair. Steve Rogers, found. Chapter 126. Do you know the Emperor? Night. Outside the Osborne industry, a manhole cover suddenly shook a few times. After a bang, an embarrassed green figure lifted the manhole cover and crawled out embarrassedly. Who else but Norman? It's just that Norman at the moment, the exoskeleton on his body has also returned to its original state. The face also becomes a normal human face. Norman, who climbed out of the sewer, lay on his back on the ground, panting heavily. Although not dead, but still tired. After the explosion, it turned into shredded meat, and then recovered, squirming in the direction of Osborne Industries. Still very exhausting. However, after the catastrophe, Norman still couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Finally, I escaped. Ruuman no longer cares about what will happen next. At least he survived? It was at this moment that Norman's face became hideous again. Norman, tonight, on your merits, I let you be free for a while. But if you kill someone, you must let me out. His face returned to calm, and Norman said, don't worry, I won't rob you of dirty work. That's the wonderful feeling that you don't know how to kill. Such a self-talk that does not violate the harmony. If there are outsiders now, he will definitely be scared to death. After regaining his strength for a while, Norman got up from the ground. You have to go back first and clean up the laboratory. You know, there are still the bodies of Jack's group in the laboratory. If you don't clean it up in time and are discovered by others, you will really be completely finished. An exoskeleton, dressed like this into the Osborne industry, is sure to catch the attention of others. Norman's mind moved. After the exoskeleton on his body wriggled for a while, he became a staff member in a security uniform. All of a sudden, Norman's whole personality changed, and he slowly walked towards the door of Osborne Industry. After entering Osborne Industries, Norman walked towards the laboratory with ease. Soon returned to the laboratory. As soon as the door of the laboratory opened, there was a bloody smell. This made Norman frown. However, the Green Goblin in his body seemed to be enjoying himself and said, it smells so good. Norman frowned, don't come out, I have to clean up this place first. As soon as the laboratory door closed, Norman raised his hand. The green flame in the palm burned away, and the temperature in the entire laboratory dropped in an instant. With a wave of Norman's hand, several corpses were all burned with green flames. The display slowly froze, then turned into ice sculptures one by one, and then all turned into a few blood flowers after a bang. Even the blood splattered on the ground was no exception. This ability is really convenient. Norman glanced at the green flame in his hand. Just as Norman was boasting about his ability, the environment in front of him suddenly darkened, become profound. Although he didn't turn on the light, but after obtaining the ability bestowed by Mefisto, even in the dark night, you can see clearly as well as during the day. But it was dark in front of him, like a black curtain covering his eyes. This made Norman instantly vigilant. Who is it? As soon as the words were asked, there was a gloomy and biting smile in the darkness, even worse than his green flames. After hearing this voice, Norman's face suddenly brightened, and he knelt down on one knee. The security uniform on his body, and his face wriggled for a while and changed, transformed into the appearance of Green Goblin. Two unmoving voice lines came from Norman's mouth. Master, you are finally here. Master, you are finally here. In the darkness, of course, it was Mefisto who had just arrived from hell. Hearing the tone of Norman and Green Goblin, Mefisto asked in a bad tone, is it strange that you didn't show up to help you? Norman's head lowered immediately. Don't dare, Master. I believe that there must be a master's way of doing this. 35. As a slave, I dare not blame my master. Seeing Norman's sincere attitude, Mefisto smiled with satisfaction and continued, tell me about it in detail. 5. What happened after you got my power? Yes? Norman said what happened next, word for word. The Emperor's hero. Really not someone from Supreme Holy Place. After listening to Norman's words, Mefisto realized that he had really wronged Ancient One. As Ancient One said, he underestimated the Earth, the Supreme Holy Place. Norman also heard the name for the first time. It sounds very mysterious. You said that the Emperor later deliberately waited for me to come out. Norman lowered his head and replied, yes. 35. Mefisto's face turned cold, feeling that he was being provoked. The red flames on his body suddenly rose up. Master, are you going to deal with him yourself? This time, it was Green Goblin's question. To say who hates Luo Feng the most right now, it must be Green Goblin, and it can even be said that Green Goblin has a psychological shadow of fear for Emperor Xia. The Emperor will not die for a day, and his fear will not subside for a day. As long as I think about it countless times, I was cut in two by the Emperor's sword. Green Goblin's body trembled uncontrollably. He now, most hope is that Mefisto personally shot to kill the Emperor. In this way, he can regain his confidence. Mefisto glanced at Green Goblin and said regretfully, because of an agreement with some people. 39. I can't get out for now. Green Goblin's expression suddenly dimmed, and Mefisto couldn't shoot. He really couldn't think of anyone else who could pay that terrifying Emperor man to 737. No matter what, I don't want to face that devil anymore. But don't worry, I'm here this time. Of course I'm here to help you. Green Goblin's face brightened. Master, is there any other way? Mefisto smiled lightly. I thought it was someone from the Supreme Holy Place. Then you can only hide for a while. But now, 99. In the Norman laboratory, a conspiracy against Luo Feng slowly unfolded. Luo Feng's house. Luo Feng, who had removed the Emperor's armor, had Pikachu on his shoulders. The two stood on the balcony, waiting for Gwen to return. After a while, a white figure swinging cobweb onto the balcony. Seeing Gwen's return, Pikachu excitedly said, Pika. Luo Feng also smiled, welcome back. Gwen took off the mask, looked at Luo Feng carefully, and asked, Luo Feng. Gwen suddenly called his name. Luo Feng was also taken aback. What's wrong? Gwen. You. Gwen jumped off the railing, stood on tiptoe and stared into Luo Feng's eyes and asked, do you know the Emperor? P.S. 125 was blocked, the editor fell asleep, and can only wait for tomorrow. Chapter 127 New Specialties. What? Seeing Gwen's face sticking closer and closer, Luo Feng took a half step back with a guilty conscience. Which one are you talking about? The Emperor who helped you in the sewers last time. Gwen nodded and said, he also showed up tonight. Like last time, appear at the most critical time. Leave after solving Green Goblin. While talking, Gwen stared at Luo Feng's eyes, trying to see some cobweb horse tracks in his eyes. But Luo Feng just waved his hand and continued, definitely don't know, I've been at home. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaokayu. Luo Feng raised the Pikachu in his hand. Pikachu shouted happily, Pika, Pika. For this kind of thing, Luo Feng just colluded with Pikachu. Gwen couldn't understand what Pikachu was saying, so he could only ask, Xiaochu, have Luo Feng and you been at home all the time? Pikachu nodded and said, Pika, Chu. Seeing Pikachu nodding, Gwen also dispelled his doubts. Who would that be? It always feels familiar. Gwen struggled to remember what the Emperor looked like, trying to find a cobweb trail that would prove his identity. Then she thought about Tony's attitude towards the Emperor tonight. Tony seems to know the Emperor very well. Why don't you ask Tony for a chance? Gwen thought this way, and then took Luo Feng's arm. If the Emperor Xia hadn't come out tonight, it would have been really dangerous. As he walked to the living room sofa, Gwen talked about the various events of the night and how the Emperor saved the scene. Luo Feng, do you think I am a mutant who awakening the X gene? 99. After speaking, Gwen looked at his arm and asked with some doubts. Luo Feng shook his head, definitely not. You were bitten by a spider and acquired the spider gene to mutate. The X gene should be a gene that is inherently hidden in the body. 99. Then it was activated for some reason, so that the person who activated the X gene mastered some special abilities. Others may not know, but Luo Feng knows the real origin of mutant. Millions of years ago, the Heavenly God group came to the Earth, that is, they planted the X gene on the Earthlings who were furious and drinking blood at that time. In later generations, a small number of Earthlings' X gene awakening became mutants. Listening to Luo Feng's explanation, Gwen also nodded. She is also a top student at the State University. As long as Luo Feng explained a little, she can understand the difference between herself and mutant. Looking at Gwen, Luo Feng asked dotingly, are you hungry? Gwen smiled and hummed. Luo Feng put down Pikachu and walked towards the kitchen. She was left playing with Pikachu in the hall. Gwen, who didn't give up, watched Luo Feng walk into the kitchen and asked Pikachu again, Xiaokayu, tell the truth. 35. Luo Feng was not at home just now. If you tell the truth, I will buy you a lot of snacks. 35. Pikachu nodded righteously. Pika, Chu. Okay, you must tell the truth. Luo Feng just nodded his head when he was at home or not, and shook his head when he wasn't. 35. Gwen looked at Pikachu expectantly, hoping that Pikachu would be tempted by snacks. Give her a different answer. But Pikachu still shook his head firmly. Pika. Downstairs. A car was parked on the side of the street. Anna got out of the car and patted her curved chest with lingering fears. Fortunately, run fast. Otherwise you won't be able to get out. Just now, on the way out of the NYPD, she clearly saw more and more cars looking in the direction of the NYPD. Anna can already foresee what will be the news headlines of major newspapers and major TV stations tomorrow morning. Uncle George, pray for yourself. Anna can only sympathize with George. As the chief of the New York Police Department, there will soon be countless microphones in his face. Call it the investigation of the truth. In fact, it's all for the popularity and the traffic of their own newspapers and TV stations, and everyone wants to grab first-hand information. Anna retracted her gaze and looked upstairs. She wanted to call Gwen, but Gwen should not be at Luo Feng's house so late. I don't have Luo Feng's contact number, so I'd better go upstairs and knock on the door. Just as Anna was about to step into the apartment building, her sharp alertness made her frown. Look to the other side of the street. I saw a beggar in ragged clothes, covered with torn newspapers under the dim street lights. His hair was loose, and he couldn't tell for a moment whether he was facing the main road with the front face or the back of his head. Anna just wondered for a moment, and then walked into the apartment building. Under street lights, from the gaps in the fluffy hair, a piercing gaze watched Anna enter the apartment building. Knowing that Anna had disappeared from his field of vision, he turned over, and after a while he made a sound of sleeping roar. In the living room, Gwen stroked Pikachu's head with one hand, while Pikachu happily ate a bag of chips. Looking at Pikachu's appearance, Gwen could only sigh helplessly. Maybe you really think too much. Looking at Luo Feng's busy back in the kitchen, a sense of happiness rose spontaneously from the bottom of his heart. Maybe it doesn't matter who he is, as long as I know that he is Luo Feng. Gwen murmured. Pikachu, who was eating snacks, also felt the change in Gwen's mood, and raised his head blankly. Pika. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Interrupting Gwen's thoughts, Gwen walked towards the door without thinking too much. Come on. Luo Feng in the kitchen was also strange. It's so late, who could it be? Just as he was about to ask the Red Queen, Gwen had already opened the door. The moment the door opened, Gwen was dumbfounded. With a bang, the door closed again. Anna outside the door was also stunned. That was Gwen, 99. It's so late, why is Gwen still at Luo Feng's house? Could it be they? Anna instantly thought of the worst and most normal situation, and her face flushed. His finger pointed at the doorbell and continued to press it. Luo Feng also heard the sound of huge amounts of closing the door, and immediately walked out to see Gwen with a panicked face. Asked, "What's the matter? Who is outside?" Gwen lowered his voice. "It's cousin Anna." Anna. Luo Feng is also strange. What is Anna doing so late? Gwen looked like a frightened bunny and looked at Luo Feng with a look of help. What should I do now? 55. Luo Feng also shrugged helplessly. She should have seen you just now. Open the door, we are about to eat anyway. Let her come in and eat together. Gwen struggled for a while, then let out a long sigh. There is no way to do it so far. Anna is not such a fool as other people. Looking at Gwen's appearance, Luo Feng said comfortably, "Don't worry, I have a solution, just wait for you to cooperate with me." With Luo Feng's assurance, Gwen felt relieved and opened the door again. Luo Feng pointed to Pikachu who was eating snacks on the sofa. Immediately, Pikachu realized it and pretended to be a ragdoll again. Looking at Anna at the door, Gwen smiled awkwardly. "Cousin Anna, good evening." 99. Anna put her hands around her chest and pretended to be angry and said, "It doesn't feel good at all to be locked out of the door. Cousin Anna, come and sit first. Just as we are preparing a late-night snack, let's have some together." Luo Feng stuck his head out from behind Gwen and said, "Thinking of bothering Luo Feng tonight?" Anna glanced at Gwen. "I'll take care of you later." 35. Gwen lowered his head slightly. After getting on the sofa, Anna asked straight to the point, "Gwen, why haven't you come home so late? If Uncle George finds out, you'll be scolded again." Although Anna looked stern, she still wanted to protect Gwen. "I don't want her to be told by George, and at the same time I don't want her to be deceived outside. After all, with the openness of the beautiful country and social results, it is really not easy to meet a few good men." At the same time, he looked at Luo Feng. Before Gwen could speak, Luo Feng said, "I'm doing a new study recently, and I asked Gwen to come and help. It was so late by accident, so I prepared a late-night snack for Gwen to finish before going back." 35. Gwen nodded immediately. "Yes, Luo Feng and I are doing a new study." "Oh, really? So how's your new research going?" Anna continued to ask. Gwen stagnates for a while, what research she and Luo Feng have done, and then it suddenly becomes clear. Looking at Gwen's demeanor, Anna immediately recognized that she was lying. "When I was about to educate Gwen well." Slap. Luo Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The computer screen on the table automatically lit up, and a red virtual figure appeared on the screen. Anna looked at this scene suspiciously. "What is this doing?" Luo Feng introduced, "This is the research result of Gwen and I, the artificial intelligence housekeeper, the Red Queen." Queen Red. Anna looked at the computer screen, and then turned to look at her, and said at the same time, "Hello, Miss Granger 5. I am the Master's artificial intelligence butler, and my name is Red Queen. You know me." Anna was even more surprised that the virtual villain in front of her was able to accurately name her surname. "The owner has connected me to the global network, and I know any celebrity that I can search on the internet." What Anna didn't know was that this whole network even wrapped some official networks and some dark networks. Anna looked at the Red Queen curiously. He also asked the Red Queen about some celebrities' information, and asked a few more questions. During this process, the Red Queens responded fluently, and there was no error in the information. This also made Anna more and more surprised. Is this really the result of Luo Feng and Gwen's research together? Luo Feng smiled at Gwen and made an okay gesture. Seeing that Anna was stunned, Gwen happily gave Luo Feng an okay gesture. Soon after, the dinner table. Anna, who hadn't eaten all night, was also elegantly eating Oriental food made by Luo Feng. After he was full, Gwen asked, "That's right, cousin Anna. What are you doing at Luo Feng's house so late?" 35. After seeing the magic of the Red Queen, Anna believed the reason for the two to research new inventions. "Forget all the strange guesses at the door just now. I came here to ask Luo Feng if there is a place where I can stay for one night." Luo Feng and Gwen were stunned at the same time. "Stay for one night?" Anna nodded, then briefly recounted what had happened. It just omits a lot of details. It is directly reduced to the terrorist attack on the New York Police Department, and now all the dust has settled. A group of reporters and detectives surrounded the place, and George couldn't get away. She didn't want to deal with reporters, so she ran out early. While Anna was talking, Luo Feng's foot under the table touched Gwen lightly. Gwen understood immediately, and asked with a worried look, "Cousin Anna, is my dad all right?" "Uncle George is fine. It should be said that the entire NYPD is fine." 99. Thinking of this, Anna felt a little dazed. Tonight, the powerful abilities of Green Goblin were all stopped by the Emperor, which did not cause too many casualties. This allowed her to start looking at the world again. After talking about the purpose of coming to Luo Feng's house, Anna continued, "So, can I stay here tonight?" Luo Feng naturally has no reason to refuse. "Definitely yes, just." Seeing Luo Feng hesitated, Anna added, "If I don't have a room, I can sleep on the sofa." "Cousin Anna, you misunderstood. The room is still available, and it doesn't matter how long you want to stay here. It's just that I don't have a change of clothes for you on my side." 39. Why don't Gwen go home and get you some? Luo Feng looked at Anna. Although she didn't get hurt in the fight tonight, Zhao Haozhao is definitely dirty. Anna smiled, "It's alright if you have a place to live, and I take all the change of clothes in the car." 35. I originally wanted to hear Uncle George's arrangements tonight. Gwen, come with me and get it. Huh? Oh, good. I'll get my bag first. Gwen packed up his things and noticed Pikachu dressed as a rag doll. Anna lives here, and if Pikachu is here, it will probably be uncomfortable. Gwen simply picked up Pikachu. After packing up the things, he said to Anna, "Cousin Anna, let's go down and get the things. I'll go with you too, and take Gwen home by the way." Downstairs, Anna pulls a pink box out of the trunk and speaks to Gwen. Luo Feng drove the R8 out of the underground parking lot. When Anna saw Luo Feng's car, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at Luo Feng. When the car drove to the second daughter, Luo Feng took out a set of keys. "Cousin Anna, you can go up first. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask the Red Queen directly. I'll send Gwen back first." Anna took the key and watched Luo Feng drive away. This kid Luo Feng is a little interesting. In the car, Gwen hugged Pikachu with a sigh of relief. Saved. Pikachu also sighed. "Pika. Zyukayo, cousin Anna lives at home, so she can stay with me during this time." Pikachu is reluctant, but think it's better than pretending to be a ragdoll. Pika-chu. Gwen's door. When Luo Feng said goodbye to Gwen and Pikachu and was about to step on the accelerator to go home, a reminder sounded in his mind. Frog Cub is back. 35. Frog Cub brought you a new specialty song. Go check it out. Chapter 128 Mystique and hashtag 039, S Arrogance. The prompt sound in his mind made Luo Feng immediately enter the game. Familiarize yourself with some hints. At the moment in-game time is also at night. On the pond where the four-leaf clover grows, fireflies are still flying. After the Frog Cub came back, he sat at his desk and started to write his travel diary. Luo Feng did not rush to see the specialties, but first bought a lunchbox for the Frog Cub, and some props for strengthening. Looking at the small body of the Frog Cub, he was writing at the table. Luo Feng's mouth curled into a smile unconsciously. After watching for a while, Luo Feng ordered a new travel specialty. There are 2 specials on this trip. When seeing the first icon, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed. This is. On the icon, is a black U-disc. I still remember when I got the U-disc last time, it was the artificial intelligence program of the Red Queen. What will it be this time? Luo Feng recalled the world the Frog Cub had experienced, and vaguely had some guesses. After clicking the U-disc icon, the information appeared. Skynet, the world's specialty of Terminator, the artificial intelligence defense system produces the product of 737 self-awareness, and has rich knowledge of weapons and robot manufacturing. Note, it can be combined with the Red Queen, so that the Red Queen can obtain a more powerful artificial intelligence program. Unexpectedly, the Frog Cub went to the world of the Terminator again. Luo Feng understood the destination of the Frog Cub's trip by looking at the introduction of special products. According to what the system said before, the Frog Cub should have an obsession with that world, so he will go again. As for what kind of obsession, Luo Feng is not clear for the time being. It seems that we can only find out what's going on by waiting for his little friend to visit and looking through the diary of the Frog Cub. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, and the second icon was clicked. The second icon, in appearance, resembles a skull. T1000 skull, the world's specialty of Terminator, the head of the Terminator model T1000 that was cut off. After being handed over to the Red Queen for research, the liquid biomimetic metal technology can be obtained. This is just right to upgrade Gwen's battlesuit. Liquid bionic metal, anyone who has seen the Terminator series will know how perverted that thing is. Luo Feng turned it over in his hand and took out the black USB flash drive. Queen, are you ready to upgrade? 39. The Red Queen's voice immediately came out. Ready, Master. The current level of artificial intelligence of the Red Queen is only slightly stronger than that of Jarvis. But be aware that there will also be an Ultron and Vision later in the Marvel Universe. The two born on the basis of Mind Gem are the true peaks of artificial intelligence. Although the Red Queen will not be invaded. But Luo Feng also does not want to face the artificial intelligence like Ultron that wants to destroy human beings in the future, and the Red Queen will be helpless. Luo Feng inserted the USB flash drive into the car system, and the car system of the R8 has been completely taken over by the Red Queen. Plug it in here, and it's no different from using a notebook at home. With the insertion of the U-disc, the avatar of the Red Queen was instantly surrounded by a string of blue numbers. Then, a string of text appeared on the screen. The upgrade time is 12 hours, and it will stop running after the upgrade period. Looking at the prompt on the screen, Luo Feng didn't care too much. He stepped on the accelerator and flew back in the direction of home. Gwen's room. Pikachu continued to enjoy while holding the potato chips he had just eaten halfway through. Gwen said to Pikachu, "Kill, stay here. Before I come back from the shower, don't make too much noise. When Cousin Anna leaves, you can go back." With Pikachu to eat, he nodded happily. Pika. Seeing that Pikachu had nothing to eat, Gwen got up and left the room. As soon as I went downstairs, I heard Joe, Ajag, call back and say that he can't go home tonight. Gwen's mother hangs up and sees Gwen coming downstairs. Looks like your dad is in trouble again tonight. In order not to make her sad, Gwen naturally won't say what happened tonight. Mom, he's always been like this. But that's good news, isn't it? Hearing Gwen's words, Gwen's mother also smiled. Indeed, for George to go out on duty every day, she prefers that George will be haunted by such trivial matters every day. At least not life-threatening. Okay, let's go take a shower. It's all dirty. Gwen also smiled and said, okay, you should go to bed too. 13 blocks. The tramp sleeping under the street lamp watched Anna go back upstairs again. The homeless man pressed his ear. Those two women have an unusual relationship with Luo Feng. Maybe we can start with those two women. Remember what they looked like? The tramp nodded, definitely. Saying that, the homeless man stood up from the ground. The blue scales turned up on the body. The next moment, from a ragged vagabond into a heroic Anna. Immediately afterwards, the scales rolled again and became a gentle and considerate Gwen. Then the figure changed again and became a homeless man. In the Marvel Universe, only Mystique in the Mutant Brotherhood has the ability to change. Mystique's pair of different pupils looked upstairs and said slowly, "Would you like to do it now? Come back first. Find out the identities of the two women first. Make another plan for Luo Feng." Mystique frowned. "It's just a nouveau riche, do you need to be so cautious? Upstart." There was a sneer from the earphone. "You think an ordinary upstart would provoke Nick Fury himself?" Charles chatted with him and shrunk there too. Mystique's eyes narrowed, and some attention began to take place in her heart. Charles has contact with him. "Yes, I just found out." 39. "Just in case you come back first." 35. "I don't know if Xavier's school has sent someone nearby. You'd better not reveal your identity so quickly." 5. Mystique looked around vigilantly, regretting her reckless transformation just now, but only a trace. As a key member of the Mutant Brotherhood, she despised Professor X's gang from the bottom of her heart. Mystique packed up and left. In the eyes of others, it is just a homeless man who packed up his paper and newspapers, and changed his place to sleep. Chapter 129, Cosmic Ray Storm, Strange Silver Man. By the balcony. Sure enough, it's still comfortable after taking a shower. Anna stood on the balcony, letting the breeze blow her wet long hair. A red night dress, which outlines the bumps and convexities of the figure. That bum. Anna's eyes turned to the homeless man who was about to pack up and leave under the light. After a little bit of doubt, I didn't think about it any further. After all, this group of homeless people is also one of the characteristics on the beautiful country street. So Anna wasn't too curious about this homeless man's move to change places to sleep at night. After a while, there was the hum of the engine downstairs. Anna looked down the balcony and saw Luo Feng's R8 coming from the other direction of the block into the underground parking lot. "Coming back so soon? I thought you'd be out with Gwen a little longer." In the parking lot below, after Luo Feng parked the car, he took the elevator directly upstairs. Just when I was about to take the key to open the door, I remembered that I just gave the key to Anna. Luo Feng could only knock on his door, Cousin Anna. As soon as the knock on the door rang, the door was opened. Anna, who was wearing a night dress with a trace of water vapor on her body, asked, "Did you send Gwen home?" Luo Feng nodded. "Yes, I'll go get you the bedding for tonight." 55. Seeing Luo Feng entering the door, he didn't look at himself, but went directly inside to find bedding. Anna was also stunned. Looking at Luo Feng's back without looking back, Anna looked at her figure doubtfully. Are you old?" Although she is Gwen's cousin, she is a woman. Sometimes there is a desire to win or lose in strange places. Seeing Luo Feng unmoved, Anna suddenly wondered if her charm had declined. Anna looked at the fitness area. There was a full-length mirror, and after thinking about it, she walked to the full-length mirror. The concave shape begins, and the exquisite curves on the body are vividly reflected in the mirror. Not bad. Luo Feng, who was looking for something, naturally didn't know that Anna became a little less confident because of his ignorance. After sculpting for a while, Anna regained her confidence. When Luo Feng came out, he was holding the four-piece suit in his hand. In order to prove her charm, Anna also deliberately let one shoulder strap slip off. Walked up to Anna, "Cousin Anna, these are all new. They've only been washed once. Your room is in the second room. 99. I'm going to rest first." After speaking, Luo Feng put the four-piece suit in Anna's hand and said, "I'll go take a bath first." 39. Anna stared blankly at the four-piece suit in her hand, and then replied blankly, "Oh." Listening to Luo Feng's bedroom, there was the sound of running water in the shower. Anna fell into deep insecurities again. Extraterrestrial. In the vast expanse of outer space, a spacecraft marked with the NASA logo that embodies the wisdom of all NASA scientists is hovering. After a while, in the front section of the spacecraft, it seemed like something exploded. A ripple of energy suddenly dissipated. Inside the spacecraft, Reed Richards' voice quickly sounded, "Susan, hold on." 35. "As long as we catch the cosmic storm particles, we're done?" In the main driver's seat, Riz Richard, wearing the latest spacesuit, shouted roar to his girlfriend and assistant Susan Stone beside him. "I understand, but I can't control it at all." Susan struggled to grasp the remote stick in her hand. In the two seats behind the main and co-pilot, Ben Graham and Johnny Stone were also doing their best to salvage the damaged equipment. "Reed, something is wrong. This cosmic ray storm seems to be much stronger than expected. The power system has been affected, and all efforts are being made to rescue it." Listening to the report of the two behind him, Reed's face also became gloomy. This is completely different from what he expected. Although it is said that scientific experiments cannot be fully developed in accordance with the ideal situation, but the intensity of this cosmic storm has completely exceeded his expectations. Seeing Susan and the two friends behind him trying their best to rescue the system, Reed could only grit his teeth in the end. "Go back?" The three looked at Reed in surprise, and Susan said loudly, "Are you crazy, Reed? This is your lifelong dream, and it's ours too. It's already close at hand. You want to give up?" Ben and Johnny behind them also looked at Reed angrily. Reed could only sigh and said, "The explosive power of this cosmic storm is far stronger than I calculated. There are only two outcomes if we are going to be tough against him." "The two?" Ben asked. As Reed's friend for many years, he knows Reed's personality all too well. There is only one possibility, and he will try his best to move towards that possibility. Reed will choose to retreat, which shows that neither outcome is a good outcome. 1. The spaceship was completely paralyzed. We wandered into the universe, and finally died of lack of oxygen. 39. 2. The spaceship exploded and we were all killed. Susan was still a little unwilling. "Do you really have to retreat? Reed, this is your life's dream, if..." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Reed. "The experiment can be carried out at any time. Even if NASA no longer provides sponsorship after this time, we can find someone else. If the test is unsuccessful once, it can be carried out the next time." Reed's eyes gradually became firm. "But to risk your life, I would rather fail the experiment." For a moment, the spaceship fell silent. Only the sound of the hull shaking due to the cosmic storm was left. Ready to set off and return home. Susan was the first to speak to break the silence, and Ben and Johnny, who were behind them, also smiled. The friendship of the four is unspoken. But the next moment, Ben, the biggest of the four, suddenly changed his face. "Reed, what do you think that is?" Ben's voice made everyone look out of the spaceship through the glass. Originally, there was nothing in front of the spaceship, but at this moment, there was a touch of black to the extreme, as if it appeared out of thin air. It is out of tune with the surrounding environment, which is particularly abrupt. Those present, though not all, were the best of the scientific community. But to be able to drive a spacecraft to outer space, the basic knowledge is also good enough. Guess what it is? Among them, Reed's face changed wildly, and he suddenly became calm. "How is it possible? A small black hole is actually being formed here. Susan, come on." Reed grabbed his lever with all his strength. Susan on one side, and the other two behind her, all started to operate quickly. Soon, the spaceship began to slowly turn around, and the small black hole was growing at an astonishing speed. "Ask for flowers." Soon, the spacecraft turned around successfully, and 6 jets behind the ship, 6 azure blue fire columns spewed out quickly. Also at the moment, the small black hole behind him began to generate a strong suction. The spaceship that had just flown out a certain distance was like being held by a pair of invisible hands. This situation also made Reed and others want to live directly full, and tried their best to promote the sense of manipulation. Propulsion energy pours out like no money. But still to no avail, the spaceship not only did not move forward again, but began to retreat. This situation made Reed and others feel despair. The attraction of a black hole, not even light can escape, let alone a man-made spaceship. But at this moment, at the center of the black hole, a faint silver light appeared for some unknown reason. The next moment, only to hear a bang. A wave of colored energy ripples out in an instant, and the black hole disappears without a trace in an instant. The energy ripples directly penetrated the spacecraft and entered the interior of the spacecraft as if ignoring any obstacles. Immediately afterwards, it slammed into the bodies of the four Reed. The four of Reed only felt a powerful force rushing into their internal organs in an instant. Without reacting to what was going on, he just passed out and lay down on their respective consoles. The black hole disappeared, but a lot of things burst out from it. but most of them are small meteorites that hit the surface of the spacecraft, leaving small pits and pits. However, there was a piece of meteorite the size of a slap file. After hitting the spaceship, although it shattered, it left a massive black material on the surface of the spaceship. The substance seemed to stick to the surface of the spacecraft like some kind of fluid colloid. Losing the strong traction of the black hole, the spacecraft burst into a powerful propulsion in an instant. It disappeared in place in a moment, and flew back towards the originally set direction. This cosmic space fell into silence again. I don't know how much later, this space changed again, and the previous silver light became more dazzling. The next moment, a silver skateboard flew out directly through the space. And on that silver skateboard, there was a silver humanoid creature standing. I don't know if it's a living thing. After the silver human figure appeared, he first looked around, and then looked for a direction. The skateboard under his feet burst into a terrifying speed in an instant, leaving the star field with the humanoid creatures. Earth. Luo Feng is now used to getting up early and wearing a loose sports shirt. Sweat on the treadmill. At the moment, Anna also walked out with a look of pajamas. When she saw Luo Feng running, she joked, "Is your life pretty regular? It's no wonder that your figure is so good, there must be a lot of girls chasing you." "Actually, I just came to New York not long ago, and I don't know many people yet." Anna sat down and looked at Luo Feng with great interest. "What about Gwen?" 39. Luo Feng smiled. "She is. It's different for me." "Different?" Anna continued to ask, "What's the difference?" But at this moment, the doorbell rang, and Gwen's voice called, "Cousin Anna, open the door." 35. In the past, Gwen entered directly from the balcony. Only today when Anna was at home, did she honestly walk through the door. Anna heard Gwen's voice, looked at Luo Feng and said, "Let's talk about this topic next time." After speaking, he got up and went to open the door for Gwen. Individual. Chapter 130 Hydra's Secret Weapon. Earth. Arctic region. A helicopter flew here across most of the world. Under the command of the ground personnel, it slowly landed. After the plane stopped, Nick Fury, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, walked down without losing his demeanor. Behind him, of course, is the inseparable assistant Hill. An agent immediately greeted him and said respectfully, "Head." Seeing the man approaching, Nick Fury asked, "How's the excavation going?" "Hey, I just discovered it early this morning, so the excavation has just started." Nick Fury glanced around and found nothing suspicious before saying, "Take me there." 35. This way. Guided by the agent, Nick Fury entered an ice cave and constantly explored downwards. 737 finally went down to the bottom position, where a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. field staff were standing ready to go. In front of them was a once thick ice wall. The most peculiar thing is that there is actually a person wearing a blue striped coat inside the ice wall. The man's eyes were tightly closed, although they were frozen. But it feels more like sleeping. Even Nick Fury was shocked when he saw this scene. "Howard, you guessed it right, he really isn't dead." The person in front of him was naturally the man S.H.I.E.L.D. had been looking for. He used his own power to promote the victory of World War II, won the secret organization Hydra, and was given the symbol of the beautiful country's spirit as Captain America. Steve Rogers? It is also Howard's most successful experimental product and the most perfect genetically modified man. "Doctor, where is the difficulty in digging now?" As soon as Nick Fury arrived, he knew why the group had been reluctant to act. "You must know that this is the ice layer of the Arctic glacier, and it is possible to directly collapse here if you are not careful. Therefore, the people S.H.I.E.L.D. invited to participate in the excavation of the characters are all top geologists and top doctors. Because after excavating Steve Rogers, the first thing to do is to ensure his safety. The people who come here to participate in these work are basically all people from the beautiful country. They grew up listening to Captain America stories, and now they are fortunate enough to meet real people, also involved in excavation work. Of course they do their best. Director, the biggest problem at present is not the excavation work, but we have to ensure that the body of Captain America will not be damaged during the excavation process. 5. In their opinion, Captain America, who was frozen in the glacier, was already dead. How could someone be frozen for 70 years and still not die? It's not a high-tech hibernation pod. Remains. Nick Fury frowned. "Yeah, all these years. We're worried that Captain America's body is brittle. Once we excavate too hard, the captain's body will be shattered." No, I don't think you are clear." 35. Nick Fury pointed a finger at Steve Rogers in the ice. "He's alive. Don't worry about destroying his body, just dig." The doctor's eyes widened when he heard Nick Fury say this. "You mean?" 35. "Captain America isn't dead yet?" "That's right. Can we dig now?" Compared with the doctor in front of him, Nick Fury believes in Howard more. Howard had told him that Steve Rogers was frozen in an Arctic glacier. As long as he can be found, he must be alive. The genetic modification agent developed by Howard did not just modify the physical fitness of Steve Rogers. It also grants him the ability to survive in extreme environments. Howard's calculation is that when Captain America is frozen, the body's metabolism will continue to run in a way that is almost zero. As long as it is dug out and thawed, it can revive him. Seeing that, doctor, I still don't want to do it. Nick Fury snatches a side of the construction crew's horn. Now, Captain America digs plans. Start? With an order from Nick Fury, The site began to get busy, with the excavation drawings prepared in advance, and the work proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon, a square ice cube was taken out. Steve Rogers was there, lying still. The geology doctor stepped up and pushed his glasses in disbelief. There are simply a few shocks, and according to his judgment, there is a high probability that the corpse inside will be shattered. But the truth is, Steve Rogers in the ice has nothing to do with it. That also shows that the corpse in the ice layer still retains the waywardness that the human body originally existed. Is it true that Captain America is still alive? Nick Fury didn't even look at the Dr. Geology's expression and kicked his frozen hands back into his pockets. Ship back to SHIELD-35. A helicopter flew away slowly. Only a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were left to pick up the rest until Nick Fury flew away. The agent who greeted Nick Fury just now suddenly became serious. He recruited the other two agents beside Roar and walked towards a tent. This tent is the tent for the commander of this operation, and only other officials at the highest level on the scene can enter. After the agent entered, the remaining two agents stayed outside the tent. After entering the tent, the agent dialed the satellite phone immediately. The moment the call was connected, the agent immediately said, "Hydra hail?" At the same time, he made a fist with one hand and slammed into his chest. A deep voice came from the other side of the phone. "How about the excavation operation? 35. Nick Fury himself led the team and Steve Rogers' body has been taken by him." The disdainful smile on the other end of the phone. "Corpse. Nick Fury wouldn't have gone to the North Pole himself if it was a dead body. Is there really someone who can be frozen for 70 years and still not die?" the agent asked in disbelief. "We didn't believe it originally, but after Dr. Connor 4.6s gave us an experiment, we completely believed it. Then what do we do now? Rogers is the one who nearly destroyed Hydra." The agent's face turned grim. In their opinion, if Rogers had not been born, their Hydra would not have been a complete failure. On the other end of the phone, in a dark office, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, playing with a lizard in his hand, and said slowly, "Don't worry, we will completely control SHIELD. Nick Fury and Steve Rogers, they all have to pay." 39. And, we now have a Rogers-worthy. The Secret Weapon. Chapter 131. New Red Queen, New Battlesuit. "Cousin Anna, today, don't you need to go to the police station to help Dad?" On the sofa, Gwen hugged Pikachu and asked Anna. Anna smiled and said, "I don't want to be pushed by your father to deal with those reporters. Did you not pay attention to the news when you woke up in the morning? The incident last night has already made headlines." 99. With that said, Anna picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. On TV, George stood on the stage and told reporters and the media what happened last night. Last night, the NYPD was attacked by high-tech terrorists. 95. Fortunately, two urban heroes, Iron Man and Spider-Man, succeeded in preventing this terrorist attack. 99. Listening to George's official speech, Gwen said curiously, "It was clearly the Emperor who defeated Green Goblin." 99. Why didn't Dad mention him at all? Luo Feng, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, smiled. Because when he was in the sewer, Luo Feng told George not to mention him in public. It seems that George kept this thing in mind, until now. Anna also expressed her own analysis. "I think this should be the meaning of which Emperor Knight 5. Hearing Anna's analysis, Luo Feng was also stunned. This woman's IQ is indeed terrifyingly high. Only Gwen, who didn't know the truth 06, nodded dumbly. Now, the police station is surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors, and every media wants to get first-hand news. I think Uncle George should be very distressed about how to call the police now." Looking at the police station captured by the reporter on the TV, Luo Feng can already guess how distressed George is at the moment. "Originally this morning, I was going to Osborne Industries to arrest people, but now in this situation, even the police can't get out. Not to mention arresting people at Osborne Industries." Just as Luo Feng guessed, George is now in the office anxiously walking back and forth. "Head, those reporters at the door can't be driven away at all," a police detective said helplessly in front of George. They had already thought of various ways, but none of the reporters outside wanted to leave. George was also very helpless standing by the window, looking at the reporters below. For these people, not only can they not be driven out violently, but they have to endure this, which is the most uncomfortable. If you don't give them an interview, they will backhand you, a big hat of the people's right to know. Then his position as the director has come to an end. "How's the arrest warrant application going?" Another detective stepped forward. "Rejected. After all, the opposite party is Norman Osborn, who is very famous in science and business." 99. The court felt that, without solid evidence, it was best not to touch him. 99. George used a hammer to the front wall below, though as he expected. "But when I heard the news, I was still very unhappy. This is the celebrity effect. If you want to move a social celebrity who enjoys a certain status in the society, the consequences to be considered are various. If there is no real hammer evidence, the above will generally not let George and others do it." George rested his chin in one hand, thinking about what to do. "Anna left last night, didn't she?" George asked the two detectives. "Yes, when I contacted Dr. Anna later, she said that she first looked around for a place to stay." "Have you found a place to live around?" "Which hotel?" George was stunned for a while. He had been busy since last night and didn't even take a break. Anna's affairs are all handled by subordinates. When I didn't find Anna in the morning, I realized that she left early last night. But around here, where can Anna live? Hotel? The detective continued. It's not a hotel, she said it was your daughter a friend's house. My daughter? 35. George came back to his senses instantly. Luo Feng. If he remembered correctly, Anna and Luo Feng have met. Once. Here comes her home. Is he handsome and really so delicious? George put aside the weird thoughts in his mind and said to the police officer beside him, call Anna. I need her help on my side, so you tell her that the arrest warrant won't come. She'll be here soon. It is good. Cousin Anna, you are coming back this time. When are you going to leave? Gwen asked cautiously. Anna gave Gwen an angry look. I just came back, you want me to leave? Then he glanced at Luo Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Sure enough, there is an old saying in Dongfang. Women's colleges do not stay. 35. Luo Feng also heard. Come on, this is talking about him. Does cousin Anna also have any research on Oriental culture? Anna nodded. When I went abroad, I once studied under a Chinese detective surnamed Li. It was he who made me feeling the charm of Oriental culture. 35. Luo Feng nodded, and immediately knew who Anna was talking about. Only Gwen, who didn't understand the meaning of what Anna said, looked at the exchange between the two with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Anna's cell phone rang. Anna glanced at the caller information and wondered, Uncle George's subordinates. Squinting her eyes, Anna guessed what the other party was looking for her. As soon as the phone was picked up, Anna asked directly, did the arrest warrant not apply? After the meeting, Anna continued, okay, I'll go over immediately. Hanging up the phone, Anna glanced at Gwen, then at Luo Feng. Okay, don't disturb the world of the two of you. I go first. Hearing what Anna said, Gwen immediately blushed, but still said, Cousin Anna, be careful on the road. After Anna left, Gwen let out a sigh of relief from roar. Every time she was by Anna's side, she felt a lot of pressure. When Pikachu in his arms saw Anna leaving, he also sighed in relief. Pika then jumped out of Gwen's arms and ran to the kitchen. Where is Luo Feng's breakfast for him? Looking at Pikachu's appearance, Luo Feng also smiled and said, it's really hard work, Xiaokayu. I just don't know when cousin Anna will leave. She's here, and I always feel scared. By the way, Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Gwen curiously. What's wrong? 99. When I went out in the morning, I found that the Red Queen could not be turned on. What happened? 35. It's nothing, the Red Queen is upgrading. Looking at the time on the wall, Luo Feng smiled. It should be fine. Luo Feng took Gwen's hand, sat back on the sofa and opened the laptop. The moment the laptop was turned on, the eyes of the avatar familiar with 737 closed slightly, like sleeping. The difference from before is that the original red avatar, at the moment, has some blue stripes on the face. The red skirt on the body also has blue patterns. Gwen looked at the Red Queen curiously. I feel a lot better than before. Luo Feng also nodded. The previous Red Queen color was too monotonous. Inside the screen, the Red Queen's eyes slowly opened, looking at Luo Feng and Gwen in front of them. Both of them noticed that at the moment's red eyes, God is not so empty anymore, but more of a sense of agility. Gives a more real feeling. Seeing the two, the Red Queen immediately jokingly said to Roar, Master, Miss Gwen. I slept good sleep. Gwen immediately asked excitedly, Queen, did you upgrade successfully? Yes, Miss Gwen. Later in the battle, I can provide you with better data support, as well as your battle suit will also enter new heights. Great. Gwen was as happy as a child. Luo Feng also smiled with satisfaction. He understood that after joining Skynet's AI, the intelligence level of the Red Queen is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, maybe even on a future Ultron. If that's really the case, Luo Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe it really can. A small plan was born slowly in Luo Feng's mind. At this time, the Red Queen reminded, Master, Miss Gwen, the new battlesuit has arrived. Our new house can be moved in tomorrow. Chapter 132 Captain America Awakens, Pikachu and #039's new battlesuit. Somewhere in New York City, Black Widow, dressed in black tights, sat in front of Nick Fury with a little laziness. Nick Fury looked at Black Widow and asked, Are you sure? Black Widow nodded. I wasn't very sure at first, but after seeing the recorded video last night, I was basically sure. 35. Stark has developed a new energy source, and the symptoms of palladium poisoning on his body are slowly recovering. Then, Black Widow added, it doesn't seem to have a big relationship with you. Nick Fury also sank. I think so, since he first met the Emperor. He started to look a little different. Black Widow doesn't care about this kind of thing. In fact, she is also a little tired of the life of this kind of agent. If you can't escape. Haven't found a bit of information about Spider-Man and the Emperor yet. Nick Fury looked at Black Widow knowingly asked and replied, No. Every time the key is searched, all the information will disappear inexplicably. I think behind their backs, there should be someone or some organization to cover up their identities. Black Widow smiled indifferently, then stood up. My mission is not over yet. I'll go back first. Your job now is to see if Tony Stark is eligible to be a member of the Avengers. Black Widow ruthlessly debunked. Do you still have a choice? This kind of aggressive method is also useful to him. After speaking, Black Widow walked to the door without looking back, and then added, I don't think this kind of place can trap Steve Rogers. On the surface, Nick Fury was supposed to be an audition for Tony Stark, but it was actually a play. He knew Tony's character too well, and inviting him indirectly would make Tony feel like he didn't belong. To treat a conceited person like Tony, you must first reject it once, and then say a few good words. In this way, the future Tony will truly regard himself as a part of Avengers. I have to say, as the director of S.H.I.L.D, Nick Fury is the second best in terms of playing with people's hearts. No one was number one this week. Seeing Black Widow leave, Nick Fury didn't say much, and continued to look at the surveillance screen in front of him. The subject of surveillance, naturally, was Captain America Steve Rogers, who had recovered normal signs of life from the ice. In order to ensure that Rogers remains calm after waking up, Nick Fury also specially created a small room full of period atmosphere. Playing a radio that was only popular in that era, Rogers lay in bed with a baseball game from his day on the radio. As the sound played, Rogers, who had been sleeping all the time, shook his eyeballs slightly. This scene was immediately captured by Nick Fury, who was watching. Nick Fury immediately stood up from his chair and said into the earphone, "Get ready to send someone in. Be sure to appease the captain and try to let him stay in the room first." 99. Inside a large bungalow, a group of S.H.I.L.D agents surrounded a small room that was simply made of plywood. They also don't understand that there are many better places. Nick Fury chose here. Clear? The agent in charge of guarding Rogers responded to Nick Fury. Then he nodded to a woman beside him. The woman's dress completely matched the dress of female soldiers of that era. She looked serious and held a cup of coffee in her hand. After receiving the prompt, he slowly walked into the room. Rogers woke up from the bed with a blank look on his face. The surroundings were both familiar and unfamiliar. Nearly 70 years of freezing have not made his body too stiff. It's just that I still get up from the bed slowly. His memory only stayed at the last crash into the Arctic Ocean with a fighter jet, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Hearing the sound of a baseball game on the quaint radio, Rogers looked over with a puzzled expression. The commentary of the game is constantly coming from the radio. In Rogers' heart, suspicion gradually became heavier. At this moment, a female soldier pushed the door and entered. He smiled at Rogers and said, "Good morning." Then he took another look at his old-fashioned watch and joked, or should I say, "Good afternoon." "Where am I?" Rogers asked directly. "You're in a post-op recovery room in New York right now." 35. The game on the radio, the sunlight through the window, and this strange female soldier. All in all, Rogers raised his vigilance. But he still asked calmly, "Where am I? I do not quite understand you." The female agent tried her best to keep herself calm, but he didn't expect this man who woke up after being frozen for 70 years. There is such pressure. And sharpness? According to their arrangement, all this should be seamless. Rogers looked at the female agent and said, "This game was in May 1941. 35. I know. Because at that time, I was there. 39. The female agent tried her best to suppress the shock in her heart, but she didn't expect that the place where everything was hidden was actually here. Nick Fury, who witnessed the whole process, not only was not nervous, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Captain America really deserves his reputation. Nick Fury knew that this group of people couldn't hold back Rogers and had to go out on their own. Rogers sat up from the bed and approached the female agent. "I'll ask you again. Where the hell am I?" The female agent knew that she was completely dissatisfied. The pen-shaped communicator in his hand pressed down immediately, while calming Rogers' emotions. "Captain Rogers? Calm down. Who are you?" Just as Rogers asked for the exit, two agents in black immediately pushed the door and entered. Vigilance made Rogers take a step back. The next moment, the two agents in black directly smashed through the plywood wall and flew out. With the exit, Rogers ran out without looking back. The surrounding environment made him extremely unfamiliar. There was only one way to escape. "Captain Rogers, wait." The female agent could only watch Rogers run away, and then shouted to her communicator, "Attention group agent, emergency alert. Don't worry, leave the rest to me." In the communicator, Nick Fury's voice came. "New work time." Rogers, who had run away all the way, couldn't understand the scene of feasting in front of him. Huge amounts of people flickered on the screen. Zhao hao zhao. The square was crowded with people. Several black agent cars approached, with Nick Fury standing behind Rogers. "Take it easy, Sergeant 5. Look, I'm so sorry for that show, but we thought it was best for you to take it slow." "Accept what?" A series of actions by these people made Rogers understand that they had no malicious intentions and let down their vigilance. "You've been sleeping, Captain. Slept for about 70 years. Luo Feng's home. Gwen is standing in front of the full-length mirror in the new battlesuit. This time the new battlesuit Luo Feng adopts the classic red and black color scheme, with a red and black striped hood behind him. Not only Gwen, but also Pikachu got their new battlesuit. Pikachu looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Pikachu. Song. There are Pikachu cute pictures in this chapter. Chapter 133 Vibranium. How about J.A.R.V.I.S. How is the repair of the Mark 6? 35. Sir, the maintenance has been completed, and the newly developed laser beam is also equipped. 99. But it's a one-time thing. With coffee in hand, Tony sat down on the console. The bitter taste of the coffee in his mouth reminded him that he finally didn't have to drink the unpleasant chlorophyll juice again. J.A.R.V.I.S. Don't you think the process of wearing Mark's armor every time is too cumbersome? Yes, sir. Tony thought for a while, put down the coffee in his hand and continued. J.A.R.V.I.S. Build a new Mark 7 armor. 39. This armor. Luo. When Tony was about to show off his skills, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice poured a pot of cold water. No, sir. Tony suddenly froze. Is J.A.R.V.I.S. disobeying his orders? J.A.R.V.I.S. Why not? Sir, have you forgotten something? J.A.R.V.I.S.'s reminder reminded Tony of one thing he told J.A.R.V.I.S. when he came back last night. Going to see Little Chili in Stark Industries today. Some time ago, Tony kept a certain distance from Pepper because of the palladium poisoning. This has caused dissatisfaction with the little Pepper. In order to prevent myself from forgetting about it last night, let J.A.R.V.I.S. remember to remind myself. And set the highest priority. That's why when Tony was going to make the Mark 7 just now, he was stopped by J.A.R.V.I.S. Thanks for the reminder, J.A.R.V.I.S. By the way, where did Ethan go? Tony then remembered that he hadn't seen Ethan since he came back last night. He went to find a friend, sir. Tony nodded indifferently, got up, and left the studio, and said as he walked, J.A.R.V.I.S. You first make Mark 7 according to your idea. I'll take a look when I get back. Got it, sir. 35. Stark Industries. A man in a suit was standing in front of Little Pepper with a pleasant look. And the face that Little Pepper looked at him didn't look very good. You mean, invite me to your press conference at Hammer Industries. You will build weapons no less than our Stark Industries. The man in the suit nodded. Yes, ma'am. The time is tomorrow night. Pepper looked to the side of Black Widow. Now Black Widow is her right-hand man. Definitely, Little 737 Chili also doesn't know the identity of the other party's S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha Romanoff. What do you think? Black Widow smiled faintly. Hammer Industries, I have heard a little. Miss Potts, it just so happens that your schedule for tomorrow night is empty, so you can go and have a look. 35. Black Widow's word is to see, not to participate. It is enough to prove that in her heart, she also looks down on Hammer Industries, as the top agent of SHIELD. Of course, she also knew about Hammer Industries. In addition, she also knows that the main designer of the war machine that Hammer Industries will release this time is Yvonne Vank. Not just in Hammer. Little Pepper didn't want to go, but thinking of this time, every time Tony saw her, he had an impatient look on his face. Coincidentally, if you participate in a little more activities, you will be able to see less of Tony. Okay, I'll definitely go to participate then. Xiao Chili was invited, and the man in the suit smiled even more. This was an important task assigned to him by Justin Hammer, and it was unexpectedly accomplished so easily. Then I'll say goodbye first, I still have a lot of places to announce. Outside Stark Industries. A luxury car was directly blocked at the entrance and exit, but no one dared to step forward and say a few more words. Because it was Tony who got out of the car. Tony, who got out of the car, threw the key directly to the security guard on the side. Help me stop. When getting out of the car, Tony didn't forget to pick up a box of strawberries that was placed on the co-pilot. I saw this on the way here, as I am not used to carrying cash. So Tony got it in exchange for the luxury watch he had on hand. This was naturally a gift he brought to Little Chili. Since the problem of palladium poisoning was solved, Tony felt a lot easier. On the way into Stark Industries, there will be gracious nods with other employees. When he reached the stairs, he saw a man in a suit walking down. Tony glanced curiously and said, it seems that there are a lot of newcomers. Going upstairs, Tony pushed open the office door directly. Little Pepper, who was standing by the window, heard someone pushing the door in, and looked back curiously. When he saw it was Tony, he instantly became unhappy. Our eldest young master, why are you free to come to the office today? Listening to Chili Pepper's age egg, Tony replied with a thick skin, come and inspect the work. By the way, Tony raised the strawberry in his hand, bring you a gift. When she saw the strawberry in Tony's hand, Pepper's anger was even more intense. The two sat facing each other at the desk, and Tony pushed the strawberry out of his hand. Little Chili tried to keep himself calm and said, I can eat anything, but I can't eat strawberries. 39. And you have absolutely no idea. Tony immediately understood what it meant. Allergy to peppers and strawberries. Tony can only defend, at least that's a good start, isn't it? Little Pepper nodded, yes, this is also the first time you gave me something. Before Tony could continue speaking, Pepper turned to Black Widow on the other side, Natasha Romanoff, what do I have to do next? Black Widow knew that Pepper was using himself as a shield, and immediately pretended to turn over the documents in his hand. Miss Potts, we're going to see the new location for the Stark building. Then let's go now. Tony was also silent, he knew that anything he said now would offend Little Pepper. Keeping quiet is the wisest choice. Pepper gave Tony an angry look. This science geek, don't you know how to stop it? Seeing that Tony still didn't speak, Little Pepper pressed the phone in front of him, happy, drive out to pick us up. 39. After Little Pepper and Black Widow left, Tony stood up and started walking around the office board. Tony looked at the newly furnished office with interest. It used to be his office, but it was later used by Obadiah. Now it's Chili Peppers in use. Tony walked aside to Black Widow's assistant's desk and casually flipped through the documents on it. Attend the Hammer Industries press conference. It seems that being a boss is tiring. The dense schedule, he looked tired. Taking another look at the strawberries on the table, Tony smiled. I remember. Luo Feng, this new battlesuit feels a little heavy. Gwen, who put on the new battlesuit, tried to move a few times, but there is still no comfort. But the weight of the battlesuit is indeed heavier than the previous battlesuit. Definitely, the newly developed new bulletproof material is used here. According to the data given to me by the Red Queen, he can resist most of the pistol bullets. 99. And the blast is the aftermath of the shock. 35. Luo Feng said with a smile, then looked at Pikachu again. How is it, Xiaokayu? Do you like this set? Pikachu. Pikachu nodded with satisfaction. Pika, Pika. Then there are several of Gwen's signature moves that are imitated. How cute and cute they are. Gwen picked up Pikachu and rubbed affectionately. Xiaokayu, otherwise you can go outside with me to fight crime in the future. Can you? Luo Feng. Gwen and Pikachu, eyes wide open at the same time, a look of anticipation on their faces. Both of the battlesuit masks have been treated with neuromuscular fitting. The mask can almost perfectly restore the expressions under the mask. Luo Feng knew that he could not refuse. Okay, Xiaokayu also put on this suit and go out with you. Yeah. Pikachu. Seeing the excited appearance of the two, Luo Feng also smiled and shook his head. With Gwen and Pikachu, his life in the Marvel world is also much more colorful. Miss Gwen, there's a robbery on the 9th block. The Red Queen's voice entered Gwen's ears. Gwen picked up Pikachu and ran towards the balcony. Are you ready, Hill? In Pikachu's battlesuit, the Red Queen also did biological electrostatic attachment treatment on the surface of the foreclaws. It also ensures that he can firmly grasp Gwen's shoulders. After Luo Feng's previous experience of flying with Gwen Cobweb, it would be much easier to accompany Gwen Cobweb. Watching Gwen and Pikachu jump off the balcony, Luo Feng also turned around and prepared to pack up. Moving to a new home tomorrow. Although everything there is readily available, but do you have to collect clothes or something? At this time, Luo Feng remembered that he still has a special product. With a thought, a silver and textured skull appeared on his hand. The Red Queen, can you crack the technology above? Luo Feng made it to the sofa, put the skull on the table. Inside the computer screen, the Red Queen looked at the skull, as if looking at it. Yes, Master. The liquid bionic metal technology here can be made into Miss Gwen's battlesuit material after successful research and development. Luo Feng nodded. What he wanted was this effect, compared to nanomaterials, that is better. Master, liquid bionic metal is better in a way. 99. The essence of nanomaterials is the combination of countless nanorobots, which means that battlesuits made of nanomaterials have variability and portability. But because nanomaterials are a combination of nanorobots, once they are damaged in a large area, the number of nanorobots damaged to a certain extent cannot be recovered. Refer to the Mark 50 ripped off by Thanos in Avengers 3, and the Spider-Man armor ripped off by Dr. Octopus in Heroes of No Return. Inside the computer screen, a simulated comparison of the two metals immediately appeared. Liquid biomimetic metals, although weapons are not as varied as nanomaterials, but its regenerative and defensive properties are far superior to nanomaterials. Miss Gwen's original strength focused on physical skills, so liquid bionic metal is more suitable than Miss Gwen. After listening to Hong Ho's analysis, Luo Feng stood up from the sofa with the skull in his hand. Then send this to the factory to develop it for you. Armor fusion. In an instant, Luo Feng's whole body was covered with God Emperor armor. Until now, he had never been to the factory built by the Red Queen, but this time he just went to see it. Putting away the skull in his hand, Luo Feng pressed his hand towards the yin and yang fish on the belt. Transformation? 55. In an instant, Luo Feng disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he came to a suburb. There is an ordinary warehouse here. But only Luo Feng and Queen Hong know that there is something special in the big warehouse. Luo Feng walked slowly to a door, and the door opened automatically. After entering, what catches the eye is some finely broken debris, and there is a layer of dust on it. Luo Feng looked inside in surprise. It's hidden quite deep. Entering here, Luo Feng walked step by step towards a circular sign in the middle of the ground. The Emperor's armor also slowly disappeared from the body. When Luo Feng walked to the middle of the ring, there were bursts of mechanical sounds under his feet. The next second, a glass cover rose from the ground, covered Luo Feng inside and slowly descended. When they were underground, a precision-operated factory appeared in front of Luo Feng. There are various robotic arms and several experimental areas. Some are launching different kinds of cobwebs, and some are launching different attacks on different materials. In the middle of the underground hall, there is a cabin with the same file size as a bed. Luo Feng has seen the information here, and there is a printer that uses the most advanced printing technology to print out the spider battlesuit. Master, just clip the material to it. Here, the avatar of the Red Queen is completely projected, no longer confined to a computer screen. A robotic arm came to Luo Feng, shaking his jiazi. Luo Feng took out the skull and let it take it away. With the movement of the robotic arm, a small platform not far away slowly rose from the ground. The skull was also placed in the center of the platform, and a blue barrier was raised around it. With the rise of the barrier, the originally dark pupils of the skull, at the moment actually appeared two red lights. In the next second, the entire skull seemed to melt, turning into a pool of silver liquid. How long does it take to complete the analysis? Master, after the upgrade, the Red Queen can be analyzed soon. The biggest difficulty of this technology is to find suitable materials. 5. Material? Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. The avatar of the Red Queen looked at Luo Feng and nodded. First, find a suitable metal in this world. It can be officially produced. However, qualified metals are very rare, so it will take a while to find materials. Luo Feng held his chin with one hand, and after thinking for a while, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Vibranium. How about it? Chapter 134 Humanoid Weapon, Destroyer. Vibranium. One of the most amazing metallic materials in the Marvel Universe. In addition to its metamorphic general defense, its physical properties also have human affinity and the magical property of absorbing kinetic energy. It has always been sought after by researchers from all over the world. Captain America's iconic shield is made of this material, and it's also made from a small amount of vibranium that Howard unknowingly acquired. Almost everyone who knows vibranium has a consensus. That is, the origin of vibranium is extremely mysterious, and extremely rare on Earth. But how could they know that in ancient times, an unbelievably huge piece of vibranium flew from the depths of the universe, dropped somewhere in Africa? Also because of this vibranium, the technology of people there has been unprecedented development. So far, they are still isolated from the world. Thinking of this, Luo Feng was speechless for a while. Wakanda is absolutely a magical place that holds all the vibranium in the world. Because of the influence of vibranium, technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, and has already surpassed all countries in the world. But it is such a country with a full technological tree. Fights are still hand-to-hand. It is really incomprehensible. Master, according to the information you provided, vibranium is the most suitable material for liquid biomimetic metal. Definitely, it's just speculation at the moment, and samples need to be obtained for further research. The Red Queen also investigated vibranium's information through the internet. Unfortunately, the description of this material on the internet is also poorly understood. Even if this thing is placed in the world, only some top scientists and black market businessmen know about it. If vibranium could, roughly how much it would take to create a new battlesuit? 2 kg. Hiss. Queen Hong's answer instantly made Luo Feng take a deep breath. It's not because I don't have enough money, but because I really have too much. You know, vibranium is sold by the gram, and every gram can be sold for sky-high prices. And it's still priceless. Who do you turn to when you don't have access to yourself? Originally, Luo Feng was thinking about stealing Captain America's shield. But now the embarrassing thing is that he doesn't know where the shield is. Maybe, I can find him. Thinking about it, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. After selling him so many favors, it's time for him to pay it back. After the red, continue to study the liquid bionic metal, I will go out. Master, something happened in New Mexico. Just as Luo Feng was about to go out, the Red Queen's prompt sounded. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of projection appeared in front of Luo Feng. Oh, Thor. In the picture, there is a town in the desert. In the town at the moment, there is a sturdy tin man who looks like a tin can. Huge amounts of fire pillars shot out of the face, constantly destroying the town. The destroyer also appeared. Luo Feng recognized the tin can man in front of him at a glance, who was the destroyer of Asgard. The ultimate weapon developed by Odin. Can act autonomously and be controlled by others. Fighting with the destroyer are 4 figures dressed in medieval Europe. But without exception, these 4 people were tortured by blood. With the strength of these 4 people, trying to compete with the destroyer created by Odin is a fool's errand. Odin, you treat the earth as your back garden and make trouble for your 2 sons. Looking at the ruined town, Luo Feng frowned. He is very clear. The fight between Thor and Loki was completely a game set up by Odin. This old man who has lived for countless years, how can it be so easy to just hang up? He sees everything that is happening on Earth right now, to test Thor and Loki. And this scene was also seen by others. Inside SHIELD. Nick Fury frowned and asked Hill beside him, is Phil Coulson all right? Phil Coulson, but he was sent to stare at the hammer that fell from the sky the whole time. Phil Coulson as one of his right men, should something go wrong. It's a big loss? Head, Phil Coulson is fine. When they saw the Tin Can Man, they thought it was Tony's work again. When he launched an indiscriminate attack, everyone avoided it. Hill reached out to Phil Coulson immediately. The purpose of the Tin Can Man seems clear. It's that town. Nick Fury had only one brow furrowed and a pair of fists clenched tightly. Ask for flowers. Look at the image on the big screen. The Earth is getting more and more dangerous? What the hell is this? In Tony's studio, Tony looked at this thing in disbelief. At first glance, it still looks a bit like Mark I. But his destructive power has surpassed any of Tony's existing armor. J.A.R.V.I.S. Can you analyze its mechanical construction? 35. Tony couldn't believe that someone's mecha manufacturing technology could surpass himself so much. This mecha, which looks like a tin can, doesn't seem to have any power device. How does he act? No, sir, after satellite analysis, he's more like. Seeing that J.A.R.V.I.S. hesitated, Tony immediately urged, like what? Biology. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s answer made Tony a little unacceptable. Is this a creature? 39. Yes, sir. Analytically so. J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately put the analysis and structure diagram in front of Tony, and Tony said after reading it, the humanoid weapon. Whose work is this? Tony walked to the big screen and looked carefully at the spoiler in the picture. Although I can't research such a thing now, but the reference meaning still exists. Definitely, Tony didn't know it wasn't a product of technology, it was a product of magic. Inside Camartage, Ancient One, who was making tea, sat in front of Mordo with a smile on his face. Master, congratulations on protecting the Earth Ones. 35. Mordo picked up the tea in his hand and bowed to Ancient One. Ancient One smiled and said modestly, I just did what I should do, and maybe you will do it in the future. This sentence came out of Ancient One's mouth, giving Mordo an indescribable sense of mission. Keep in mind the words Ancient One said today. Ancient One glanced at Mordo, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The next moment, Ancient One turned his head and looked out the window, and a trace of anger slowly appeared on the original ancient and modern face. Odin.99. Individual. Chapter 135 Angry Pikachu, Meet Tony. On the projection, Thor walked over to the destroyer, as if to say something. After a while, Destroyer slowly turned his head to leave, but the next second Destroyer slapped Thor directly. Thor, who lost the victory, was directly swept away by the Destroyer, and his life and death are unknown. Luo Feng just waved his hand when he saw this, and the projection in front of him ended. He didn't have much interest in Asgard's little chores. Queen Red, can you track Tony's current location? Master, please wait a moment. Now, the AI level of the Red Queen has far surpassed that of JARVIS. It's basically not too difficult to find Tony's current position. After just 1 minute, a map projection appeared in front of Luo Feng. It marked the house Tony had built by the sea. It's rare that this playboy is actually at home. Luo Feng raised his hand slightly, a burst of golden light covered his body, and the Emperor's armor instantly fit together. As soon as he stepped on it, he disappeared in place in an instant. With Luo Feng's departure, the entire laboratory fell into darkness. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, several robbers with submachine guns in their hands rushed out of the bank just after robbing the bank. Quick, run. Otherwise the annoying Spider-Man will come. The head of the robber, with a black stockings hood on his face, can no longer see his true appearance. At the moment he got the money, and he recruited Roar to leave with his 2 younger brothers. Otherwise, if Spider-Man comes, it will be completely over. Ever since Spider-Man appeared in New York City, the robbers have been living in fear every day. The money is spent. No matter how anxious you are, you must take the risk. Understood, boss. Before leaving, a younger brother still fired several shots into the air to threaten the hostages in the bank. Seeing that everything was going well, the robber boss happily moved out of the bank. The 2 younger brothers followed closely, and at the moment when the bank door opened, they thought that the younger brother hurriedly reminded, old file-size heart. But it's still too late? The boss didn't realize what was going on. He saw a black shadow flashing in front of him. Immediately afterwards, it was like being hit by a large truck, and the whole person flew backwards. The 2 younger brothers also hurriedly raised their submachine guns and aimed them at the door of the bank. To make them so nervous, who else but Spider-Man? Gwen let go of the cobweb and landed firmly at the door of the bank. Hey, I thought I heard you talking about me just now? Don't you know you'll get beat up by Spider-Man for doing bad things in New York? Spider-Man, I advise you not to mind your own business. With weapons in their hands, the 2 of them suddenly became much more courageous, and the guns were aimed at Gwen. And their robber boss smashed to the ground, and the strong impact made him unconscious. Gwen quickly raised his hands. Okay, maybe we can sit down and talk. How about, show you my new partner? New partner? The 2 robbers were taken aback. Suddenly, they saw a small figure rolling out behind Spider-Man, landed on the ground in front and made a standard landing position. The 2 robbers saw what a little thing, still wearing Spider-Man's battlesuit. One of them seemed to have missed the point of laughter and laughed mercilessly. Ha ha ha, is this little guy your friend? Gwen feigned surrender with raised hands, giving them both greater courage. In their opinion, they have defeated Spider-Man. Hearing the ruthless laughter of the robber, Pikachu's anger skyrocketed. On both cheeks, the electric light began to flicker. Gwen couldn't help but hold a moment of silence for the 2 robbers. Okay, you made him angry. You. The 2 robbers laughed louder when they heard Gwen's threat. Could this little kid's stuff still eat us? Pika-chu? Following Pikachu's roar, 2 sturdy electric currents erupted from both cheeks and went directly towards the 2 robbers. These 2 people, where the speed of reaction is fast. He was electrocuted at once, and he fell unconscious on the ground. After tackling the 2 pesky robbers, Pikachu turned to Gwenby with a gesture, then jumped back to Gwen's shoulder. Looking at the bank, there were no other threats. Gwen shot cobweb in his hand and left the scene. After Gwen left, the person in charge of the bank pressed the alarm button and began to clean up the mess. Gwen swung to the heights and said to Pikachu, well done, Hill 9. Pika-chu, let's go shopping, and if there are no other emergencies, we'll go back and find Luo Feng. 95. In New York City, there are still quite a few cases of large file size and small file size every day. Especially now that the biggest gangster Kim and has stepped down, the surface of New York City seems to be a lot calmer. In fact, the undercurrent is surging. Many gangsters who were previously oppressed by Jinbing are expanding their industries and territories, which inevitably leads to various large-scale armed conflicts. It's just that most of these things happen at night. This is also difficult for Daredevil Matthew. Within a law firm, Matthew took off his sunglasses and rubbed his temples. He didn't get a good night's sleep during this time. Although he was massaging his temples, Matthew's attention was always on a corner of the office. He could feel that there was a person standing motionless. But he didn't know what he was going to do. Maybe someone came to seek revenge. He could be sure that his Daredevil identity wasn't revealed, but lawyering was originally a dangerous business. If the prisoner's family gets a satisfactory verdict on the outcome of the lawsuit, they will also be pursued for revenge. Matthew just kept the position of immobility, pretending to rub his temples. Wait until the other party can't bear the temper and shoot at him, and then subdue him instantly. Fortunately, his assistant went to investigate other things today, not in the thing. Otherwise, it will easily affect him. After a while, Matthew couldn't help frowning when he saw that the other party still didn't move. Isn't it for revenge? Is there anyone over there? Matthew asked tentatively. Finally got a reply from the other party. Matthew Michael Murdoch, I thought you were going to keep me on the sidelines. From the figure and voice of the other party, Matthew can easily judge that the other party is a tall adult male. Sorry, I'm blind. I can't judge where you are silent 5. Who knew the other party's next sentence, which made Matthew's face change. Since you came in, I found out where I was. Although you are blind, your other senses are extremely powerful. Otherwise how do you become a daredevil who fights crime at night? Matthew put on the sunglasses on the table and said lightly, Sorry sir, I don't know what you are talking about. You wouldn't think that a blind man like me would be Daredevil. Then why don't you suspect I'm Spider-Man? Matthew said casually. Spider-Man is female. Matthew. Immediately afterwards, the figure walked towards Matthew, who instantly became alert. Don't worry, let me introduce myself first. My name is Nick Fury. Nick Fury walked slowly in front of Matthew and raised his hands to indicate that he had no weapons. He knew that although Matthew couldn't see it, he could feel it. During this period of time, S.H.I.E.L.D. has checked out all the information on the 3 generations of Matthew's ancestors. Nick Fury. Matthew said lightly, You are not my client, and I don't know you either. Although his face became dull, Matthew has entered a state of alert. As long as the man named Nick Fury in front of him behaves a little bit strangely, it can be subdued immediately. Naturally, Nick Fury saw Matthew's vigilance and continued, I'm the SHIELD director, and I'm here to talk to you about teamwork 5. S.H.I.E.L.D. That agent organization? Matthew has also been in contact with many people in the upper class, and has heard a little about some special organizations of ZF. The S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth, and the one in heaven. He has heard it all. But this is the first time that we have had a head-to-head encounter. S.H.I.E.L.D. What's the matter with me? Nick Fury said straight to the point, to invite you to join Avengers. In the comics, Daredevil was also a member of the Avengers. This is not the power of technology anymore. Tony looked at the picture projected by JARVIS. The blonde man in the video was obviously slapped by the iron can and his life and death were unknown. But suddenly a hammer came flying, and the blonde man was revived with blood, and even beat the iron pot. Just when Tony was amazed at the strength of the two, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice came out again. Sir, there are visitors upstairs. Visitor? 35. Yes, Mr. 35. J.A.R.V.I.'s immediately brought up the upstairs screen for Tony to see, and when Tony saw it, he immediately put everything down and went upstairs. Upstairs, Luo Feng looked at the layout of Tony's house with satisfaction. As expected of Tony, the place is good. 35. It's a pity that there are not many places like this in New York. At this time, Tony ran upstairs and saw the Emperor at his house. Hey, how did you get in? Glancing at the door that wasn't opened, Tony asked in astonishment. Luo Feng looked at Tony. Maybe there is a loophole in JARVIS. Tony smiled awkwardly, as if it wasn't the first time this kind of thing happened. Nick Fury came in like this. It seems that I have to check the J.A.R.V.I.'s system again. Tony seemed a little cautious about the sudden appearance of the Emperor, and he didn't face any other conceit at all. After all, the Emperor in front of him was a benefactor who had saved him several times. The Emperor, sir. Luo Feng nodded and said straight to the point, I'm here to ask you for help first. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He is not a person who likes to owe favors. The Emperor Xia is willing to ask him for help, but he is relieved a lot. No problem, as long as I can do it, you can speak. 99. I want you to help me buy something in the black market. 35. Tony smiled. This requirement is not too simple for him. He used to be a weapons dealer, and he is naturally familiar with the black market. Even now, there are still many black market arms dealers contacting him through various relationships, hoping to get new weapons. Even Mark's armor. All were rejected by Tony one by one. But there is no righteousness in buying and selling, and this group of people will not offend Tony because they can't buy Tony's weapons. After all, the other party is no longer the mortal playboy. It's Iron Man with the most advanced weapons in the world. Definitely no problem. What do you want to buy? Tony walked to the bar to the side and poured out 2 glasses of wine, but after taking a look at Emperor 4.6, he silently picked up a glass. I think you don't like drinking. Luo Feng didn't mind this, but said, vibranium. Puff. Tony, who had just drank it, spit out the wine in his mouth in an instant. What? You want to buy vibranium? No wonder Tony's reaction was such a big deal, because he was one of the few people in the world who knew about the existence of vibranium. And he also knew the various powerful properties of vibranium. And these are also the knowledge he inherited from Howard. He also knew that Captain America Steve Rogers' shield was made by vibranium, and vibranium from Wakanda. At the beginning, he also wanted to buy vibranium on the black market, but there was no clear research direction, so he put it on hold. However, it did lead him to a black market merchant who sold vibranium at that time. Yes, I am useful. The shield that Howard built for Captain America was made of vibranium. I believe that you, Howard's son, should be able to help me find it. Tony put down the wine glass in his hand and became more curious about the identity of the Emperor. But he also understood that the Emperor Xia did not want to reveal his identity, and at the same time he had no malice towards himself. He appeared several times, all to help him. No problem, how much do you want? 2 kg. 2 kilograms, this amount of money is nothing to Tony, I just don't know if the other party has so much vibranium. Okay, I'll help you get in touch. 35. J.A.R.V.I.S. Chapter 136 Anna and #039, as secret. Night. Luo Feng stood by the balcony, holding a glass of delicious wine in his hand. He definitely got it from Tony too. Tony's work efficiency is very high. After calling J.A.R.V.I.S. to contact the other party, he flew over to pick it up. In just one afternoon, I got 2 kilograms of vibranium, and Luo Feng also asked Tony for 2 bottles of wine. After all, he had seen the power of wine last time. Just in time for another drink with Gwen. NYPD, underground prison. Anna, who was wearing a white coat, was accompanied by 2 nurses. Beside them, there is also a medical cart with some psychotropic drugs on it. In front of them, it was the tramp who was caught by Norman for the transformation experiment. However, now he is not so manic, but sleeps quietly on the bed. But it is not difficult to see from his body that there are blue and red scars. Some places are also bandaged. Looking at this scene, Anna's eyes were complicated. Brows furrowed deeply. There was a sound of footsteps, and Anna turned her head and said tiredly, "You're here, Uncle George." George looked at Anna's tired look and said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work, child. How is his situation?" Anna took off her mask, and a slightly cool air penetrated into her nose, which made her spirit recover a lot. "The situation is not very good, his body seems to be collapsing." 5. George's brows also furrowed. "What do you mean?" He originally just wanted to see if Anna had any way to get him to testify in court, so that the court could issue a warrant for Norman's arrest. "But how do you feel now that things are getting worse?" Anna explained, "Originally, I communicated very smoothly with his 2 personalities. But for some reason, another of his personalities became unstable. And there are also acts of attacking his own body." Anna manipulated the mobile phone in her hand, and showed a video to George. Looking at the content of the video on the phone, George's face became more and more ugly. In the video, the homeless man hit his head against the wall like crazy, and then punched him in the face again. George looked into the prison, and there were still puddles of dried blood on the wall. I used strong tranquilizers and strong anesthetics to calm him down. Then his blood was drawn for a test. Anna took out a stack of test materials from the medical card on the side, and George glanced at them and gave them back to Anna. "You'd better come to the conclusion directly. I don't understand this. His cells are dividing at an incomprehensible rate. The most serious of them is his brain cells, which almost doubled in division." Looking at George's confused face, Anna could only explain in the most simple words, "If you understand it simply in your way, the cells in his body are now cancer cell." Then Anna shook her head. "If there is no way to find out why he became like this, there is no way to treat the situation, you can only watch him wait to die. According to the division and proliferation rate of his cells, it is about 2 days in the world." Bang! George punched the wall, the only evidence for the capture of Norman Osborn. "If he just died like this." "Wait, that's what you said. The Green Goblin that night, could it be?" Anna nodded. "Well, judging from his various strange behaviors that night, it is indeed the same symptom. But it seems, it's a little different." 35. After all, Green Goblin, who can generate cold flames by himself, is comparable to the homeless person in front of him. There are simply 2 kinds of existence. Now, Anna can only shake her head and sigh. "If only I could know the medicine Norman fed him. Maybe there is a way." But Anna also knew that she would go on without a search warrant and an arrest warrant. There was no way they could go to the Osborn Industries and cause civil unrest. Merely gathered at their door, they were forced to leave. This is the beautiful country, the protection of these big taxpayers. After all, this social system is made up of this group of rich people. However, Anna's words were not intended by the speaker and intentional by the listener. George on the side suddenly lit up. I know who can help us." Anna was also inspired by George's words. "Who?" "Peter Parker, Norman Osborn's assistant." Under the introduction of George, Anna learned some things about Peter, among which the things about Dr. Connors were omitted by George. But it was no secret that he later joined Osborn Industries and became Norman's assistant. "Will he help us?" George nodded confidently. "Well, he is a good boy, I believe he will help us. It's not too late, I'll go find him. 35. Anna also nodded. If he has research on this drug, we have a way. Just as she was talking, Anna suddenly felt a dizziness in front of her, and an unstable foot almost fell. George hurried over to support Anna, and said with a hint of apology, Anna, are you alright? It's alright, Uncle George. It's old. It happens every time the mind takes too long. 55. Seeing Anna's pale face, George apologized. I was too anxious. You go back to rest first, I'll find Peter first. Come to the police station again tomorrow. George is also aware of this situation. Anna has always been a genius since she was a child, but this aura of genius is also accompanied by certain flaws. That is, once Anna concentrates on one thing for too long, her physical strength will be doubled. This kind of strange disease went to countless doctors and finally disappeared. After time 737, the impact on the body is not large, and everyone will naturally stop paying too much attention to it. But your body knows it. Anna had checked her body and found a surprising conclusion. It is not physical strength that is consumed, but one's own vitality. Because one time when Anna was overstretched, she forced her body to draw blood for research. I found that my cells were dying at an extremely fast rate. This is also a secret that Anna has always kept in her heart. The situation with the homeless person in front of him is completely different. This is why, when she looked at the tramp just now, her eyes were so complicated. She saw the hope of healing herself in the homeless person in front of her. With the help of 2 nurses, Anna came to George's office to rest. When she was almost recovered, Anna waved to the 2 nurses, I'll trouble you today. Go back first and say thank you to Dr. Zhao for me. These 2 nurses with high professional quality were borrowed by Anna from a friend's hospital. A nurse spoke up. Miss Anna, Dr. Zhao said she will go back to Seoul tomorrow. Say next time we meet. Dr. Zhao, Helen Zhao, the beautiful doctor in Avengers 2 who uses vibranium and tissue regeneration technology to create the vision body. Chapter 137 The Sultry Gwen, Meteor? Somewhere in New York. In the dark night, bursts of electric light flickered. With the cobweb in Gwen's hand, the 2 gangsters collided face to face and lost consciousness. Under Pikachu's feet, there were also several unconscious gangsters who were ordered. Not only that, but there was also a scream on the other side. Daredevil Matthew's stick hit the back of one's neck. The man rolled his eyes, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Matthew glanced around, and there were all the gang members who were in charge of this transaction lying on the ground. Let's see what they're up to this time. As soon as the stick in Matthew's hand turned, a wooden box beside him was pried open. Gwen also jumped over curiously and joked, so your stick can still be used like this? Then it's convenient for you to go home and open the door. Matthew directly ignored Gwen's words and looked inside the box. The top layer of the box is a layer of dry straw. In order to prevent traps, Matthew fiddled with the stick in his hand a few times, and the layer of hay above was also poked away. The contents inside were brought into the eyes of the 2 of them. Wow, looks like we've got some good stuff. 35. Pikachu is also curious to stick out his little head. Matthew nodded in agreement, and put a hand into the box to take it casually. An M4A1 with a black sheen was pulled out of the box. Matthew, who has the skill of proficient in weapons, immediately played with the M4A1 in his hand for a while and said, not only the real guy, but also remodeled. It's more lethal. If these things flow into New York, you and I will be busy again. 5. Thinking of the uneasy New York these days, Matthew is one big and too big. I've contacted the detective, and someone will take over here soon. Matthew was taken aback. When did you call the police? 35. Gwen thought about it and explained, I carry a very convenient communication tool. 99. Just a touch of a button to contact the police right away. After listening to the explanation, Matthew did not continue to ask, but put the gun in his hand back. He turned his attention to Pikachu beside Gwen. Although I can't see what Pikachu looks like, I can feel the file size of his Pikachu. Is this your new buddy? Spider-Man. Definitely, his name is Zayokaiyo. A strong new partner. Pikachu also introduced himself excitedly, Pika-chu. Hearing this cute voice, Matthew couldn't help but smile. It's really a good friend to see. 99. It's getting late, Zayokaiyo, we should go back. Daredevil, a pleasure to work with. Gwen said to Daredevil. Wait, Spider-Man. 35. Just as Gwen was about to leave, Matthew stopped Gwen and asked, did Nick Fury call you? Hearing the name, Gwen frowned. Her impression of Nick Fury was not that good. You mean the black marinated egg from S.H.I.E.L.D. Black marinated eggs. Matthew was stunned for a moment, recalling Nick Fury's appearance, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Your analogy is so apt, it really looks like a marinated egg. It looks like he has found you too. Gwen nodded lightly. Well, why did he find you too? 5. Yeah, let me join that Avengers too. In Matthew's view, Gwen's situation with Nick Fury should be similar to his own. It's all about the Avengers thing. You promised. Gwen didn't know that Matthew had misunderstood, but even if he did, he wouldn't explain much. Matthew spread his hands. Definitely not. I have always had a bad impression of the beautiful country officials. Naturally will not join them. 99. Compared to what he calls the protection of the earth, such a big deal. Matthew's dim eyes seemed to have a little radiance. I do the little things that I can. Did you promise him? To be honest, I don't have a good impression of him. Gwen's words, Matthew naturally understood that she rejected Nick Fury. At this time, sirens sounded from all directions. Okay, I think we should all get out. Goodbye, Spider-Man. After speaking, Matthew turned and ran towards a dark corner, and the cobweb in Gwen's hands disappeared in place. After a while, a police detective wearing a body armor and holding a gun quickly surrounded the place. After discovering the gang members on the ground, he quickly checked the surrounding goods. No one else was found at the scene, but a lot of gunfire was captured. George, led by his police officers, discovered the gunfire. Picking up a handful in his hand, he scrutinized it carefully. It should be done by Spider-Man. It seems that tomorrow the police station can get rid of the disgusting group of reporters for a while. Luo. The detective next to George did not understand what George was talking about. You must know that those reporters are still surrounding the New York Police Department, and these brothers who come to the dock now are transferred from other branches. Even George sneaked out in disguise. He had planned to go to Peter directly, but just after leaving the police station he received an anonymous text message reporting him. In order not to disturb the group of reporters, George brought his cronies and went to other police stations to dispatch people to come here. George smiled and threw the gun in his hand to the police detective beside him. Notify the brothers in the New York Police Department. All set off and rush this way. How much noise is there? The detective instantly recalled. Tyaholishan. You stay here, I'll go to another place. Don't worry, I'll leave it to me here. With the other party's assurance, George quickly got into the car and drove towards Queens. What no one noticed was that a green figure, at the moment, was staying in the sky. Green Goblin, who stepped on the flight device, watched this scene at the dock with great interest. Looks like the detectives are quite busy tonight. 35. With Green Goblin's temperament, at this time, he really wanted to go down and do a wave of things. But the psychological shadow of the Emperor's man made him control this desire. I'll let you go today, as long as the Master's plan succeeds. At that time, in the whole of New York, no one can stop me. Now, let's kill an old acquaintance first. Green Goblin licked his lips and flew out in one direction. Although he didn't dare to do things blatantly, he still dared to assassinate Green Goblin quietly. After all, he didn't believe that the Emperor would protect that kind of person. Green Goblin's flight device, after being transformed by Mefisto, has reached a terrifying level. Flight at full speed, and after a while, Green Goblin left the feast of New York behind. Instead, there is a barren landscape in front of you. Got you? Green Goblin's glasses locked on a group of army green buildings not far away. There is a military base in Pretty Country, built just outside New York City. Ordinary people can't get close to this place at all. This place is known only to a handful of dignitaries in New York City. Green Goblin swooped down, with murderous light in his eyes. General, enjoy the last moments of your life. Luo Feng's house. Gwen sat on the railing, holding a glass of wine that Luo Feng had just poured. Cheers. Luo Feng raised his glass and touched Gwen's glass. The two drank the wine at the bottom of the glass at the same time, and Gwen's tender white face flushed slightly red. It looked instantly cute. Luo Feng, where did you buy these wines? Luo Feng smiled and said casually, the stock of Stark Industries has risen again, and Tony sent it over. Gwen nodded. After all, Happy gave it once last time, so he wasn't surprised. A little more. Can. Gwen held the glass. Luo Feng poured him a little more. Pikachu, 99. Only Pikachu stood on the floor, staring blankly at the milk in his small bottle, slightly stunned. Why does mine look different from theirs? Looking at the cute Pikachu, Gwen couldn't help laughing. Xiaoqiu, you are still young and can't drink. 99. By the way, Luo Feng. Did something happen? Gwen remembered what Daredevil brought up tonight. I met Daredevil tonight. Did he say anything to you? Luo Feng knew that if Daredevil hadn't said anything, Gwen would not have mentioned him on purpose. The black-hearted braised egg who came to our house last time also went to find him. What to say to invite him to join? Gwen thought back and continued, Avengers. But he, like you, rejected the black-hearted braised egg. Luo Feng was stunned. It seems that because of his own appearance, the story of the Marvel Universe has been more or less deviated. Or, is this what the Avengers of this universe are made of? But think about it, the movie universe he was familiar with was not yet Daredevil at this time. Daredevil refused, but that doesn't mean Nick Fury will give up. The two continued to chat with each other. Although I haven't drank much, my mood is slowly in place. Gwen looked at Luo Feng and sat on the railing, much taller than Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Gwen blushed and shouted. Luo Feng walked up to Gwen and said softly, I'm here, Spider-Man girl. Without waiting for Luo Feng to speak, Gwen, who was stimulated by alcohol, directly put his arms around Luo Feng's neck. He kissed condescendingly. Luo Feng also hugged Gwen's waist and kissed affectionately, completely ignoring the fact that there is a Pikachu under his feet. After a while, Gwen let go of Luo Feng's mouth, and the two pressed their foreheads to their foreheads. Are you comfortable, Mr. Luo Feng? Definitely, Ms. Spider-Man. Gwen continued to laugh. This is your reward for building my spider battlesuit. Keep going in the future? Then if I build a stronger spider battlesuit, will the reward be more generous? 55. Luo Feng asked in an aggressive tone. Gwen's face flushed. A reward more generous than a kiss, isn't that? Thinking of this, Gwen's heartbeat quickened a lot. Damn, I was molested by Luo Feng again. Under the influence of alcohol, Gwen also became more bold and let go. If you are molested by Luo Feng, then come back. Gwen pulled Luo Feng's neckline and said ambiguously, definitely. As long as you can create Mr. Luo Feng, the reward will be more generous. Saying that, Gwen's lips slowly touched it, just as it was about to be touched. The cobweb in his hand shot towards the outside, and Zhao Haozhao, Wen left the railing in an instant. So you have to do your best? Mr. Luo Feng. I'll go back first. 35. Luo Feng, whose arms were empty, also smiled. This girl is really getting better and better. Pikachu's voice immediately caught Luo Feng's attention. It's okay, just wait and sleep in the nest in my room. Anna is going to the police station early in the morning to help. Pikachu took the small bottle and swaggered back towards Luo Feng's room. Still comfortable at home. Looking at Pikachu's cute appearance, Luo Feng also smiled and lay on the balcony and continued to shake the wine glass in his hand. At this time, the hum of the car engine came from downstairs. Luo Feng looked down and saw that it was Anna's car. After a while, Anna opened the door and walked in, and also noticed Luo Feng on the balcony. I'm drinking alone. Do you need me to accompany you for a drink? It's all right. Anna took off her shoes, walked over barefoot, and noticed that there was still a cup. There was still a little unfinished wine in the glass. I immediately thought who it was. Anna didn't even see the outside world. She sat down and poured herself a glass. Cheers. Cheers. After drinking for a while, Anna fell asleep directly on the small table on the balcony. Fortunately, it is summer now, and the weather in New York is very cool at night. Luo Feng went into the room and took a coat and put it on her. He leaned on the balcony with both hands and looked at the night view of New York. Immediately afterwards, Luo Feng frowned. That's Meteor Song. Chapter 138, The Spaceship Falls, New York. Beautiful country. NASA Space Agency. At the moment, the entire space agency was in disarray up and down. In the big screen in front of everyone, a familiar spaceship is flying towards the Earth. Dr. Reed, Dr. Reed. How is it? Still can't get in touch. A researcher in a white coat frowned at the spaceship on the screen. The speed of the spacecraft that was about to enter the Earth's atmosphere did not decrease in the slightest. What's more serious is that all the communication equipment in NASA can't contact Reed and others in the spacecraft at all. What the hell happened? An older researcher hurried over without anyone telling him. From his experience, he knew what was going on when he saw the spaceship on the big screen. He quickly grabbed the microphone in front of the console. Reed? Susan? Book? No matter how he shouted roar, there was absolutely no other sound coming from there. Can you get the footage inside the spaceship? Doctor, it's totally out of reach. 35. What happened? The old doctor pushed away the scientific researcher who was operating and sat in front of the operating table by himself. When he saw the various data of the spacecraft displayed on the monitor, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Reed, what have you been through? According to the data of the spacecraft, Reed and the others injected all available energy into the propulsion unit. At the moment there is only oxygen energy left on the spacecraft. And to make matters worse, the propulsion energy on the spacecraft is about to be exhausted. Doctor, how are you doing now? A female researcher came over and asked anxiously. The old Doctor 737 said, if it goes on like this, the spaceship will hit the ground directly. Reed There was no need for the old doctor to continue talking. Everyone present could have expected the consequences. The entire observation room was suddenly quiet. There is no usable energy in the spacecraft, which means that all equipment cannot be activated, and no one can contact Reed at all. There is absolutely nothing they can do about it. After a short silence, the old doctor said, it's more dangerous than Reed now. There is a more serious matter ahead of us. Doctor, you mean? 35. The female researcher's face changed, and she quickly shouted to the others around her, quick, calculate the falling position. 35. You are always ready to contact the police. Ready for rescue at any time. Now, the biggest problem is not what happens to Reed and others in the spaceship, but the position where the spaceship will fall according to this situation. If it falls into an uninhabited mountain area or the bottom of the sea, then everyone will be happy. But if it falls in the city, the scientific researchers present also immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly calculated it. Rows of data jumped across the screen. About 5 minutes later, a researcher jumped up from his position, and his face became extremely ugly. All eyes were on him. The man operated on the keyboard a few times, and said while operating, according to the current flight speed, there is still energy remaining, the flight route. The last drop position of the spacecraft was at. Everyone looked at the big screen, and the map on the big screen flickered a few times, marking a location. After seeing this point, everyone's face instantly became extremely pale. Central Avenue, New York. This. Now, what to do? The old doctor's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and his arms drooped weakly. The location where it fell was actually one of the most prosperous areas in New York. It is almost foolish to want to evacuate all the people in a short period of time. Absolutely impossible thing. Once this matter is announced, it will immediately attract the citizens of Central Street to flee. Very few people will be able to escape by then. But if it is not announced, everyone present will become a sinner. No, there is one more person who can help us. Hearing the words of the female researcher, the old doctor's eyes lit up. Who? 55. Tony Stark. Although I don't know if he has the ability to stop him, he is the only person I can think of. And he has a good relationship with Reed. Yeah, that's right. Tony Stark is still Iron Man, maybe he has a way. No matter how bad it is, it can recover a little loss. With hope, the old doctor instantly became energetic. You, contact the New York police and explain the situation to them. Evacuate people as much as possible. The rest, I'll go out and help the police evacuate with real names. I'm going to contact Tony Stark. Inside Tony's studio. In the open, the new Mark 7 was digitally modeled by JARVIS. Tony stood in front of the digital model of the Mark 7 and looked at every item of data carefully. Next to the digital model of the Mark 7, there is a pair of bracelets. J.A.R.V.I.S. Change the alignment method of the alignment instrument. It should be scanned with an infrared laser. Okay, sir. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. fell, and a black area appeared in the middle of the digital model of the aligner bracelet. Here, stretch materials are used. Here, add a. Tony is fully immersed in the production of Mark 7, as long as Mark 7 can be successfully completed. Then it means that his Mark armor will enter a new era. You no longer need J.A.R.V.I.S. to help you wear it, and you can complete the armoring process by yourself. Also at this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. came, Sir, something is hitting the earth. 99. What? 9. Ajeg, Tony gets jumped by JARVIS. Because J.A.R.V.I.S.'s word is smash. Is it a meteorite? Tony hurriedly looked behind him. J.A.R.V.I.S. had captured the extraterrestrial scene through Stark's satellite. Is that a NASA spacecraft? Tony saw the logo on it and immediately recognized that it was a spacecraft of the United States Space Agency. J.A.R.V.I.S. What happened? I don't know. What is certain is that the spacecraft is now entering the atmosphere uncontrolled. The fuel has also burned out. Who drove the spaceship? J.A.R.V.I.S. projected a screen again and continued, according to the information found. The captain of the ship is Dr. Reed Richards, Assistant Susan. 95. Seeing the data projected by J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony immediately said, J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately predict where the spacecraft will fall. 35. Get ready to wear Mark 6. No problem, sir. Sir, NASA Space Agency Administrator is calling. 35. Tony said while holding something. Pick it up. Tony Stark. The voice of the old doctor came, and Tony said bluntly, I know what you want to say. Tell me everything you know. The old doctor's tone was obviously stunned, and then he immediately spoke about the situation of the spacecraft at the fastest speed. In Tony's mind, a rescue plan was immediately established. J.A.R.V.I.S. Is the spare arc reactor ready? Tony's arc reactor has a few spares in stock since the last Obadiah thing. Okay, sir. It has been embedded in the Mark 6 and can be used directly. Man, it looks like you and I thought about it together. J.A.R.V.I.S. continued, Sir, the spacecraft has entered the atmosphere. The location of the drop is the Central Bridge in New York. The energy of the arc reactor is now only able to correct orientation. Tony stood on the platform with his hands raised. J.A.R.V.I.S. Find a place to land. 35. Yes, sir. Tony, who was wearing Mark 6, spewed flames under his feet and flew into the sky like a shooting star. And in the sky at the moment, everyone can see it as if there is a shooting star. Within New York City, Gwen smirked every now and then as he swung the cobweb. He was very happy that he had flirted with Luo Feng just now. Suddenly, Gwen stopped on the surface of the building. The Red Queen, is that a shooting star? 99. In the distant horizon, a fiery red thing slowly fell with its tail flame. The spider battlesuit with the blessing of the Red Queen AI, although it can magnify distant items to a certain extent. But the distance is still limited. No, Miss Gwen. From the analysis of speed and falling color, it is not something like a meteor. Although I can't see what it is, the Red Queen can analyze it. What would that be? The Red Queen immediately searched the global network through the powerful ability, and soon found the image from the NASA Space Agency. It's the ship, Miss Gwen. The ship that's falling. And the direction of the fall, right on the Central Bridge in New York. 35. In Gwen's field of vision, several videos were called up by the Red Queen. One of the sections is the real-time monitoring of the current Central Bridge. Many police detectives began to organize evacuations, but the area around the Central Bridge is the bustling area of New York City. There are too many citizens, and the road has become crowded at this moment. The car was completely unable to drive on the road, and the people in the car could only get down and flee. Above them, a fiery red thing was falling towards them. Gwen didn't think much about it, just turned around and swung towards the Central Bridge. Luo Feng sat on the sofa and looked at the information retrieved by Hong Ho. In Luo Feng's computer screen, in addition to the basic information of the spacecraft, the information of Reed and others also appeared on it. Looks like the Fantastic Four will appear soon. Master, Miss Gwen is on her way to New York's Grand Central Bridge. Tony Stark has approached the ship. The corners of Luo Feng's mouth raised slightly, then I'll join in the fun too. Chapter 139 Gwen, save your uncle? Queens, New York City. Aunt May, have you packed everything? Peter closed the trunk door and asked loudly into the room. Aunt May came out with a cardboard box, smiled and said to Peter, it's all good, this is the last box. As long as you wait for your Uncle Ben to come back, we can set off. Looking at Aunt May's appearance, Peter said apologetically, sorry, it's all because of me. You had to leave New York with me. No, Peter. Aunt May comforted. Sometimes it's good to live in a different environment. 39. Why have you been in New York for so many years? 35. Actually, I'm tired of it too. Life in the countryside might be more suitable for me and your Uncle Ben. Listening to Aunt May's words, although Peter knew that the other party was comforting him, he felt a lot better all of a sudden. Let me come, Aunt May. Peter took the cardboard box in her hand, opened the door and put it in. This is a black car parked in front of the two. Seeing this car, Peter frowned slightly. Because this car he knew was George's car. What is George doing here at night? Sure enough, after the black car stopped, George opened the door and got out of the car. Hey, Peter. 35. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Aunt May next to Peter, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Officer George. George smiled at Aunt May and continued, I have something to talk to Peter about. 35. I think you shouldn't mind. Aunt May glanced at Peter, and Peter gave Aunt May a reassuring look. Okay, I'll go get you some drinks. After that, Aunt May walked home alone, and at the moment only Peter and George were left outside. George glanced at the full car and asked curiously, Peter, are you here? Peter didn't hide it and told George that he was about to leave New York. Although I really want to wish you a smooth journey, Peter. 99. There is one thing I need your help with now. Ask me for help. Peter raised his brows and couldn't think of anything for a while that he could help the New York police. Before that, I hope you can take a look at this. 95. George released a video of a homeless man abusing himself in prison, and then handed Peter a document. After watching the video, Peter's face gradually became serious. Immediately afterwards, he quickly opened the laboratory data in his hand. After a cursory look at a few test results, Peter immediately understood that the genetic modification drug had a greater side effect. Seeing that Peter had finished reading, George opened his mouth and said, after being asked by my technical staff, I drew a psychological self-description 5. This case is directly related to the head of Osborne Industries, Norman Osborn. I know you're Norman Osborn's assistant, so I hope you can help me with this condition on him. 35. In this way, he can serve as a direct witness and apply for an arrest warrant for us. Peter squeezed the information in his hand tightly. Norman is lying to him? He didn't turn himself in at all. Okay, Uncle George. I'll take you to the police station. 35. Hearing Peter's answer without hesitation, George's face brightened. Okay, Peter. 95. I knew you were a good boy. Before George could finish his praise, Peter interrupted George. But, I have a request. George said cheerfully, you say it, Peter. I need the police to keep Uncle Ben and Aunt May safe so I can do my best to help the police. Last time, Connors nearly hurt both of them. It made Peter scared for a while. If Uncle Ben and Aunt May were hurt because of him, he would never forgive himself in his life. It's a very reasonable request, and I'll arrange for someone to come and take them to a safe place right away. Peter nodded, then I'll talk to Aunt May about this first. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Aunt May standing at the door with 2 cups of tea. Obviously, Aunt May had already heard some of the conversation between him and George just now. Peter walked over with a look of guilt. Aunt May, I don't think we can go to the countryside tomorrow. I still have a few things to work on. Aunt May just smiled, not only did not blame Peter, but said with great relief, it's okay, Peter. 35. Do what you want, as long as it's not a bad thing, Ben, and I support you. Thank you, Aunt May. Just as the two were sitting to say goodbye, George immediately ran over and said in a panic, I'm sorry Peter, there is an emergency. I have to leave first. 35. When I'm done with everything, I'll come and pick you up. Looking at George in a panic, Peter asked curiously, what happened? There was no need for George to hide it, because soon the whole city would know about it. New York's Central Bridge, where a spaceship is falling. I have to go immediately to organize the evacuation of the people. Spaceship down? The faces of Peter and Aunt May were full of disbelief. George glanced at Peter's full car. Fortunately you haven't left yet, otherwise you'll be trapped somewhere. I'm going first, Peter. Contact again. Luo. After speaking, George held down the walkie-talkie on his shoulder, instruct all colleagues to activate the first-level warning plan. I'll be there soon. Watching the back of George leaving, Peter was silent. But the next moment, Aunt May's face became ugly. God. Peter followed Aunt May's eyes and saw the fiery red meteor in the sky. Norman, O.S., Ben. The white-haired general couldn't believe the face that appeared in front of him until he died. It was actually Norman Osborn who nodded to himself earlier. At this moment, his body had been pierced through several blood holes by the flight device under Norman's feet. He was paralyzed on the office chair, with bright red blood flowing out of his body. His face became more and more pale. Soon, the white-haired general will die from dry blood. Green Goblin sat on the desk with a small knife in his hand and licked his lips at the white-haired general. No, compared to the name Norman Osborn. I prefer you to call me Green Goblin. The white-haired general had completely lost the strength to speak, and could only watch Norman show off his might in front of him. Seeing that the white-haired general was almost tortured by himself, Green Goblin's clothes grew several vine-like tentacles on his neck. The tentacles wrapped the whole face and changed back to that green hideous face. I don't have time to play with you, so just wait to die slowly. Green Goblin stepped on the flight device and directly smashed through the roof, letting out a frantic laughter. Ha ha ha. Huge amounts of sound also immediately attracted countless soldiers. When they slammed open the door to the office, a beam of moonlight streamed in through a large hole in the roof. It shone on the white-haired general's body full of blood holes. And Green Goblin at the moment has long since moved away from the military base. Green Goblin, who has been addicted to killing, has also lost a lot of killing intent in his heart. Green Goblin stood on the flight device and said in every possible way, "One has been killed. Who else is there? 35. Who else can I kill?" At this time, his eyes turned to the direction of New York City, and a strange color appeared in his eyes, that is, meteor. New York Central Bridge. The whistle of the car and the clamor of the citizens were all heard at this moment. Evacuate in an orderly manner, and let women, old people, and children go first. You guys, go to that building and search to see if there are any old people who have fallen behind. You guys, go to the park ahead and see if there are any homeless people who don't want to go. George commanded methodically, the rest are here to build the line of retreat. 39. You guys come with me? Even though George did his best to guide the masses to evacuate, it was a matter of life and death. Everyone is afraid of death, like to leave this place for the first time. This leads to more and more crowding. When it is crowded, accidents will happen naturally. Biozi, don't get in my way, I don't want to die. 39. A tattooed man pushed forward with all his strength, pushing many people away by virtue of his body shape. The one who appeared in front of him at this time was also a sturdy middle-aged woman. Unlike him, the middle-aged woman held a child in her hands and followed the team step by step. Ask for flowers. The tattooed man couldn't squeeze through, so he started to swear. With that momentum, the little child held by the middle-aged woman was instantly frightened and cried, and the noise was mixed with piercing cries. The tattooed man was instantly angry and grabbed the child in the middle-aged woman's arms. The middle-aged woman was robbed immediately when she was unprepared. What are you doing? Give me back my child. The tattooed man said with a sinister smile, it is inconvenient to escape with a child, I will help you throw him out. It's so much more convenient for you. No, give me back my child. 35. The middle-aged woman was about to reach out to snatch it, but it was too late. The tattooed man threw the child violently in the direction of the evacuation line. Mother, do not. The tattooed man also took advantage of this time and continued to squeeze forward. Biozi, take your time to find your child. 39. The child was thrown out, and many people saw it. But now, how many people can take care of others? This farce was quickly covered up by other voices, and the child was thrown in the direction of the evacuation line. Only the heart-piercing sound of a mother crying from the rear. Head, where are you looking? Catch him. As soon as his subordinates shouted, George immediately saw the child who was thrown out. His face changed suddenly. If the child fell directly into the crowd, there would be a stampede accident. And once the stampede happens, the whole scene is really chaotic. But now, they have nothing to do but watch the little ones smash down. Damn, who did it? 39. George cursed angrily, and when the child was about to smash into the crowd, a silver-white cobweb shot from the air and stuck to the child's back. Immediately afterwards, the child flew back in the other direction. Several police detectives immediately cheered roar, Spider-Man. George also smiled reassuringly. Gwen tucked the child under his arm and heard him still crying, and said, hey, brave boy, you can be a Spider-Man without crying. 35. The child has no sense of crisis. Hearing Spider-Man's voice, he immediately looked up. Spider-Man, it's really you. I'm sure it's really Spider-Man, so I stop crying. Yes, if it is fake, I will hand you over to the detective first. Gwen swung back to the evacuation line and handed the child into George's hands. See you again, Chief George. It seems that you can't manage it, I can only manage it. George also smiled, thank you, Spider-Man. With George's words, Gwen's heart is overjoyed, but he doesn't go around George, it's okay, as long as you don't arrest me. 35. George's face suddenly turned dark, it was all about the year of the monkey. How could she still remember? Gwen pulled cobweb in his hand and swung towards the evacuated crowd. Queen Red, check if there are still people in that building. Also, find the bastard who threw the child just now. With the help of the Red Queen, all the buildings in front of him were instantly seen through perspective, and several buildings with people were quickly marked. There are also tattooed men in the crowd. Gwen used cobweb to hang him up immediately, and the tattooed man was happy when he saw Spider-Man. Spider-Man, are you here to save me? 39. Save your uncle. Gwen smashed the tattooed man's face directly with a punch, and his eyes were pierced with gold stars, and his consciousness instantly went into a trance. The cobweb in his hand was thrown in George's direction and at the same time hacked into George's radio. Look at him, he is the guy who throws children. Neon. Hearing that this guy threw the child, a group of police detectives handcuffed him directly. Hey, something is approaching the ship. Gwen enters a house and rescues an old lady, then noticed that there was a light in the sky flying towards the spaceship. That's Iron Man Tony Stark. Is there a way to stop the spacecraft from landing? The Red Queen replied, there seems to be a plan. At the same time, Luo Feng, who was wearing the Emperor's armor and standing at the highest point, also watched Tony fly towards the spaceship. Queen, what do you think the odds are of Tony preventing this disaster? ZA+. 1. Chapter 140, George's Absolute Trust, Green Goblin's Fear. J.A.R.V.I.S. Scan the ship. Analyze the best entrance? Yes, sir. In front of Tony, the structure of the spacecraft was quickly analyzed, and the best entry point was marked. Okay, let's act. The speed of Mark 6 increased instantly and flew towards the best entry point of the spacecraft. Looks like I'm going to stay away. Tony raised his palm cannon and slammed the hatch in front of him, and the entire hatch was instantly blown up. Immediately afterwards, Tony pulled, and the entire hatch was pulled open. The air pressure difference between the inside and outside of the spacecraft created a gust of wind in an instant. If it weren't for the Mark 6, Tony would have been blown away in an instant. Sir, this is the storage compartment. You can go directly to the operating room by entering another door. J.A.R.V.I.S. gave Tony an immediate direction. Okay, hope read they're all right. On the ground, Gwen swings the cobweb to save those left alone, but there are still too many. She was also a little helpless. Looking at so many people on the ground, Gwen looked at the spaceship in the sky again. That's where the crux of the problem lies. If only I could contact Tony now. 99. Gwen's casual words were answered by the Red Queen. No problem, Miss Gwen. I can set up your communication network with Tony. Okay, I'm going to ask Tony what plans he has. Do you need my help? 35. Wait a minute, Miss Gwen. 55. While waiting for the Red Queen to establish communication, Gwen's rescue action did not slow down at all. The spaceship in the sky continued to fall according to the original trajectory. In the operating room, Tony violently opened a hatch. For the spaceship that has lost the energy 737, all the hatches can only be pulled by manpower. Tony opened the hatch of the operating room, and it was dark inside, but it didn't affect Tony's vision. J.A.R.V.I.S. also immediately marked the 4 people in the 4 driving seats, and checked their vital signs at the same time. Sir, Dr. Reed, they're just in a coma, nothing serious. Tony loosened the button, and then complained, you guys are so relaxed, it's a mess outside. You are sleeping here. Ridiculous. After joking, Tony immediately said, JARVIS, 99. As soon as the words came out, a sudden voice interrupted Tony's words. Hey, Iron Man, talk about your plans and see what I can do for you. Tony was taken aback. The familiar voice was, Spider-Man? Yes, it's me. How did you hack into J.A.R.V.I.S? Halfway through, Tony didn't want to ask any more, because there were more important things to do. I'm going to use the arc reactor as a backup power source for the ship and start the ship again. 39. It is impossible to take off again, so he can only deviate from the descent trajectory and smash into other places. Tony was talking about his plan and suddenly thought of something. He once brought back the cobweb on Taiba Wang to study it. The characteristics of cobweb are simply extremely tough. Under the digital model of JARVIS, if the number reaches a certain level, it can even intercept a high-speed train. After listening to Tony's plan, Gwen also had the analysis of the Red Queen, and immediately gave the success rate of the plan. Nice plan. Is there anything I can do to help? It wasn't there before, but it is now. Gwen swung the cobweb while helping to clear the crowd. Tell me, Tony. I've found where the hidden energy is embedded, and I'm embedding the arc reactor. Wait, the spaceship will smash down towards where no one is. But there are 4 people and me in the spaceship. In order to ensure that the spaceship doesn't blow up, I need you to weave an oversized spider web. Gwen immediately understood Tony's plan and replied, understood, I'll rush over right now. Do you know where the ship will fall? Tony doubted that it was calculated by JARVIS. He hadn't said it yet. Definitely, in the mountains outside the city, where the nearest, uninhabited, is the only place where the course changes. Tony nodded, looks like I'm still underestimating you. Inside the operating room, Tony's mask had popped out, and in front of him was a complex circuit. Spider-Man, let's get started. Tony took off the arc reactor on Mark 6's chest, and the one on his chest was replaced immediately. Then, quickly connect the arc reactor to the backup power source. Once done, Tony immediately pulled the lever next to him. In the operating room, all the lights and electronic equipment are also turned on one by one at this time. J.A.R.V.I.S, it's up to you now. Yes, sir. The system of the entire spacecraft was immediately in charge of J.A.R.V.I.S, and began to operate as scheduled. And Tony couldn't leave right away, if something went wrong at this point. All that was done before was in vain. As for taking Reed and the others away immediately, that is even more impossible. Now, after the spaceship and the atmosphere rubbed against each other, the extremely high temperature generated by the outer layer was enough to scorch Reed and their mortal bodies in an instant. Head, look. Spider-Man ran away. A detective who had been keeping an eye on Spider-Man immediately said to George. George looked at the midair. Gwen was swinging away with cobweb, and after a while his face became complicated. He immediately became firm again. Spider-Man, it is impossible to escape. She must have thought of other ways. Do your own thing and continue to evacuate the crowd. On the detective's side, with George pressing him, naturally he didn't say much and continued to do his own job. However, in the crowd, many people saw Gwen who was swinging away from cobweb. Look, Spider-Man has run away. The high roar of a lot of people caused more New Yorkers to watch, and they only saw Gwen swinging cobweb off their heads. I knew that she was afraid of death, and she ignored us. 35. What a friendly neighbor in New York, who is also afraid of death, and ran away after saving a few people. What Spider-Man, I see, is a mutant trying to do something good to atone for their sins? Spider-Man is definitely not that kind of person. She saved me. Did you see him escape? She's a joker? Although there were several voices of support for Gwen, they were soon overwhelmed by other angry voices. They didn't mind what Spider-Man had done to protect the city. Just wanted to comment on what I saw and described it in the darkest words ever. It doesn't matter what the Spider-Man is leaving for now, as long as they haven't been rescued. Then the wrong one is Spider-Man. Gwen, who left with the cobweb, didn't know how the citizens below commented on her at the moment. Luo Feng, who was standing on the tall building, could hear clearly. But Luo Feng's face did not show too much anger, but looked at the few citizens who denounced Spider-Man lightly. It is also under their leadership that more and more dissatisfaction has been mobilized. George, who was in charge of the audience below, also noticed the different voices in the crowd. But he knew that Spider-Man was definitely not that kind of person. Even George himself doesn't know when he started. His thoughts on Spider-Man's vigilantes have completely changed. Especially for Spider-Man, there is an indescribable trust. He even believes that if one day the world doesn't trust him, neither will Spider-Man. At this time, a man with a wretched appearance and a rickety figure rushed out from the crowd. Without a word, he grabbed a police detective by the neck. You guys who are police detectives, have you seen it? That coward from Spider-Man ran away and didn't go and get her back. She ran away regardless of our lives. The detective was also a bit stunned when he was suddenly asked, and lost his sense for a while. I don't know how to answer the detective. George, who was behind him, ran up in anger and kicked the wretched man without hesitation. With this kick, the wretched man was kicked upside down and flew out, hitting the water horse on the side. The wretched man climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at George fiercely, he shouted loudly, "The police detective." 5. Before the word person could be uttered, George walked over aggressively and shouted in his loudest voice, "Now, get out of my way. Spider-Man doesn't owe you anything. She doesn't owe anyone anything. New York owes her." The angry voice immediately attracted many people to stop, although it was time to flee. But human nature is easy to be attracted by foreign affairs. Seeing so many people looking over, George continued, "Spider-Man won't run away. I trust her and won't run away." George's words made the originally noisy scene suddenly quiet. At this time, a little girl in the crowd was holding a Spider-Man doll in her hand. Standing behind George, holding the doll, he said, "I believe in Spider-Man too. It was Spider-Man who brought me down from the 11th floor, and the others ignored me when they ran away. I believe Spider-Man didn't escape. The last time I went to the bank to withdraw money, I met a robber, and it was Spider-Man who saved me." 99. I believe in Spider-Man. Just now, Spider-Man rescued my child and taught me the bastard who threw my child. 35. When one person stands up, more and more people stand up. Without exception, I believe in Spider-Man. The wretched man, seeing that he had become the target of public criticism, was also very sensible and fled. The other people who shouted that Spider-Man is not, now also obediently shut their mouths. They enjoyed the thrill of a roar response with a spritz of upper and lower lips. But if it's time to ask them to take responsibility, when they stand up, they will all become dumb. George and the other detectives looked around in relief. Perhaps because of supporting Spider-Man, an inexplicable sense of pride emerged in the hearts of many people. There were a few people, and they even took the initiative to help evacuate the crowd at the scene. Queen Red, was that scene recorded just now? 9. Luo Feng looked at George and said with a smile, "The master is recorded and can be played to Miss Gwen when you go back. I think she should be very happy to see this." At the same time, another direction in New York City, a green figure flew quickly. As the distance from New York City got closer, Green Goblin also strengthened his eyesight and gradually saw what was falling. Ha ha ha, it seems that Reed's experiment failed, and NASA's spacecraft fell. 99. Wait for the firework formed in New York, it must be beautiful. Norman and Reed had talked before at Tony's party. Know exactly what type of spaceship they are, and when they operate. Seeing the falling spaceship now, Green Goblin immediately judged that it was Reed's spaceship. Soon, Green Goblin flew over the city, watching the evacuated crowd below. An evil and exciting thought immediately appeared in his mind. If so many people were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. 35. When Reed's spaceship smashed down, that beauty, Green Goblin's hand stroked his face morbidly. It's like enjoying it very much. As long as he thinks of that blood-splattering scene, Green Goblin has an indescribable sense of relief all over his body. Think of it and do it. Green Goblin immediately took out a dozen pumpkin bombs from the bag at his waist. Immediately dive down. Before freezing you, let me hear your screams of pain. He believes that as long as he rushes down like this, he will immediately cause a riot. When the crowd is out of control, any stampede will happen. Just as Green Goblin was diving down with joy, a sudden voice interrupted Green Goblin's action. "Hey!" Luo Feng stepped on the fence of the rooftop and looked at Green Goblin who was about to do something. Green Goblin was interrupted by others, and turned his head away with a displeased face. "Who is? Emperor, Emperor, Emperor man." Seeing the Emperor's man on the tall building, Green Goblin lost the excitement and energy he had just now. The only thing left was the biting coolness of Sun Yan. That night, the tragic scene of being continuously dismembered by the Emperor Xia is still vivid in my mind. Why is the Emperor in this 4.6? Escape? Must run away now. The pumpkin bomb in his hand instantly transformed into a smoke bomb. Green Goblin didn't care where he blew it, he squeezed it, and all the pumpkin bombs exploded together, formed a thick green smoke to wrap itself, and then the flight underfoot also exerted its maximum speed. Run away. Apparently it was also cut out of the shadows by Luo Feng. Look at the green smoke that fills the air. Luo Feng's hand made a light move, and a strong wind instantly blew the smoke away, and Green Goblin had disappeared without a trace. Am I that scary? Seeing me is like seeing a ghost. On the ground, George's face was extremely solemn, because he also saw the green smoke that suddenly appeared. Green Goblin, this time. The next moment, he saw the green fog being blown away. No sign of Green Goblin at all. At the same time, there was a trace of speculation in his heart. Could it be? The Emperor is also here. Over Osborne Industries. Green Goblin was gasping for breath, his arms were tattered, and his body was pitted. Although those few pumpkin bombs converted to smoke. However, the fragments after the explosion were really impactful. The fragments of the bomb smashed his body into disarray. Also, fortunately, I escaped. The Emperor, you wait 9. When the Master comes back, that's when you pay the price. Green Goblin's eyes radiated this eerie red light, then slowly changed back to Norman's appearance. All things have been resolved, tomorrow we'll start 20,000 words. Chapter 141, Gambler Nick Fury. SHIELD. Hill, are the missiles ready? Head, it's ready. 35. You can leave at any time, and the fighter jets borrowed by the military are also ready. As long as the spacecraft is smashed into pieces, the large debris will be shot into small pieces immediately. Hill stood beside Nick Fury, operating the tablet in his hand, but Head, I know what you are worried about. You are afraid that once the drop range of the spaceship becomes wider, things will get worse. Hill nodded. Nick Fury continued, it's out of the question. The NASA bastards, if they report before the spacecraft enters the atmosphere, they can solve him directly in outer space. But now, Nick Fury looked at the big screen in front of him, the spacecraft kept falling, and he greeted everyone in NASA Majafok. Hill, let them. And many more. Nick Fury, who was about to shoot down the spaceship, saw another figure on the big screen. Tony. What is he doing there? 39. Hill also shook his head in confusion. If I remember correctly, Reed is one of Tony's few friends. Nick Fury said angrily, the two of them just smell the same. 06 Hey, look at Tony, are you trying to save Reed? Hearing Hill's analysis, Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then said, I think he was trying to prevent the spacecraft from landing. How can that be? The falling spaceship, the powerful impact, even if God comes, it will not help. Hill can't believe that in this situation, can anyone stop the spacecraft from falling? Nick Fury stared at Tony as he entered the spaceship, and asked, can I connect with Tony? No, Tony has upgraded the J.A.R.V.I.S exploit since the last time you hacked into their house. 35. And also for the S.H.I.L.D upgrade. There is no way to get in touch with him directly unless he agrees. Nick Fury's already black face suddenly became even more serious. Tony's level of genius is obvious to all. His subordinates would never be able to keep up with his back in their entire life. The bug that he was able to hack into J.A.R.V.I.S in the first place was just a matter of chance. Once Tony is fortified, there is no way to break his own. Nick Fury touched his head, and after thinking for a while, said, Hill, do you dare to gamble with me? Hearing this, Hill's expression changed suddenly. Gamble? The stake is for the lives of tens of thousands of people near the Central Bridge in New York. Hill knew what Nick Fury wanted. He thinks that Tony can stop the ship from falling and save everything near the Central Bridge in New York. But, can it really be done? Nick Fury believed that in Tony. Hill persuaded despite knowing that what Nick Fury had made up his mind could not be changed. Head, now is the perfect time to shoot down the ship. 35. The higher the explosion height, the wider the spread, but the corresponding loss will be smaller. Hill is right. Originally, the big guy of the spaceship was going to fall and explode on the Central Bridge at one time. If it can be turned into countless fragments, it will fall in a wider range. But the lethality will be greatly reduced. Even if the military's fighter sniper is timely, it can still achieve the desired goal of 0 losses. Putting all hope on Tony is too much of a gamble? Nick Fury looked at Hill with a look of indulgence in his eyes. Hill looked at Nick Fury, who eventually lost, and gave the trail, give Tony time. 99. But once it gets close to 800 meters, it must be shot down immediately. Otherwise, we simply don't have enough time. Nick Fury raised his hand, made a 1, and said, 1,000 meters. If at 1,000 meters in the sky, Tony hasn't done much. Shoot down? 9. Hill nodded solemnly. Now, Hill was a little more worried about Tony's safety than if he could shoot down the ship. If he can't stop the ship from landing, once the missile is launched, it's Tony who will die. Only then did Hill feel that Nick Fury was a little scary. Because of this one, it seems that Nick Fury is betting against himself. In fact, it was just Tony that Nick Fury bet against. Tony either prevented the ship from landing and survived, or get blown up by the missiles that will be fired next. Hill pressed the earphone beside his ear and said, all personnel, wait for the order. No one can leave the deck without permission. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, a dozen fighter jets were lined up in 2 rows. After receiving Hill's order, everyone was ready to go. Inside the ship. Sir, all energy is recovered. At the same time as the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S came out, the flames sprayed from the tail of the spacecraft gradually went out. J.A.R.V.I.S, get ready to turn. Use all your energy for steering. Understood, sir. Tony thought again and again, and now in the spaceship cabin, it's enough to leave it all to JARVIS. As long as the energy recovery is complete, there will be no major problems. The only problem now is to ensure the correct steering of the spacecraft and a safe landing. Looking at Reed and the others in front of the console, Tony sighed, you guys are sleeping so soundly? 35. Tony walked over and pushed Reed and Susan away. Two hands rested on the lever. J.A.R.V.I.S, I will handle the steering and propulsion, you are responsible for the energy output? Tony, who is a mechanical expert, knows that nothing is more reliable than manual operation at this time. Coupled with the cooperation of his own J.A.R.V.I.S, the success rate will be greatly improved. Got it, sir. Tony grabbed the lever, took a deep breath and said, go on, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony pulled the lever and pushed it up. Due to the ship at the moment huge amounts of inertia, even Tony was wearing a Mark 6 and it was a little harder to push. But it was still pushed up by 737 Tony. At the same time, J.A.R.V.I.S cooperated with Tony, and the jets of other parts of the ship also opened. Under the interaction, the speed of the spacecraft's landing began to slow down. At the same time, the direction is also changing a little bit. It's unbelievable. How did he do it? Hill also looked at the scene in disbelief, disappearing from the tail flame of the spaceship. The thrusters at other places are turned on, and then slowly turned. Looks like I won. Nick Fury said confidently. But everyone knows that one cannot take it lightly until the last moment. The two were still staring at the screen. At the same time, as soon as he came out of the forest, Gwen was swinging fast like a monkey in the forest. Here, Gwen was significantly faster. Miss Gwen, this is it. According to the calculation, the landing place is here. With the guidance of the Red Queen, Gwen stopped immediately. The Red Queen analyzed the best stress point. The more the better. The forest in front of him immediately turned into a digital model of forest blue, and then every tree that could be used, as well as the stress points, were marked by the Red Queen. Looking at these numbers, Gwen clenched his fists energetically. Okay, I have a big job to do tonight. Chapter 142 The Fantastic Four, Awakening. NASA Space Agency. The old doctor sat in front of the big screen with a lost face, his eyes dimmed. He understands that when the spaceship falls, all the losses will have consequences. All need a person to bear, especially the anger of those people. And this person can only be him. Hopefully fewer people will die. 5. The old doctor could only pray like this. Although this did not relieve his guilt, it at least made him feel better. Behind him, a male researcher trotted over. All the police detectives in New York City are out. 5. Every effort is being made to evacuate all citizens. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military said they would smash the ship directly. Hearing this news, the old doctor's complexion changed. There are Germans. The old doctor did not continue to speak, because he understood that the most important thing now is not Reed and them, but those who are fleeing. Just do what they want. The old doctor looked at the spaceship on the screen, and the hand under his cuff clenched his fist. I prayed silently in my heart, Tony, you must have a solution. 35. You are Howard's son. How's it going outside now? The old doctor turned his head and asked the person behind him. All the people went out to help. 35. Now, halfway through, the researcher was stunned and stared at the big screen behind the old doctor. Half of the words are to worry about dead man. The old doctor suddenly said angrily, how is it now? You can't tell me soon. Doctor, look there. There. Following the direction pointed by the researcher, the old doctor looked at the big screen behind him, and was instantly stunned. Tony. Success. The old doctor burst into tears, and his big eyes couldn't stop falling. He murmured, I knew that Tony would be successful. Inside the forest, the cobweb on Gwen's wrist launched frantically, connecting the focus points in the forest one by one. A huge amount of cobwebs, rapidly forming in the forest. Because the speed of weaving the web is so fast, the cobweb at the wrist is fired in a short time. Gwen stood in the tree, feeling the slightly hot web shooters. This was the first time she had used up the cobwebs in the cobwebs launcher. In the past, it was not used up, and it was compensated when I went back. Fortunately, the battlesuit carries a spare. Gwen's wrist flicked, and the two thin tubes were ejected directly. Immediately afterwards, Gwen took out two identical thin tubes from his waist and put them back on his wrist. Tony, how are you over there? Gwen shouted to Tony in the spaceship as he continued through the forest. Everything went well, it's expected to fall to you in 3 minutes. It's all up to you now. Although Tony's tone was relaxed, he was actually holding on to the steering lever of the spacecraft to control the direction of the spacecraft. Once Tony relaxes a little, the direction of the spaceship may be pulled back due to the strong inertia. Tony, in Mark 6, has been maintaining a posture. J.A.R.V.I.S. I hope to add new functions to future battle armors. Sir, please say. 35. You can control it. Only Tony, in this situation, is still in the mood to joke. Under the watchful eyes of all parties in New York, the spaceship was originally dropped towards the central bridge, at the moment is slowly deflecting its direction. Although it is slow, it also makes people see hope. Over time, the spacecraft's orbit has completely deviated from New York's Central Bridge. George on the ground also immediately received a call. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, George picked up the loudspeaker in his hand and shouted to everyone, "Now, we are safe." 35. Everyone, you can go home. At the Central Bridge, there was a burst of cheers. Only George, with a dignified smile on his face. The ship's deflection and Spider-Man's departure were almost at the same time. Although the Central Bridge is out of danger, Spider-Man. George squeezed the loudspeaker in his hand and prayed in his heart, "Spider-Man, you must be safe too." Luo Feng listened to the cheers below and looked in Gwen's direction. Queen Red, can Gwen make the spacecraft land safely? The Red Queen analyzed, yes. Tony's arc reactor has completely slowed down and corrected the direction of the spacecraft. The spider web that Miss Gwen has built now is enough to cushion the powerful impact of the spacecraft's fall. 55. Luo Feng nodded and flew towards Gwen. In the forest, Gwen shot the last cobweb with both hands, leaning on the tree a little tired. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, after the Red Queen analyzed the stress results. Looking at the data after the force analysis in front of him, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the approaching spacecraft. Tony, I've got it all done on my side, and the rest is up to you? No problem. J.A.R.V.I.S. Prepare to land. Received, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S., who received the order, turned off all the propulsion energy of the spacecraft at once. The spaceship that lost its energy support quickly jolted in the air, and then fell in the calculated direction. It slammed firmly into the big web woven by Gwen, like a big bird rushing towards a spider web. But this spider web was not torn apart, but caught the spaceship very elastically. A few stressed trees at the edge were also pulled up in an instant. The spaceship slammed into the cobweb, and the cobweb slammed into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. The strong inertia blows the interior of the spaceship upside down. Tony levitated, and was glad he didn't roll like a snowball when a flying chair hit him directly. In an instant Tony was off to balance and rolled in the cabin. Reed, who asked you to put things in the spaceship? The sound of clanging and clanging in the spaceship is endless. On the surface of the spaceship, a small black gelatinous substance was also thrown away due to inertia. It was thrown directly on the trunk of a tree. Strangely, this mass of black mass actually slowly wriggled towards the ground. The speed is not slow, and soon came to the ground. On the surface of the black matter, a tentacle-like substance slowly grew, swaying from side to side, as if exploring something. Then the black tentacles trembled slightly and moved in one direction. And in that direction, except for the tree. It's Gwen in the tree? Under the effective interception of the spider web, the speed of the spacecraft gradually slowed down and finally stopped the car. Although the surface of the spaceship was dilapidated at this moment, at least it fell safely. Seeing that the ship finally came to a stop, Gwen jumped off the tree, and without the cobweb she could only run in the direction of the ship. The process of running, directly past the small black jelly-like substance. It also seemed to sense the arrival of Gwen, and stretched out a slender derivative. In the sky, Luo Feng looked down and watched Gwen run towards the spaceship. After thinking for a while, he said, after the red, study the new web shooters. 35. I want new web shooters that make cobwebs by absorbing moisture from the air. Clear? The reason for this request is that, if he remembers correctly, there is a Spider-Man in an alternate universe whose spider battlesuit was designed by the Wasp. And her cobwebs launcher relies on the cobweb solution supplemented by water in the air. It seems that there are no other problems. Looking at the dust flying all over the ground, Luo Feng turned into a streamer and flew straight back. He still has work to do. Bang! A hatch flew out directly, and Tony flew out of the spaceship slowly, dizzy. Shaking his head sharply, Tony looked to the ground and found Gwen's figure. Tony controlled the armor and landed in front of Gwen. Thanks, Spider-Man. Gwen waved his hand, indicating that it doesn't matter, and then said, isn't there anyone else in the cabin? Don't save them. When I thought of how exhausted I was just now preventing the spacecraft from landing, the people inside were sleeping like dead pigs. Tony was pissed. Rescue them? That's for the rescue team? Don't worry about them. They're from NASA, leave it to NASA. 99. It's getting late, we should go back. Hearing Tony mention the time, Gwen realized that he was busy saving people and didn't pay attention to the time. And now to make matters worse, its own cobweb is empty? Yes, you are right. 95. It's getting late, I'll go first. Gwen didn't say much nonsense, and ran back straight after looking in the direction of home. Now there is no cobweb, that's all. Watching Gwen run away, Tony didn't know what to say for a while, and could only say something while watching Gwen's back disappearing into the dust. See you next time, Spider-Man 9. After speaking, he also flew away directly. Tony, who flew to the sky, said to J.A.R.V.I.S, J.A.R.V.I.S, tell the NASA people, Reed they are in the spacecraft 5. Let them go and bring people out on their own. Got it, sir. Only the 4 Reed were left in the cabin. Gwen was in the forest, moving quickly with the help of the branches of the tree, and soon came to the side of the road. Looking at the side of the road, Gwen was in trouble all of a sudden. Running back at this time will definitely not catch up. When Gwen was in trouble, a horn sounded not far away. The familiar voice immediately caught Gwen's attention and turned to look. Gwen was instantly overjoyed. That's Luo Feng's car. Luo Feng. Gwen ran over. Luo Feng also opened the car door and walked out, said with a smile, "It seems that our Lady Spider-Man has encountered some trouble." 99. How did you know? The Red Queen told me that you ran out of cobweb, and I sent it to you right away. Luo Feng threw a small box in his hand. The box contained 10 tubes of cobweb solution, and Gwen took out 2 tubes and put them on his wrist. Luo Feng, thank you. Gwen hugged Luo Feng happily, and kissed Luo Feng's cheek through the battle suit. For this, Luo Feng's first feeling was to develop a liquid vibranium battle suit on Ma Zhao Lihao. Okay, the reward is for you. I have to go back first, it's already late. See you tomorrow. Gwen shot the cobweb from his wrist again, swinging into the distance. Watching Gwen leave, Luo Feng also got into the car, stepping on the accelerator. The hum of the engine resounded throughout the road. This area has also returned to peace, but the smoke and dust in the sky, as well as the traces dragged out by the spaceship, told everything that just happened here. Inside the spaceship, due to inertia, the entire cabin at the moment was scattered and messed up. The 4 of Reed's seat belts were fastened, and although they were a little crooked, they were able to maintain their sitting positions. At this moment, in the originally calm cabin, the lights suddenly flickered. With the flickering of the lights, Reed's drooping arm actually slowly lengthened and stretched to the ground. Susan's body gradually became illusory, Ben's whole body trembled, and his body doubled in size, causing the safety belt to burst open. Johnny was even more exaggerated, violent flames erupted from his whole body, and his seat belt was directly melted by the terrifying high temperature. The next moment, the lights flashed again. The 4 returned to their original state, only Ben and Johnny fell to the ground because of the broken seat belt. Where are they? At this time, a search and rescuer climbed up to the hatch and saw Reed and others in the cab shouting loudly. Outer spaceship word. People from various departments have already drained the surrounding water and started a rescue plan. Chapter 143 Black Spider Battlesuit. Gwen's house. In the bathroom, Gwen took a shower and walked out. I saw my mother looking at her with an unhappy expression. Gwen walked over with a smile and hugged her. Mom, don't worry. I just went to some school activities. It's not that you don't know my identity in the school. 95. Gwen's mother glanced at her daughter angrily. I definitely don't worry about you. 35. I'm worried that your dad will come back and see why you didn't come home so late and think wildly. Wait and drive the police car to the houses of those male classmates to find you. Thinking of this, the mother and daughter laughed in unison. Then he hasn't come back yet. Looking at the coquettish woman, Gwen's mother also sighed. You didn't know it at school, right? Today there was a space agency spacecraft that almost hit the central bridge. Your father went to the scene to direct the evacuation. Speaking of which, Gwen's mother's face became a little worried. I don't know how the situation is now. Go to bed first, I'm here waiting for your dad's call. 99. Don't worry, Dad is fine. Isn't there so many superhero? Gwen took her mother's arm to the living room. I'll wait with you. The two sat next to the phone together. Gwen's mother looked to the side of the landline from time to time, as she and George had done since their marriage. Every time he goes out on a mission, George will call back and say something. After the task is over, call back to say a few words of greetings. Over time, a habit formed. Gwen looked at her mother, and it was basically like this since she was a child, as long as George called on assignments. Her mother would be on the phone waiting for George's new call. Gwen did not understand when he was a child, but when he grew up, Gwen slowly understood the waiting of his mother. After a while, the phone rang as promised. Gwen's mother answered the phone quickly, her excited face maintained a calm tone. Hello. On the other end of the phone, George, who heard his wife's voice, also smiled with relief. I just got back to the police station. I'll rest, I'll go back next time. Why don't I make you some supper? George laughed. Okay, the same way? Well, wait for you to come back. A short chat, full of thoughts and joy. Gwen's mother hung up the phone and looked at Gwen. Okay, let's go to bed. I won't tell your father what time you will be back. Gwen kissed her cheek heavily and said happily, Mom is just right. I'm going upstairs first. Gwen, who returned to the room, leaned against the door and patted his chest, and said with lingering fears, Fortunately, I've been fooled. When she came back just now, she was almost found wearing a spider battlesuit. Fortunately, the room was rather dark without the lights on, plus I concealed it well. I immediately ran back to the room. This didn't make her mother suspicious too much. Gwen looked at the spider battlesuit that was placed on the table. Because of the relationship just now, Ajag was covered with dust. Become a little gray. Black is still easy to get dirty. Next time, let Luo Feng continue to make a white battlesuit. 39. Gwen picked up the battlesuit and took a closer look. What is this? Gwen noticed that, at the ankle of the battlesuit, there seemed to be a mass of east-west. Curiously, he poked. Gwen immediately showed a look of disgust. Slimy. Disgusting. It should have been in the forest, so let's wash it tomorrow. 99. At this time, going downstairs to wash, it is easy to arouse suspicion. Gwen folded the battlesuit a few times and threw it into his laundry bucket. Go to Luo Feng's house to wash tomorrow. After finishing it, Gwen lay directly back on the bed, and spent the night in the high-intensity forest. As soon as Gwen touched the bed, a sense of drowsiness swept through his body, then fell into a deep sleep. After Gwen fell asleep, the black mass in the laundry tub crawled out like a big spider. slowly, like Gwen crawling away. After crawling on the bed, a small stub sticks to Gwen's feet, and then it seems like a virus splitting and spreading. Quickly moved towards Gwen's body covering, and the other end of it was still glued to the spider battlesuit. In his sleep, Gwen's forehead oozes cold sweat. She is having a nightmare. In the dream, she, wearing a spider battlesuit, is fighting a dark shadow. And what's even more peculiar is that any move that he uses, that shadow will also. Every time, she was defeated. Immediately afterwards, a terrible thing happened, and the shadow's body was like a big net, constantly expanding. Then to Gwen wrapped Charlie. Gwen felt an extremely powerful negativity engulfing her in an instant. Hatred? Anger? Madness? Hashtag. This feeling made Gwen wake up instantly. No. A ray of sunlight shone on Gwen's face through the window, and the warm feeling made Gwen wake up from a dream. It turned out to be a nightmare. Gwen glanced at the time, and then slowly got up from the bed, ready to wash up. Definitely passing by the side of the bed, feeling that something was wrong and stopped. Isn't it supposed to be at the foot of my bed? In front of her was the bucket where she put her clothes, but she remembered that she was not in this position last night. Gwen's eye squint, spider battlesuit in the barrel. Gwen picked up the spider battlesuit, and the original red and black battlesuit had become all black at this time. Where was last night? Is it that dirty? Looking at the black spider battlesuit in front of him, Gwen was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. Instead, threw the battlesuit back. Anyway, wait, go to Luo Feng's house, this dress must be washed. Go downstairs to wash up. Downstairs, George was already sitting at the dining table reading today's newspaper. The contents of the newspaper. George looked happy. Gwen did not notice when he came downstairs. Gwen looked at George and asked curiously, "Dad, what are you looking at?" "Gwen, come and have a look too." Gwen's mother, who was preparing breakfast, said angrily, "He let you see Spider-Man making headlines 5. I don't know why, but now he not only doesn't hate Spider-Man, he loves it." This sentence George is not happy. When did I hate Spider-Man? I hate people who commit violence in the name of justice. What about Spider-Man? Asked Mama Gwen. Spider-Man, it's true justice. Gwen resisted his smile, and with a little pride in his heart, said happily, "I'll brush my teeth first." 99. As soon as Gwen left, George pointed to the photo of Spider-Man in the newspaper and said to his wife, "What kind of newspaper? The Spider-Man is so ugly." Gwen's mother said without looking back, "It's not your own Daily Horn." Yes. George looked at the upper left corner, and the name on it was really the Daily Bugle. Have a chance to speak with their boss about this. Putting down the newspaper in his hand, George began to eat breakfast, and after a while Gwen came over. Gwen also sat down for breakfast, and after a while, George's phone rang. "Oh, why is Peter here so soon?" "Okay, I'll go right away." George's words immediately caught Gwen's attention. "Peter went to the police station." George nodded. "Well, there is just one case that needs his help. I heard, though, that he seems to be moving out of New York. How about you? Do you want to come with me?" Gwen wondered, why did he move out of New York? George spread his hands. "I'm only in charge of the case. This is his personal issue, and I have no right to ask. Would you like to ask yourself?" Gwen thought about it, and happened to be out in George's car. "Okay, I'll go up and change clothes." Gwen went back upstairs, intending to put the spider battlesuit in his backpack, only to put it on by accident. The battlesuit became black all over, only the spider logo on the chest was white. It seems that this color is not bad. Gwen admired it. Looking down at herself in the mirror, she said proudly, "Then I put on other clothes outside and covered the black battlesuit." Go. Chapter 144 Liquid Vibranium Battlesuit. Loki's new backer. Luo Feng's house. Anna held a bowl of noodles and ate it in big mouthfuls. While eating, he praised, "Luo Feng, your cooking skills are the best I have ever seen. It's really much better than those so-called Oriental chefs." As a talented woman flying all over the world, Anna has tasted almost all the food in the world. "But I have never eaten noodles so delicious today." Gwen was there before, and he could still maintain his image. Now that Gwen is not there, the nature of foodies has been completely exposed. Luo Feng also smiled. Sure enough, every girl has a foodie side. A bowl of hot noodles, which was wiped out by Anna in no time, clean. If it weren't for the rationality of body management, Anna felt that she could eat more, a few bowls. "I'm stuffed," Anna said with great satisfaction. "After you finish eating, put the bowl on the table. I'll wash. After all, I will trouble you for a while." 55. Anna said very proudly. "When I woke up this morning, I found that I was on the balcony, still covered with Luo Feng's coat. Because of this, she is now more open in front of Luo Feng. Like a good friend for many years. Luo Feng is also welcome. He also doesn't like people who live here for free. Anna's consciousness is the best." "Okay, then I'll leave the washing up to you." Soon, Luo Feng also finished eating. When Anna saw Luo Feng put down the bowl, she immediately ran over to clear the table, and happily went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. 2 bowls were washed quickly. Seeing Luo Feng sitting on the sofa, Anna also walked over to sit down and asked, "Luo Feng, I haven't finished asking that question last time. You don't mind if I keep asking?" Last time. Luo Feng thought about it. When meeting Anna for the first time, Anna asked him what his relationship was with Gwen. He was later called away by the NYPD. "Do not mind. Looking at Luo Feng's magnanimous appearance, Anna was about to ask questions. The phone on the table rang again. Anna's face, complexion, it's going to be bad all of a sudden. When she looks at it, she picks up the phone without looking at it and says, "Hey, who?" The next second, Anna's expression paused. Has he arrived yet? Okay, I'll be right over here. Peter is at the police station. The guy who worked with Norman on that drug. Anna also believes that maybe this drug is the key to solving her own body physical problems. Don't linger anymore. Luo Feng, there is an urgent matter at the police station. I'll ask you when I get back tonight. In this familiar scene, Luo Feng just smiled and replied, "It's fine." Then, Anna went back to the room to change her clothes and hurried out the door. Luo Feng watched Anna leave and turned on the computer in front of him. What about the results of the vibranium experiment? The avatar of the Red Queen shrank, and the whole screen gave the experimental data and explained. Very perfect. Vibranium is a metal that not only has all the properties of a liquid metal. What's more, there is absolutely no rejection of this metal and human cells. Luo Feng immediately thought that Ultron used vibranium to make his own body because he was interested in vibranium. It's just that that powerful body was cut off by J.A.R.V.I.S later, and it became the later vision. You know, in some parallel universe, Ultron successfully entered the vibranium body, and then killed the Avengers. Conquered the entire universe. Not only that, but with the mind gem on his forehead, he directly defeated Thanos, who invaded the Earth, and got the power of all infinite gems. It also touched the barriers between parallel universes. This shows the power of vibranium. Then the liquid vibranium battlesuit. Let's start making it. Good host. The Queen continued, with the powerful attributes of vibranium, the liquid vibranium battlesuit will be an upgradable battlesuit. It can even have weapon shape-shifting abilities similar to nanorobots. 99. Luo Feng nodded, then continued to study. Vibranium is not a problem. 99. Understood, Master. You know, after Ultron built Vision's body, there was still a lot of vibranium to blow up Sokovia. It can be seen that the amount of vibranium that the black market merchants stole from Wakanda is very considerable. The last time was because of the secrecy of the black market, that guy could not be found. But the last time Tony had been there once, the whereabouts of that black market businessman was no secret here. So vibranium is not the problem. Luo Feng closed the computer and said to his room, "Come out, Ziokayu." Pikachu immediately ran out of the room with a bag of snacks in his hand. Luo Feng flicked and slammed Pikachu's head, stealing snacks again. "We'll be moving when Gwen comes, remember to bring all your snacks." 99. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded happily. Today is the day to move. Pikachu was sitting next to Luo Feng eating snacks, and Luo Feng's thoughts moved into the game. Harvest the 4-leaf clover in the game, and then click into the frog cub's room. The frog cub had gone on a trip last night. However, Luo Feng still has a question. System, why did the frog cub take so long to prepare for this trip? Ask for flowers. Host, the travel experience accumulated during this period of time has already allowed the frog cub to upgrade. Next, the frog cub will enter a more powerful dimensional world, bringing better travel specialties to the host. Hearing this, Luo Feng's face was filled with joy. Since the first time I brought back the Emperor's armor, the next world I brought back was basically an auxiliary item. In a more powerful dimensional world, what will the frog cub bring back? Luo Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. After a few words with the system, Luo Feng quit the game and looked outside the balcony. At the same time, Asgard. Thor is on one knee before the throne, and the man on the throne is Odin with the scepter in his hand. At the moment Loki wasn't in Asgard, only Thor said with a look of remorse, "Father, it's all my fault for not catching Loki." In the last stop, in order to prevent Loki from using Bifrost to do evil, Thor smashed Bifrost directly. The two brothers and sisters fell one after another on the fracture surface. The crux of the matter is that while Odin shows up to catch Thor, Thor catches Loki. But Loki made himself transparent and chose to fall into the black hole. What Thor didn't know was that Loki, as a clan of giants of Jotunheim, was not weak at all physically. Thor thinks that Loki might have been torn apart by the black hole long ago. Odin looked at Thor, who had grown up in Midgard, and said with some relief, "Thor, you don't have to blame yourself. Loki, he'll be fine." "Really, father?" Thor looked at Odin in surprise. Odin smiled and nodded. He had already confirmed this with Heimdall. Not only is Loki okay, also found a big backer. Having made sure that Loki was all right, Thor stood up immediately and looked in the direction of the broken Bifrost. At the moment Bifrost has a huge amount of black hole beneath it. Asgard has the divine protection of Odin. As long as he doesn't jump into it, he will be fine. Black holes are connected to any place in this universe. Definitely, if it is impossible to pass through the black hole, then the result is to be broken into pieces by the black hole. The other side of the black hole connection. On a huge amount of meteorite, Loki kneeled respectfully on one knee. Such reverence, even for Odin, had never been seen before. And in front of him is a throne. There were 5 people standing beside the throne, and the people sitting on the throne were like a mountain peak. In the twilight of fixed star, a purple wrinkled face looms. Individual. Chapter 145 Luo Feng, you are in good shape. New York Police Department. George took Gwen into the police station, and along the way, many people saw Gwen warmly greet Roar. George brought Gwen to the police station as a child. Therefore, in the police station, many people knew Gwen, and most of them watched Gwen grow up. As soon as he entered the police station, George saw a familiar figure in the hall and shouted, "Peter 9. Peter, who was standing in the hall waiting for George, turned around and saw Gwen beside George for a moment. "Morning, Uncle George." "Gwen, morning." Gwen also raised his hand and greeted Roar, "Hi, Peter. Come into the office with me first, Anna should be there soon, let's wait for him first." 99. Peter nodded and said, "Okay." From yesterday's information, Peter knew that Anna was the doctor in charge of the homeless. Entering the office, Peter asked, "Uncle George, has there been any news from Osborne Industries recently?" He was concerned that Norman had more than one test subject. After he resigned, he was no longer able to enter and leave Osborne Industries as freely as before. George shook his head, took a document from the document in front of him and handed it to Peter. "No, in fact we can't arrest Norman though. 39. But surveillance is still allowed. Osborne Industries during this time is business as usual without any issues." Peter flipped through the information in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Norman should have discovered the side effects of the strengthening potion, and he didn't dare to mess around until these side effects were resolved. What Peter didn't know was that Norman took revenge on the general for his own reputation and future. He has injected the strengthening potion by himself, and has derived a crazy and evil second personality. 753 then also got Mefisto's power. As long as there is this power, the more serious side effects will not be reflected in Norman's body. "Peter, are you moving out of New York?" Gwen asked after seeing the two people's affairs. Peter closed the information in his hand and said, "Yes, go to the countryside to teach. Uncle Ben entrusted someone to find this job. I feel like it should be a good fit for me." Gwen understands that New York is now more of a sad place for Peter. The two scientific studies he participated in successively ended with such results. But none of this was Peter's fault. On the contrary, Peter's genius is obvious to all, but, thinking of this, Gwen also felt a pity, and could only comfort. "Good luck then, Peter. You too, Gwen." George stretched out his hand and said, "Peter, I will work hard for you today. It should be, Uncle George." The two held their hands together, and then George's door was directly pushed open by his subordinates. George's face changed color. He had previously stipulated that unless it was an emergency, he had to knock on the door before entering his office. "What's wrong?" George frowned at the detective. The detective looked at Peter and Gwen in the office. Some things, not everyone can know. The two also noticed his gaze, and Gwen said first, "Peter, let's go out and wait for Cousin Anna 5. Peter nodded, "Okay." When the two left, the police detective who broke in quickly closed the door. After this series of actions, George knew that something extraordinary must have happened. Before he could ask the question, the police detective held a document bag in his hand. He said nervously, "Head, this time it's a big mess. What happened?" The detective handed out the document in his hand. "The general of the Army Corps in New York was assassinated last night." As soon as these words came out, George's whole body suddenly froze in place. Immediately after that, he took over the document in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. What did the people over there say? The people over there suspect that the murderer is very likely to be in New York, and they want our New York police to investigate. You have to see people when you die, and you want to see corpses when you live. George put away the document in his hand and said solemnly, let's go to the scene." 35. After finishing speaking, George pressed the phone beside him. "Instruct go, all the requests Peter and Anna have asked will be fulfilled. And, pay attention the next deputy commissioner." A low voice came from the other end of the phone, "Got it, head." After speaking, George walked out of the office with the file bag, and when he came to the hall, he saw Gwen, two people, and Anna, who just walked through the gate of the police station. All three were there, and George greeted him, "Gwen, I can't take you home later. 99. Remember to go back early, not too late. I have something to deal with." Gwen smiled and nodded. "Okay, Dad." "Anna, this is the Peter I mentioned to you 5. Peter, this is my niece Anna." Under George's introduction, the two got to know each other. Next, George continued to instruct other things in the police station, and left the police station. "Let's go and see the situation of the transformed man first." "It is good. How about you, Gwen?" Gwen glanced outside the door, thought about it, and said, "I won't accompany you anymore. I'm going out too." 99. Looking at Gwen's appearance, Anna smiled. "Lost to find Luo Feng?" Gwen blushed, did not refute Anna, but said, "Cousin, go and solve the case 9. I go first." After speaking, he ran out without looking back. The two didn't notice Peter's lonely eyes. God. Looking at Gwen's back running out of the police station, Anna also smiled and shook her head. "This child. Mr. Peter, let's go down and have a look." "Miss Anna, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, I'm Gwen's friend too. Just call me Peter." 99. Gwen, who slipped out of the police station, looked around and walked to a dark corner. The next moment, a cobweb flew out of it, and Gwen also left the police station. Gwen swung in Luo Feng's direction, a strange feeling that became more and more obvious as time went by. "Strange, how do I feel?" Gwen leaned back against the wall of a building, looking at his hands blankly. "Queen Red, can you find any problems?" After scanning, the Red Queen replied, "Miss Gwen, everything is normal. Although there is the answer of the Red Queen, the strange feeling in Gwen's heart still exists. Just like there is a person in his ear, constantly whispering something. Miss Gwen, there have been violent arrests in the 9th block. As soon as the Red Queen's police report appeared, Gwen got rid of the useless thoughts in his mind. Hand in the middle cobweb launched, and swayed toward the 9th block along the best route planned by the Red Queen. As soon as Gwen arrived in the 9th block, he saw two people, one with a pistol, running with all their strength. From time to time, he shot 2 shots behind him. Behind them, of course, are several police detectives in the area. Bang, bang. Facing the bullets shot in front, the detective behind him could only quickly find a place to hide. Are you fucking crazy? 35. Who made you cause trouble here? The two hid behind a trash can, and a criminal yelled at the criminal who had just shot. The criminal is not only not nervous, but also excited. I didn't expect that I would be recognized when I walked on the road. But it's okay. How long has the boss Jinbing died? How long have we been useless? I'll pull a few pads today. It turned out that the two were Jinbing's subordinates. Since Kim Bing's death, a large amount of criminal evidence has been mastered, and almost none of the subordinates who work together have been spared. Everyone's hands, more or less dirty. The two were walking on the road today, and by chance, they were recognized by a patrolling police detective. That's when clashes and street shootouts broke out. The other, a relatively calm, suppressed voice, said, now they dare not act rashly. 99. Take advantage of this time, hurry to the alley to evacuate. The one with a more grumpy temper, although he said that he was pulling a few backs. But if there is a chance to escape, he will naturally not foolishly court death. Fuck. The irritable man shouted, and then said, it's all the damn Spider-Man. If it weren't for him, Boss Jinbing wouldn't. As soon as the words were spoken, a voice came from above the two of them. It seems that there are people who like to talk about me behind their backs. The sudden sound made the two jump, and hurriedly put the pistol in his hand back. There was no one but Spider-Man standing on the trash can. Spider-Man. It's you who killed Boss Jinbing. I want to avenge Boss Jinbing. When the irritable man saw Spider-Man, a surge of anger rose in his heart. I think when they followed Jinbing, it was roar who called the rain, but now they have become mice crossing the street. In their opinion, if it wasn't for Spider-Man's help, who would have been able to catch Jinbing by relying on the trash at the police station? The other person is relatively calm, and although he can suppress the anger in his heart, there is no reason not to resist when he encounters Spider-Man. If you don't resist, you will definitely be caught. Resist, maybe there is still a chance to escape. With different thoughts, the two were ready to pull the trigger. But Gwen's speed is faster. 2 cobwebs shoot the guns that stick directly to their hands. Pull hard. Powerful power. Instantly let the pistol in his hand get out of his hands. Looking back, the 2 guns were already in Spider-Man's hands, hanging on the cobweb. Gwen carrying 2 guns. It's not good to play this kind of stuff on the street. What if you accidentally hurt someone? Damn Spider-Man. The irritable man was the first to react, grabbed the small trash can and smashed it directly. Gwen dodged the trash can with an easy front flip, while a cobweb shot landed the grumpy man's foot directly on the ground. Gwen, who fell to the ground, flung the 2 pistols in his hands like a toy, also whistling. It can be described as not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The irritable man's face turned red and he kept uttering swear words, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the cobweb under his feet. The other one was more prescient and ran towards the depths of the alley while his partner was being subdued. Gwen raised one of the pistols and shouted, "Stop running or I'll shoot." Seeing that man ignored his words, he continued to run. Gwen suddenly became a little angry. Boom! Gwen pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet flew out. Catapult on the broken copper and iron in the alley, making a burst of noise. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I surrender! I come out come! The sound of the bullet made him immediately stunned, while Gwen froze in place. Some dazedly looked at his hand pulling the trigger. I just shot. At this time, the detective who was chasing the 2 criminals also came over and thanked Gwen. Spider-Man, thank you for helping us catch these 2. 35. Gwen Lang handed out the gun in his hand to the thankful detective. You're welcome. 35. I'll go first. 39. After speaking, Gwen swung cobweb directly and left. The detective could only shout, wait a second, Spider-Man, wait a second. But no matter how he shouted, the Spider-Man in black still disappeared from his sight. Then he looked at the foot stuck by cobweb with a troubled look. The other 2 detectives were holding him, pulling hard. The pain caused by the pulling made the irritable man scream. Damn, stop pulling. It hurts. My eggs. 35. I surrender, I surrender. You stop pulling? Seeing this situation, the 2 police detectives could only helplessly let go, leaving the irritable man clutching his crotch, with a trace of tears flashing from the corners of his eyes. The current female detective looked at him with contempt. Only a few male detectives cast sympathetic glances. Such a pain? Women will not understand. Within New York City, Gwen swayed cobweb in a trance. The Red Queen, was it really me who robbed me just now? Yes, Miss Gwen. 35. But at that time, 4.6 just wanted to scare him, but I didn't expect to actually start a loot 5. The Red Queen explained, sometimes people's subconscious behaviors cannot be controlled. Hearing the explanation of the Red Queen, Gwen can only think so. The sudden incident made Gwen feel a little uncomfortable. The clothes are a little dirty, so don't show Luo Feng. Gwen swung the cobweb into the no man's place. When she came out the next moment, she became a clear and beautiful female college student. Going downstairs to the apartment, Gwen scratched his hair. After confirming it was correct, I went upstairs. Luo Feng was sweating on the treadmill, while Pikachu was playing with other fitness equipment. At this time, the sound of the door opening came, which shocked Pikachu. Pick up. Luo Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not Anna." Luo Feng's powerful spiritual power suddenly felt something else. "Don't be afraid, it's Gwen." Hearing that it was Gwen, Pikachu ran over to greet him with a look of excitement. However, it was held down by Luo Feng. "Wait a minute, Xiaokaio." On Gwen's body, there seemed to be other things following. Pikachu tilted his head cutely. "Pika-chu, come on my shoulders." Pikachu obediently ran onto Luo Feng's shoulders and looked out the door. At this time, Gwen pushed the door and entered, when she saw that Luo Feng was only wearing a thin t-shirt, revealing the perfect muscle curve. He ran over with bright eyes. He hugged Luo Feng and said happily, "Luo Feng, you are in good shape. I really like it." Chapter 146 New Battlesuits Number 5. The first time I saw Gwen so enthusiastic about Pikachu, I was a little overwhelmed. In his impression, Gwen should not be like this. As soon as Gwen drilled into Luo Feng's arms, Luo Feng felt a faint body fragrance drilled into his nose. Plus that rubbing. If it weren't for him, he has always cultivated spiritual strength and has a strong self-control. I am afraid that I will fall under Gwen's offensive now. Gwen, on the other hand, looked like a greedy cat who saw something delicious, and kept rubbing against Luo Feng. At the same time, the nostrils fluttered, smelling the incomparably good smell on Luo Feng's body. "Luo Feng, how do you keep your figure in good shape? Teach me." Gwen raised his head aggressively and looked at Luo Feng tightly, like a kitten begging for food. Luo Feng also saw the scene under the clothes through Gwen's collar. The jet black spider battlesuit. Previously, because of the battlesuit material, Luo Feng chose to make this battlesuit red and black. But that black, and the black on Gwen now, are two completely different things. When Gwen entered the door just now, Luo Feng definitely felt a weak fluctuation of vitality and Gwen closely connected. Blackened spider battlesuit, emotionally amplified Gwen. Plus the spaceship that fell from outside the universe last night. All clues point to a being. Symbiote battlesuit. One of Spider-Man's future strong enemies, Venom. The symbiote battlesuit can not only enhance Gwen's various spider abilities, but more importantly, he can also amplify the host's various emotions. That's why Gwen is so anomalous today. The symbiote battlesuit is slowly, subtly changing Gwen's mood and personality. If time goes on, Gwen won't be able to take off this battlesuit. The end result is, of course, the blackened Spider-Man. But now that Luo Feng is here, he naturally does not allow this kind of thing to happen. Compared to this enthusiastic Gwen, he still prefers the 06 shy Gwen who blushes like an apple when he wipes it. Luo Feng raised one hand, and there was a hint of golden light on his fingertips, lightly touching Gwen's temple. In an instant, Gwen felt a coolness in his mind. Immediately afterwards, she found herself hugging Luo Feng, smelling Luo Feng's body like an old scumbag and asking. The symbiote amplifies Gwen's emotions, but does not affect Gwen's memories. After calming down, Gwen still remembered everything about entering the door. "What's the matter, Miss Spider-Man? Do you want me to explain how to keep in good shape?" Luo Feng raised Gwen's chin and said teasingly. Gwen, who came back to his senses, blushed instantly to the root of his neck, and screamed at the same time, "Ah!" Covering his face, he ran back to his room. Luo Feng patted Pikachu on the shoulder and said, "Have you packed all your snacks? We'll move when Gwen comes out." Pikachu didn't know what happened, but when he heard the move to a new house, he shouted excitedly, "Pika-chu! Then go and clean up, and I'll wait for you outside." 35. Pikachu jumped directly from Luo Feng's shoulder and ran back towards the room. Luo Feng walked to the sofa and looked at the computer. "Queen Red, didn't you notice anything unusual about Gwen's battlesuit?" On the computer screen, the self-check program of the battlesuit immediately appeared. Various data show that Gwen's battlesuit has no problems. The Red Queen also gave an exact answer. "Master, Miss Gwen's battlesuit is in good condition. No problems were found." "Did something happen, Master?" The answer from the Red Queen made Luo Feng frown, and thought carefully in his heart. Soon, Luo Feng found the problem. As amazing as the symbiote battlesuit is, it's ultimately a single solid creature. In the database of the Red Queen, there is no record of this kind of alien creature at all. In addition, after the venom covers the battlesuit, it does not affect the basic operation of the battlesuit. The only, directly affected is Gwen. Therefore, under the self-test procedure of the battlesuit, no abnormality will be found. "But, since you're here, you don't have to leave." Luo Feng's mouth twitched into a smile and said, "Queen Red, prepare a biological experiment cabin in the laboratory of the new House 5. Equip a bioexperimental plant with a sonic program." "Understood, Master." Gwen's room. At the moment Gwen buried his head deeply in the pillow, constantly thinking about the outrageous scene just now. The more you think, the more you blush. Gwen didn't know why he became like this. At that time, he wanted to pounce on Luo Feng and pat his muscles well. But just think about it. Really dare not take action. who knew that when he came back to his senses, he was already in Luo Feng's arms and asked him such strange questions. And, me, the smell on Luo Feng's body really smells good. Gwen blushed all of a sudden, and was a little overwhelmed. At this time, the air conditioner in Gwen's room was automatically turned on with a beeping sound. Breaths of coolness came, which made Gwen slowly calm down. After a while, the red glow on Gwen's face receded quite a bit, and Luo Feng's voice rang out at the door. Gwen, you won't come out again. I'll be myself, I'll be in this house in the future. Gwen wanted to say let her be quiet, but what does Luo Feng's second sentence mean? Luo Feng, what are you talking about? 99. Speaking of the back, Gwen's voice became a little quieter, and when he heard Luo Feng's voice, he could remember the scene just now. Luo Feng outside the door, physical quality has already been reborn. Gwen's voice was small, but he could still hear it clearly through the door. The new house is ready, move in now. If you don't go, you'll have to stay here by yourself. 5. Luo Feng at the door said with a smile. After a while, Gwen came to open the door awkwardly, with some bright red on his face. Let's go. When he finished speaking, he didn't dare to look at Luo Feng. Seeing Gwen like this, Luo Feng smiled with satisfaction. This is the Gwen he knew, the one from the symbiote. Occasionally it's okay. Pick up. Luo Feng walked to the door, and Pikachu's struggling voice came from the other side. Seeing Luo Feng leave, Gwen's nervous heart calmed down a lot, and then he turned to look at Pikachu. I saw Pikachu holding a large bag of snacks and dragging it hard in the corridor. Seeing Luo Feng nervous, Gwen would not enter Pikachu. Zyokyo, you brought so many snacks. Pikachu panted and said weakly, Pika-chu, I'll help you. Gwen picked up the bag of snacks lightly, and Pikachu jumped on her shoulders. Follow Luo Feng together, go downstairs and get into the car. On the road, Gwen, who was sitting in the co-pilot, didn't dare to look at Luo Feng. The atmosphere in the car was also eerily quiet, until Luo Feng drove downstairs to the new house. Soon, Luo Feng took Gwen and Pikachu to their new house. Now the new house, the whole house is controlled by the Red Queen. Like J.A.R.V.I.S is Tony's housekeeper. When she arrived at the door, the Red Queen detected Luo Feng and others, and opened the door directly. At the door, the avatar of the Red Queen is standing at the door. Welcome to the new house, Master, Miss Gwen. At the moment of entering the door, Gwen and Pikachu were stunned. It's too luxurious. Plus the avatar of the Red Queen. They never imagined that the house could still be like this. The Red Queen will take you to the new room. Gwen, come over to me after seeing your new room. The Red Queen will guide you here. While Gwen was shocked, he subconsciously replied, okay, Miss Gwen, Hill. 35. Please come here with me. The avatar of the Red Queen was suspended directly on the floor and floated in one direction. Gwen followed, and Luo Feng walked up to the second floor. The second floor area, except for a viewing area and a bar. The rest were built with invisible glass, all the places where Luo Feng let Hong Ho set up the test area. It is also for future development. Luo Feng walked to a test area and the door opened directly. The dark laboratory also turned on the lights at this time. The avatar of the Red Queen was also projected. Master, the biological experimental cabin has been built according to your requirements. Not far from Luo Feng, a barrel-shaped biological experimental cabin stood there. The former small factory was also moved here by Luo Feng. In the future, the new spider battlesuit can be produced directly here. On the row of walls to the left of Luo Feng, there are 3 spider battlesuits standing. On the edge of the 3 spider battlesuits, there is a liquid-like liquid, which vaguely outlines the shape of the spider battlesuit. This is the latest liquid vibranium battlesuit developed by Luo Feng, and it has been developed. Vibranium is so malleable, so much so that the time for the Red Queen to manufacture the liquid vibranium battlesuit has been greatly shortened. With a move of Luo Feng's hand, a stream of silver-white liquid slowly poured over. In his hands condensed into a white watch for women, very eye-catching. Luo Feng looked at the watch in front of him with satisfaction, nodded and said, Gwen can come over. 39. Okay. A large room. Inside the room, Gwen lay comfortably on the big bed, where the sun was shining very nicely on the whole bed. Almost every room has this design. It's really been fantastic. Gwen was very happy rolling on the bed, as if he had forgotten everything at Luo Feng's house just now. There is also a small room. It is specially designed for Pikachu, and 2 cabinets are prepared inside. Under the introduction of the Red Queen, Pikachu knew that these 2 cabinets were for him to put snacks. Now he is happily placing his snacks. After Gwen looked at her room, the Red Queen reminded, Miss Gwen, the master is waiting for you. Hearing Luo Feng waiting for him, Gwen's face turned red again, and said in a low voice, okay. Just when she got up and was about to go out, the Red Queen continued, Miss Gwen, the master asked you to take off the spider battlesuit and bring it over. Spider battlesuit? Gwen suddenly remembered that he was still wearing that black spider battlesuit. It was supposed to be washed, but I forgot to wear it. Soon, Gwen took off the battlesuit. After the battlesuit left the body, Gwen felt a sense of relief. How do you feel? The whole person is strange today. Gwen held the battlesuit in hand, and walked towards the laboratory under the guidance of the Red Queen. 753. After entering the laboratory, Gwen looked at Luo Feng's back and started thinking again. Luo Feng, I brought the spider battlesuit. Luo Feng turned around and looked at Gwen. Okay, give it to me. 35. Gwen blushed and handed the battlesuit in the handle, and handed Gwen the watch on the handle. Gift to you, put it on and see. For me. Gwen looked at the watch in Luo Feng's hand with indescribable joy in his eyes. She really likes this watch. Like it? Like? Gwen said excitedly. If the at the moment symbiote battlesuit is still on Gwen, the excitement of keeping it up will make Gwen do something. Put it on if you like it. Remember, don't forget to press it when you put it on. There are surprises on the bottom cover. 99. Luo Feng's mysterious appearance made Gwen Zhan put on his watch curiously. After wearing it, under Luo Feng's signal, Gwen tapped the watch cover lightly. Only then did Gwen realize that the cover of this watch seemed to be movable, but he had used less strength just now. Gwen pressed hard again. The moment the cover fell, the entire watch turned into a liquid that quickly wrapped around Gwen's palm. Then there are the arms. Next is body, whole body. After the silver-white liquid body covered Gwen's body, the color changed again, becoming Gwen's favorite pink and white color scheme. There is also a hood at the back. Gwen looked at his hands in disbelief. Luo Feng, this is. It's so cool. What just happened has exceeded Gwen's belief. She couldn't believe that one day a spider battlesuit would still be worn like this. Luo Feng smiled and continued, this battlesuit is just the initial form of a liquid battlesuit. Tony's battlesuit has a name, do you want to give it a name too? This is also Luo Feng's temporary intention. After all, before and after, plus this new liquid metal battlesuit, Gwen also has 5. Tony's armor has a mark number. Gwen's battlesuit has a name, and it's not impossible. Looking at his hands, Gwen looked at the other battlesuits on the wall, as well as the one on Luo Feng's hand. That's called Xia. This one on me is called Xun 5. Saying that, Gwen looked at Luo Feng. He was about to hear what Luo Feng meant when his face suddenly changed. Luo Feng, throw away that battlesuit. Chapter 147 More Generous Rewards. In Luo Feng's hands, on the surface of the black spider battlesuit, tentacle-like east-west wraps actually grew around Luo Feng's arms. When Gwen saw it, his face changed, and Luo Feng immediately dropped it. With Luo Feng's ability, how could he not feel the movements of the symbiote? The symbiont family is a living entity that can move freely only on its own planet. After leaving the home planet, you must find a host to survive. Go. The stronger the host, the stronger the symbiont. It can even perfectly replicate the host's ability one-to-one. The symbiote held by Luo Feng also felt Luo Feng's unparalleled power. So now the symbiote has only one idea. That is, staying on Luo Feng's body is stronger than staying on Gwen's body. Seeing that Gwen was about to shoot Cobweb to pull away the battlesuit, Luo Feng immediately said, wait a minute, get off Gwen. I have a way to deal with him. Luo Feng's words, Gwen has always been extremely trustworthy, and he stopped the action of launching Cobweb. After Red, open the biological hatch. That, a biological cabin prepared for the symbiote, open it immediately. Luo Feng pulled at the symbiote on his hand, and it was directly peeled off from his arm. Immediately afterwards, he was thrown into the biological cabin. The moment Red Queen entered the experimental cabin, she immediately closed the biological cabin door. The symbiote that entered the biological cabin also seemed to feel the danger and began to peel off from the battlesuit, constantly hitting the glass of the cabin. But this kind of glass is also specially made, and if the symbiote wants to get out without a host, it is just a dream. Seeing the strange creature being thrown in, Gwen immediately walked to Luo Feng's side and took his hand worriedly. Cyan 05's mask, directly back down, go. Gwen grabbed Luo Feng's arm and observed it carefully, not missing any detail. Are you all right, Luo Feng? It's all my fault, the battlesuit has become that way, but I still haven't noticed it, Gwen said with a hint of tears. At that moment, she was worried that she would lose Luo Feng. Luo Feng took Gwen into his arms and comforted, it's okay, it's not your fault. 99. It's all to blame for that, east, west. 99. You're going to be weird today because of it. 35. The symbiote will affect the host's thinking to a certain extent, allowing the host to acquiesce to its existence in the early stage when it is not fully controlled, until the symbiote completely controls the mind position. Then, what is the east-west? From Luo Feng's arms, Gwen looked at the symbiote that was struggling against the glass in the biological cabin. Luo Feng dragged Gwen to the front of the biological cabin, and slowly explained, just understand him as an alien parasite. Alien parasites. Suddenly, Gwen wanted to understand something. Could it be last night? Luo Feng nodded and continued, it should be back to Earth with the NASA spacecraft 5. Getting on the spider battlesuit during your interception. You didn't pay attention when you got home, and it covered the entire battlesuit. No wonder today. Gwen tells the scary thing about himself. If I guessed correctly, he should have become very weak when he got on the spaceship. It is only through the high temperature of the atmosphere that it becomes very weak. If it wasn't for you and Tony to stop the ship, he might have vanished in the explosion. 99. But even so, Luo Feng had to admire the tenacious vitality of the symbiote. It can survive in space and withstand high temperature. Then it took a night to get back to this state. If it is given another 2 days to develop, it is estimated that the venom will really appear. Symbiote family, though, all have a very fatal weakness. After the red, turn on the sound wave. 35. Yes, master. 9. Answered after red. The visible shaking inside the biological cabin started, and at the moment the frequency of the sound waves inside had reached the maximum. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Gwen watched as there was a tremor in the biological cabin, followed by the black mass that seemed to be slashed by 1,000 knives. It looked very painful. Luo Feng explained, strong sound waves can be said to be the only weakness of this symbiote. I'm sonicating him. This glass is double-glazed and hollow in the middle, so we can't hear you? Gwen nodded understandingly, and then looked at Luo Feng curiously. Luo Feng also noticed Gwen's eyes. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? No, I just think, why do you seem to know everything? And create this kind of battlesuit? I know so much stuff I don't know. Facing Gwen's question, Luo Feng did not answer, but asked, Gwen, do you remember what you said last night? 9. Luo Feng's bad expression made Gwen nervous at once. Did I say anything? Didn't you say last night that as long as I build a stronger battlesuit, the rewards will be more generous? I don't know if the piece you are wearing now is strong enough. Gwen's face turned red again like a monkey's ass. At that time, I would say things like that. One was because of alcohol, and the other was because I wanted to play with Luo Feng. Originally, she also remodeled and upgraded the most existing battlesuits because of Luo Feng, who knew that in just one day, he would have a blast. Me. Gwen snarled incoherently, but Luo Feng approached slowly, pressing Gwen against the wall, with a wall knee gesture. Gwen, where's my reward? Award, reward. Gwen's two little fingers kept clicking together, and her face became more and more red. A bigger reward than a kiss. Before Gwen could continue to speak, Luo Feng put his arms around Gwen's small waist and kissed him directly. Gwen felt Luo Feng's body temperature, and after a while, her hands naturally wrapped around Luo Feng's neck. At the same time, there was a soft humming sound. Luo Feng hugged tighter all of a sudden. After a while, Luo Feng let go of Gwen's mouth and said to Gwen, Jing Jing, is this a more generous reward? Gwen red-faced, buried in Luo Feng's arms, and nodded lightly. You bastard. Looking at the shy little girl in his arms, Luo Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Let's go, I'll take you to another place. Luo Feng took Gwen's hand and walked out of the laboratory. In the biological cabin, the symbiote is constantly shrinking. It wasn't until the end, when there was a little bit left, that the vibrations in the cabin stopped completely. At this time, the hatch at the top of the biological cabin opened, and two robotic arms stretched out from the ceiling. At the same time, it reached into the biological cabin. The root arm picked up the Xun 4 battlesuit. In addition, a robotic arm with a Zhaolihao, sharp scalpel, lightly cut the symbiote into two halves. Half remained in the biological cabin, and the other half were picked up and taken out of the experimental cabin. A third robotic arm appeared with a glass test tube and loaded half of the symbiote into it. Put it on a table. After a while, the robotic arm, which had previously carried the scalpel, brought a new glass tube. The glass tube contains a small drop of silver liquid. If Gwen was in here, he would find that the silver liquid was exactly the same color as his new battlesuit. At this time, the avatar of the Red Queen also appeared here, watching the silver liquid body being poured onto the weak symbiote. After the silver liquid body entered, the weak symbiote immediately clinged to it, as if it had found a new host. It was quickly integrated together. The array of blue light scans, and then a projection screen appears. A new name word appeared on it. Su-6 Liquid Symbiote Battlesuit. Chapter 148 Pepper is in danger. Angry Tony. New York Police Department. The sound of medical equipment resounded in the underground prison. Made people feel very depressed in this dark environment. Anna and Peter frowned, staring at the vital signs on the monitoring equipment. After a while, Peter took off his mask and said, Miss Anna, this is not the way to go. Relying on these common drugs, I can only hang his life. An anti-gene drug must be made to fully wake him up. 5. Speaking of which, Peter said with an embarrassed expression, But what? Although I have a way to make anti-genetic agents, I don't have a laboratory. Previously built in Osborne Industries laboratories. 35. In the whole of New York, there are not many places that meet the test conditions. Anna was also in trouble for a while. Osborne Industries would definitely not let Peter in, let alone whether the other party would like it or not. They couldn't pass Norman alone. In addition, other qualified laboratories in New York are controlled by some capital families. Want to enter the test, the procedures are too complicated. It is estimated that before the application is filed, the person is already dead. Wait, maybe. Anna's eyes lit up when she looked at the medical equipment in the prison. Peter, wait for my good news here. As she said that, Anna took out the phone and walked out. After Peter responded, he continued to look at the data on the instrument and recorded it slowly. After a while, Anna walked in with a smile. We're lucky, my friend hasn't left New York yet. Just in time to borrow her lab. Pack up, get ready to go. Anna walked to the side console and started to operate the medical equipment. Your friend. I haven't said my request for the lab, your friend's lab. I'm sorry, Miss Anna. I didn't mean that. It's not that Peter looks down on Anna's friend, it's this special situation. If something went wrong, the life of the transformed person would really be at risk. Anna also knew that Peter was in a hurry to say such a thing. So he didn't get angry, but explained, Helen Zhao, a genius in the medical field. Do you know? Hearing the name, Peter's expression became solemn. Definitely, the youngest and most prestigious medical genius in the world. 753. With his own research on cells and molecules, he has overcome a large number of intractable diseases. 99. And her latest research is also leaning towards the cell's self-repair. Anna smiled. It seems that you know her well. When I was studying cells in school, I read her paper. Wait, don't tell me the friend you're talking about is. Anna nodded immediately. You guessed it right. Hurry up and pack up, her people will be here right away. It is good. Peter got started right away. At the same time, an island in the world that doesn't exist on the map. But this island is not as desolate as imagined. On the contrary, there is a huge building. There are also signs of many personnel activities on it. There is a sign hanging on a wall in the building with a series of letters clearly written on it. Joint Dark Energy Mission, New Tianma Project. Underground, in the center of an unknown long device, a square stone emitting a pale blue light seemed to be sucked in roar. Bursts of light blue energy fluctuations bounced off like ripples. A group of experimenters surrounded the stone and kept recording and researching. Standing in front of the elongated installation is a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. A researcher came over. Dr. Selvig, the energy fluctuation of Tesseract is very stable at present. As it goes, go. Soon we'll be able to master the power of the Tesseract. The middle-aged man known as Selvig had a bad look on his face. Taking the documents in the hands of the scientific researcher, he said, I always feel that something is not right. Is Barton back? In the face of Selvig's question, the researcher immediately turned over the records of the personnel in the hands-on. Then he said, not yet. Damn Nick Fury. It was agreed that Barton is here to protect me, and he will be transferred to me every once in a while. Saying that, Selvig went to another direction in the underground laboratory. How about the endow energy of the new weapon? It's going well. Do you want to go take a look? Let's go. As Selvig left, a deep blue light flash appeared in the center of the Tesseract. But because the time was too short, no one found this anomaly. Even the instruments that monitor Tesseract's energy fluctuations from moment to moment haven't noticed anything. Only on the distant starry sky, a man in black armor, standing on the edge of a meteorite, seemed to sense something. The mouth under the mask corners, lightly raised. Behind him, wearing his princely attire, Loki with two long horns came up and asked, Found? Traces of Tesseract. Seeing that the person who came was Loki, the man in black armor said disdainfully, People of Asgard, why did you join our king? Vengeance? Or trying to prove it to Odin, an immortal? Loki's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but it was well hidden and undetected. He turned around and said with a smile, None of them, I just want to help that lord take down the earth. It's the best. But I will not forget your divine name. Loki raised his brows unconsciously and quietly listened to the man in black armor say his god name. Loki, the god of intrigue and trickery. The power of the Tesseract, which has only just been activated, is not strong enough to teleport you there. 5. Wait a minute. Saying that, the body of the man in black armor slowly floated up and drifted towards the other direction of the meteorite. At the same time, he said, the Chitauri Legion is gathering, prepare your plan well. Loki respectfully knelt down on one knee, put a fist on his chest and said respectfully, Yes, Lord Ebony Maw. The black-armored man known as Ebony Maw floated past without looking back. Soon he came to the throne, and at this moment he became extremely respectful and knelt down. The location of the space gem has been discovered. Wong, do you really want that Asgard to do it? Any one of your subordinates can have a seat better than him. On the throne, a low-pitched voice came out, as long as infinite gems meet, they will attract each other. 35. I need them, find me other infinite gems. When the time comes, take this to him and let him take it to Earth. The person on the throne, the hand is light, a light toss, a scepter-like thing west is thrown out dash. When approaching Ebony Maw, he was directly suspended in midair. This scepter has only the file size of a normal person's arm, and has a pebble-shaped blue gem at the top. It emits this faint blue fluorescence. When Ebony Maw saw this scepter, he immediately understood what he meant. Got it. My subordinates will do it right away. Ebony Maw held the scepter in both hands and slowly backed away. Another place on Earth. Ancient One, who is teaching his disciples, wears an ancient ornament like an eye on his chest. At this moment, the jewelry suddenly shook. A dark green light radiates out. Feeling this power, Ancient One's face changed and turned to look in one direction. Softly murmured, Disaster, disaster. This time it was caused by humans themselves. Ancient One sighed, this kind of thing she has lived for so many years. I've seen too much. Looking back, as if nothing had happened, he continued to teach his disciples. Only Mordo, who was on the side, noticed the strange behavior of Ancient One. But Ancient One didn't say anything, and he wouldn't ask any more. Patiently teach my fellow apprentices. Luo Feng, where is this? Gwen looked at a small room in front of him. The small room is surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, from which you can directly see the outside world. The whole of New York can be said to have a panoramic view. Luo Feng clapped his hands lightly, and a glass door in front of him opened. In an instant, a gale, a jag, swept in, blowing Gwen's hair flying. This is where you'll run out and protect New York from here on out. This place, almost facing the whole of New York. When a crime occurs in any place in the future, you can rush to it as soon as possible. While Luo Feng explained, the glass in the small room also changed. On the glass is a map of New York. Whenever a crime occurs, it will be alerted immediately. Gwen only needs to follow the Red Queen's guidelines to ensure that she can go to the crime scene in the shortest time. Looking at the design of the small room in front of her, the Red Queen felt a warm current pouring into her heart. Thank you, Luo Feng, I like it very much. Luo Feng also nodded, the reason why he designed this small room. It is also precisely because of the orientation of this position that Luo Feng asked the Red Queen to make such a small design. By the way, the house also has a lot of function areas and recreational areas. The most important thing is to have an infinity pool. Luo Feng leaned into Gwen's ear and said softly, I'll take you to buy a swimsuit sometime. Gwen's voice suddenly became as small as a mosquito, and she nodded lightly and replied, okay. By the way, is cousin Anna going to move here too? Luo Feng smiled, I told her this morning. She said she'd better stay there, get closer to the police station, and wait until the case is settled. She has to go to Germany. Go to Germany. She's still as busy as ever. As he was speaking, Gwen's stomach came, a rumbling sound. Luo Feng, I'm hungry. Luo Feng also smiled lightly, let's go, I'll take you to a place to eat. Wait there for me to make dinner. 99. It is good. Gwen himself took Luo Feng's hand and let Luo Feng lead the way with a happy face. The sun outside the window gradually slanted westward. Tony was also standing in front of his floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the sunset by the sea. The scenery is good, I should let Potts accompany me to see it. Having said that, Tony doesn't know how to apologize to Pepper to get her forgiveness. He has already planned to take little Pepper over to live here with him. But the current situation is that he gave up on himself for a while due to the relationship with the previous palladium element. Chili Pepper thought Tony was still hard-hearted. There has always been a sense of resentment in my heart. J.A.R.V.I.S. What do you say I'm going to do? 55. Sir, I don't know either. J.A.R.V.I.S. answered very directly. Tony reluctantly said, if Ethan is here, maybe he can give me advice. Correct. Tony's unintentional words reminded himself. J.A.R.V.I.S. Give Ethan a call. Okay, sir. After a while, Ethan's voice sound comes up. What's up, Tony? Miss me? No, I don't think about a man. 35. On the screen in front of him, Ethan was sitting in a manor-like place with a straw hat on. Tony looked at the strange outfit. Hi, Ethan. Where are you? Ethan turned the phone in his hand and said, on a farm in the country. 39. I came here some time ago to find an old friend who has been with me for many years. I just found out he's dead. Tony poured wine and said, sorry. Ethan, on the other end of the video, continued, then I bought this estate of his. Actually, I've had a great time in New York these days. But I'm getting old too, so I just want to find a place to live in Pisco. How about, do you want to come to my place to play? After hearing what Ethan said, Tony was also happy in his heart, but he said unforgivingly, that's why you left without saying goodbye. 99. What if you ran out of money over there? Don't worry, I'm smart. So I applied for a job as a village teacher. 99. Tell me, what is Tony looking for? Is it obvious? Please, it's okay, you won't find me. Tony smiled bitterly, it's me and Potts recently. After Tony finished speaking, Ethan immediately gave Tony some tips. Does this work? Definitely, that's how I got my wife. 99. Ethan said proudly. At this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. came, Sir, someone called you? Tony was taken aback. Who? I don't know, I can't track the location of the other party. A location untracked by J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony and Ethan, who were video chatting, frowned at the same time and looked at each other. It seems that you have something to do, you go to work first. Okay, let's talk next time. Hang up Ethan's phone here, and the phone on the other end picks up. A low, dark voice. The voice came out dash, hey, Tony. I didn't expect you to be alive. 35. I thought you were poisoned by palladium. I doubled the revs. This sound made Tony a little familiar, and he wondered, what? You made me double the revs for more energy? Great advice. 35. You sound calm in a good spirit. 39. Tony already knew who the other party was. Ivan Vank? On the other end of the phone, Ivan Vank started taunting Tony constantly, and he was rude. Tony also started tracking his location manually. You Stark family have hated my father and son for 40 years, I want you to feel it in 40 minutes. After speaking, Ivan Vank hung up the phone. At this moment, Tony also tracked the approximate location of Ivan Vank. Here is. Tony looked at the TV news on the other side. Hammer Industries press conference. 2 locations, in the same area? And Little Pepper was also invited to participate in the press conference of Hammer Industries. Small peppers are dangerous. J.A.R.V.I.S. Get ready for Mark 6. 39. Yes sir. In Tony's heart, a wave of anger rose slowly. If Chili got hurt, he promises to make Ivan Vank understand what real pain is. Chapter 149, The Ability of the Red Queen, The Crisis is Lifted. Inside SHIELD, Nick Fury rests his chin in one hand, watching the press conference of the Hammer Industries press conference in full swing on the big screen. For Hammer Industries, Nick Fury can be said to know the bottom line. Originally, I had no interest in such a joker company, but it's Ivan Vank. The guy who built the arc reactor like Tony did, made him kind of expect something like that. If you can really be as talented as Tony, it's not impossible to try to recruit. For their SHIELD, there are no good people and bad people. Some are just people who can't use it. On the big screen, Justin Hammer gave a passionate speech, talking about his relationship with the Ministry of Defense of the United States. At the same time, he denounced Tony's unwillingness to hand over the technology of the Iron Man armor to protect the beautiful country and the citizens of the beautiful country. Put yourself on the moral high ground, and never constantly bashing Stark Industries. I can't wait to blow myself up as the greatest great man in the beautiful country. Sitting below, Chili Pepper, Black Widow, and Happy, who was driving, watched his performance quietly. Now that they are back for this conference, they have long known why Justin Hammer invited them. Seriously, he's not as handsome as Tony, Black Widow said directly to the little Pepper. Pepper nodded in agreement. Definitely, Tony won't be like him. After organizing a few words, he continued, disgusting. Black Widow nodded in approval. On the other hand, Happy was bored playing games with his phone. In his opinion, it was still fun to go to those parties with Tony. After all, there are really many sister papers. Such a man of fame and fame, Nick Fury sneered when he saw it. Hill pushed open the door and saw that Nick Fury was watching the Hammer Industries conference. Aren't you not interested in Hammer Industries? Hammer Industries is not interested, but I am still a little interested in Ivan Vank. After all, he's Anton Vank's son and can work with Howard. 99. Although he was later expelled by Howard, his ability was definitely not bad. Hill also felt reasonable and nodded. Anton Vank was not deported because of his ability. It was because of his wickedness that he was expelled by Howard. Looking for me? Nick Fury looked at Hill and asked. It may disturb you to watch this. Boring launch. 35. Nick Fury nodded casually. Shrink it down. The press conference screen on the screen in front of him was immediately reduced to a small screen. Immediately afterwards, the video brought by Hill was projected. The protagonist of the video is Selvig, who is in charge of the new Tianma project. I saw Selvig's hand, holding a weapon similar to a pistol, but with a front end like a big horn. Selvig held the weapon and said to the researchers behind him, Start recording. With that, Selvig pulled the trigger in his hands. The next moment, a light blue energy cannon shot out directly from the front section of the big horn. Bombarded, a dummy, ahead. In an instant, the dummy turned into a pile of black particles, scattered on the ground. Selvig looked at the effect with satisfaction. Not only him, but also Nick Fury is very satisfied. Looks like the research is working. Nick Fury looked at Hill and said with a smile on his face. At the same time, I am fortunate in my heart that I have made a wise choice to restart the Tianma project. It was because of the accident of the Pegasus project that woman developed her skills back then. This also made Nick Fury realize how terrifying the energy contained in Tesseract, merely overflowing, and creating a powerful superhuman. So when he took the position of SHIELD director, he reopened the Tianma project without hesitation, and named it the New Tianma Project. However, Nick Fury's New Tianma Project is different from the Pegasus project led by Howard. Howard wanted to revolutionize energy by developing Tesseract for the benefit of the world. Nick Fury's idea is to use the energy of Tesseract to create a batch of military equipment beyond this era. This experiment was also done by Hydra that year. Only the Rogers destroyed their ambitions in the end. While Nick Fury was happy with the results of his experiment, Hill's expression remained the same. At this time, Selvig put down the energy gun in his hand and said to the test personnel behind him, only one shot can be fired. Turn down the output power and find new composite materials instead. Only one shot. Are you kidding me? Nick Fury resisted the urge to scold the mother. You have researched for so long, and you have researched such a thing, West? Hill, on the other hand, said, Dr. Selvig is only a year into the project. It's pretty good to get results like this. You know that in the years ahead of you, there was hardly any progress. Hill's words made Nick Fury stare at her. But this is indeed the case. Since Selvig entered the new Tianma project, the progress has indeed been much faster. Unfortunately, he didn't see the notes left by Howard. Only Tony sees it clearly, and researches new elements. When Nick Fury gave Howard's notes to Selvig, Selvig didn't find anything other than shouting Niobe 666. For a time, Nick Fury thought he was looking for the wrong person. It's a good start. What about new energy discoveries? Hill shook his head. No, at the moment Dr. Selvig is only able to control part of the Tesseract's overflowing energy 5. And store them up, for weapons development. It didn't make a new energy source out of it. Sure enough, there is only one Howard in this world. 39. Some disheartened Nick Fury slid his hand against the table, and the press conference screen returned to its original position. In the center of the brightly lit stage, a gray Iron Man armor descended from the sky. It seems that the people in the military have figured out everything except for not cracking the core energy technology. Seeing the battle armor in front of him, Hill said in surprise. This armor is exactly the Mark II that Rhodes wore from Tony, but after the transformation of the military, it has completely changed. Because it is equipped with Tony's preset biometric identification. So this armor, in the hands of the beautiful Liang military, only Rhodes can use it. After the transformation of the Mark II, Lord also gave it a new name, War Machine. Behind Rhodes, there are dozens of robots. Hammer introduced passionately, Hammer Iron Soldier. There is a ring of shiny devices on the chest of each Hammer Iron Soldier. That is the arc reactor designed by Ivan Vank. At the moment, Ivan Vank was in the laboratory, watching the press conference with a sneer. At the same time, both hands are operating on the computer. The display in front of him is displaying every single hammer iron soldier, and their control is in the hands of Ivan Vank. In the middle of the screen, there is a relatively strong mecha. This is, of course, Rhodes' war machine. It can be said that now, all the armed forces of the entire conference are in the hands of Ivan Vank. As long as he thought about it, he could now bloodbath the entire venue. And that's exactly what he thought. Because he knew that there was someone down there who was very important to Tony Stark. Tony, feel the pain of our father and son for 40 years. 55. Just as he was about to press the attack button and bloodbath the venue, a red figure descended from the sky. He landed directly on the stage of the venue, in front of Rhodes. The appearance of Iron Man instantly brought the atmosphere of the entire venue to its peak. The audience below stood up and applauded. Hanmer looked at this scene angrily, and gave a speech all night. All his words were dry. The atmosphere of Tony's appearance exploded. This is absolutely unacceptable to a person with a good face like him. Tony walked towards Rhodes, suppressing the anger in his heart and said, "You guys are in trouble. Tony, there are civilians here. If you want to fight, don't stay here." Rhodes persuaded. He thought Tony was angry because his Mark II had turned into this ghost. As Tony's friend for many years, he knew Tony's character all too well. If Tony was really angry, it didn't matter what the occasion was. Especially when Tony just went to college. When he was young and vigorous, he often fought and hurt people at parties and press conferences. That's nothing new. Only in the last few years has it been reduced. So Rhodes has no doubt that Tony will get up and fight directly here. Tony ignored Rhodes' words and walked to Rhodes' side, waved to everyone. 99. Now listen to me, everyone here is in danger. You have to trust me and listen to me. Tony naturally didn't want to have sex with Ivan Vank here. After all, there were innocent civilians down there. And the little peppers. Rhodes still didn't want to believe it and said, "Definitely, I also listened to you like this at the beginning. Then got into a fight with you at a college sorority." Tony interrupted Rhodes' recollection of turning over old accounts. "I suspect that he cooperates with Vank." 39. Vank is still alive. Obviously, not many people know about Vank's jailbreak. Tony no longer concealed himself and walked to Hanmer. "Where is Vank?" 04 flowers. In the laboratory, Ivan Vank's mouth corner raised, and he quickly operated the system of each mecha. "Say hi, Fee." The Gatling gun on War Machine's shoulder immediately aimed at Tony, and the steel soldiers behind him also raised their arms. The targets were all Tony. "Tony, my system is under control." Tony knew that it was Ivan Vank who was behind the scenes, and all the mechs were targeting him now. The flames under his feet shot out, and Tony instantly soared into the sky. "Let's go outside and fight." 35. Seeing Tony fly out of the venue, all the bullets from the mechs poured out, drying the ceiling directly into a hornet's nest. Countless glass slag fell from the sky. The sound of bullets started, and the entire venue immediately became a mess. When Ivan Vank saw Tony flying away, he immediately operated all the mechs and followed him out. At the moment, Rhodes is in War Machine and can only be at the mercy of him and can't do anything. "Tony, what should I do now?" Tony? 55. Tony was still in the mood to joke. "You can't blame me, you can blame Hammer Technology." 95. For a time, all the mechas rushed out of the venue. There is only one goal, and that is to destroy Tony. Sitting in front of the computer, Ivan Vank understood that it was a little unrealistic to deal with Tony alone. "Tony, it's just an appetizer." Under the operation of Ivan Vank, a larger grey mecha automatically flew in front of him. Looking at the masterpiece that he is most satisfied with, Ivan Vank said to himself with a smile, "I will make you torn apart like your armor." Faced with so many chasing soldiers, Tony could only try his best to attract their firepower. J.A.R.V.I.S. Hack into their system. "Got it, sir." At the same time, Gwen and Pikachu sat on the sofa with contented faces. "Luo Feng, your food is getting better and better. Will I gain weight by eating too much?" Gwen looked at the empty dishes on the table and said regretfully, "Don't worry, you fight crime outside every day, and you have enough exercise. These are normal compensations." 39. Listening to Luo Feng's words, Gwen also felt very reasonable and nodded. "What you eat is supplemented by exercise. Can't get fat?" All of a sudden, Gwen's regrets vanished. "This is," the projection of the Red Queen appeared in front of the table. "Master, Miss Gwen." All the robots went wild at the Hammer Industries press conference, indiscriminately hurting others. The scene was immediately projected, with a dozen robots chasing Tony and firing bullets. And with Tony's dodging, many of these bullets hit the innocent crowd. Although few people were injured, it has already caused a lot of panic. Gwen looked at the scene in front of him and got up immediately. "It's a robot again." After the red, set the route, "I'm going over now." 39. "Okay, Miss Gwen." 35. When Gwen was about to rush to the small room, Luo Feng took Gwen's hand. Exercising just after eating is not good for the body. But now, Gwen anxiously looked at the riotous venue in the projection. Luo Feng smiled, "Let me come. The Red Queen, hack into their system and quiet them down." "Understood, Master." Under Gwen's curious eyes, another projection screen appeared. Recorded above. It was all the iron soldiers at the venue, including Lord's War Machine. Originally, it was still a steel soldier marked in red. But only 2 seconds later, all turned blue. Then Gwen saw that all the iron soldiers were quiet and stopped attacking ordinary people. A mecha crisis caused by Ivan Vank. just lifted? Queen Red, can you still use it like this? Gwen looked at the Red Queen in the little girl's state in shock. On the venue, a steel soldier, under the operation of Ivan Vank, raised his hand in arms at innocent people. The man was speechless in horror. Tony in the sky also noticed this scene, but it was too late for rescue. Damn. J.A.R.V.I.S. How is it now? Sir, can't shut down from the terminal, trying to hack another rule. Road behind him could only watch the weapon aimed at Tony, roaring helplessly. Tony flew down go with all his might. Be sure to catch up, be sure to catch up. 35. Immediately afterwards, Tony saw the steel soldier raise his hand, but he didn't move. Just wondering what happened. Road's voice came, Tony, my system is restored. What? Individual. Chapter 150 Try ex-wife. Rhodes in War Machine, watching himself restore the normal system, immediately released the pursuit of Tony, hovering in the air. I don't want to experience that feeling again. Everything just now was obviously done by Vank. Rhodes didn't want to experience this feeling of being played between the palms of his hands a second time anyway, especially the feeling of chasing after your best friend to kill. Rhodes quickly caught up with Tony who was in front. Tony flew quickly outside the venue and stopped in front of one of the steel soldiers. The cannon in the palm of his hand is aimed at the steel soldier, and he continues to confirm that the other party is not aggressive. J.A.R.V.I.S. Have you successfully invaded? In the current situation, Tony can only attribute the credit to JARVIS. But didn't J.A.R.V.I.S. just say that there is no way to invade the terminal of the other party's 753? And J.A.R.V.I.S.'s answer was not what Tony expected. Not me, sir. They appear to have been hacked by another system. Clang? Rhodes also fell from the sky at this time, causing a burst of dust, and Gatling on his shoulders immediately aimed at the steel soldier in front of him. Ivan Vank, you come out for me. Seeing that Rhodes was about to start, Tony immediately stopped Rhodes. Hey, stop. They are not under the control of Ivan Vank now. This group of high-speed rail soldiers has now been invaded by others 5. What? Rhodes was also a little confused, walked to Tony's side and looked at the steel soldier who was motionless in front of him. He also thought it was Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S. that his system was back in control. Looking down, Tony was also stunned. You mean someone is helping us? Tony nodded. So far, that's the case. 35. The appearance of the two of them thinking hard was also transmitted back to the Red Queen through the Iron Soldiers. Gwen looked at Tony like that, and immediately became playful. Queen Red, can I control that steel soldier? Definitely, Miss Gwen. Your movements and your voice will be synced. Okay, give me the control. Gwen raised one hand, imitating Tony's usual way of firing a palm cannon. The steel soldier standing in front of Tony and Rhodes also raised their hands at the same time. Rhodes and Tony, who were discussing, were both taken aback by the sudden raising of his hand by the steel soldier. Tony, didn't you say he doesn't care about Vank? I just said that it is not under the control of Vank, but I didn't say that no one cares about it. The two began to fight again. At this moment, the Iron Soldier burst into laughter like a silver bell. Ha ha ha. Gwen couldn't help laughing at the way the two were arguing. The sound was also transmitted synchronously. When Rhodes heard this voice, he immediately asked, Who are you? Tony heard this very familiar laughter, and immediately put away his palm gun. At the same time, Rhodes raised his hand and pressed it down. Is that you, Spider-Man? What? Spider-Man? Rhodes also knows Spider-Man, the superhero, but isn't that a superhero? How could it be behind the Iron Soldier? Ha ha ha. Tony, don't thank me yet. 99. Otherwise you will be hunted down for a night tonight. Tony said reluctantly, Thank you. But how did you? Invading the backend port of Vank? Gwen said in a proud tone, Then definitely, I also have an AI assistant. 99. She's not bad either. When we found out that you were being hunted, we invaded immediately. 995. Now all the Iron Soldiers of Hammer Industries are under our control. The Iron Soldier syncs with Gwen's proud gesture of akimbo. Rhodes and Gwen are not familiar with each other, but seeing Gwen like this can also guess that the other party is a young girl. Seeing a little girl showing off her power in front of him, he subconsciously said with dissatisfaction, That's all. 35. Give J.A.R.V.I.S. time, and J.A.R.V.I.S. can do it too. To Gwen's ears, it wasn't her that Rhodes was demeaning, but the Red Queen and Luo Feng. Immediately upset, all the steel soldiers I mentioned, including you. Immediately afterwards, all the systems in front of Rhodes turned red again. Please, come again. When Rhodes was about to argue with Gwen, Tony immediately interrupted Rhodes' murderous behavior. Rod, I advise you not to annoy her. Obadiah pissed her off when she was in Iron Man 35. You know what's going to happen. Rhodes was stunned for a moment. He also saw the tragedy of Obadiah at the beginning. Tony never said who did it. Rhodes always thought that he and Spider-Man worked together. Definitely Tony contributed more. But now it sounds like Tony is the soy sauce. 9. Spider-Man, can you help me out? I apologize to you. Rhodes immediately confessed. After all, you can't be cowardly, and now your life is in the hands of the other party. If the other party is unhappy, just blow up their war machine. That's really over. Gwen is also not one to care, and asked Rhodes to apologize and warned, be careful when you speak next time. Then, Rhodes' system returned to normal again. Rhodes looked miserable. I swore just now that this would not happen, and it took a long time to get slapped in the face. He secretly swore again in his heart. When I go back this time, I must hand over the system to Tony. Tony told Gwen to ignore it and continued, we're going to find Vank next. If you don't get rid of him, it won't be over. 4.6. Gwen said, don't look for him, I think. He came. Above the three, an oversized steel soldier slowly descended. Stop in front of the three. The steel soldiers fell heavily in front of the three, and Tony and Rhodes also retreated to the left and right of Gwen. The steel soldier's mask was opened, and Ivan Vank looked at the high-speed rail soldier between the two with a rebellious expression. Tony, it seems that I underestimated your AI butler. When Tony was about to explain, Rhodes took the first step, I'm pissed tonight 5. Tony, let me come. I'm going to let him try my ex-wife. Ex-wife. Gwen and Tony looked puzzled, how could it sound weird?